Before us stands a fortress on the brink of destruction, everything engulfed in smoke and flames, wrecked by a brutal battle. Countless lives have been lost, warriors, innocents, no one spared. Who's behind this bloody war? Bodies are piling up, blood flows like rivers, and an entire clan has been wiped out. Not far away, an intense fight is raging. A young man is locked in combat with a masked assassin. The assassin is strong, way stronger than the young man. He swings his sword, launching an attack that sends visible shockwaves through the air, but the young man manages to block it. Barely. He's clearly exhausted. The clan under attack is the Ragnar clan, a noble family that's been protecting the empire in the far north for over 1,000 years. How did they survive so long? Well, thanks to their special bloodline, said to be descended from dragons. Everyone born into the Ragnar family is blessed with extraordinary magical powers, insane stamina, and ridiculous durability. Oh, and they're all master swordsmen, everyone, that is, except him. The young man at the heart of the battle was Theo Ragnar. In a brutal moment, the masked assassin slashed him deeply across the abdomen. With a sneer, the enemy taunted him, mocking that even now, Theo hadn't learned a single proper sword technique. He smugly reminded Theo that no matter how hard some people try, talent can't be forced, and Theo was the perfect example of that, useless and untalented. As the masked man pulled down his mask, the mockery continued. He laughed at the idea that Theo, despite having the prestigious blood of the Ragnar family, had inherited none of their legendary abilities. If he were Theo, he joked he'd be angry enough to die in shame. And then, finally, Theo's longtime foe revealed himself. It was Rendon. Theo's shock was palpable. It was his own swordmaster, Rendon, who stood before him. The man who had trained him for years. Rendon continued his verbal assault, emphasizing how he had watched Theo train every single morning, yet it had all been pointless because Theo had no talent. Rendon laughed, finding Theo's hard work pitiful, a hopeless display that would lead nowhere. He mocked Theo as the Ragnar idiot and sneered that Theo should just hide away like the useless fool he was. As Rendon's mocking laughter echoed louder, Theo's anger boiled over. Teeth clenched, he let out a furious shout, accusing Rendon of deceiving him all these years. Theo realized Rendon had approached him as a mentor only to feed him worthless techniques, all to drive him out of the Hall of Roses. Without hesitation, Rendon swung his sword, severing Theo's arm. Cold and calculated, he stated that all of this was Theo's fault, wondering why Theo couldn't realize it. He grabbed Theo's head, preparing for the final blow, and pointed toward the burning ruins of the Hall of Roses. Do you see why your entire family is dead? Your mother, why is she now a cold, soulless corpse? Before you join her, take a good look at your pathetic self. Everything happened because of you, because of the Ragnar family's foolishness. In a clan where strength is everything, there's no place for the weak. Now you can go meet your mother. Then a notification popped up, you have died. But in an instant, something strange happened. Theo's Ragnar bloodline was activated, and just like that, he was pulled back, regressed to 10 years earlier, when he was still learning swordsmanship. Standing before him was none other than Rendon, the man who had killed him, who was also his sword instructor from back then. Rendon, seemingly unaware of what had just transpired, casually asked if Theo was tired and suggested they end today's lesson. Theo stood there utterly bewildered. His mind was a haze. What's happening? Didn't I just die? Confusion flooded his thoughts. Was this a dream? A final memory before death? He couldn't believe it. And then he saw at Rendon's face, the same face that had mercilessly killed him, that had coldly taken his life in those last brutal moments. Suddenly, the system popped up in front of him again. Theo blinked in surprise as he read the notification. The tutorial quest was asking him to punch Rendon in the face. What? He couldn't stop wondering why the mission was so bizarre. Is this what happens when other people die? There was no way Rendon could see the system notification. Still dazed, Theo heard his teacher suddenly ask what was going on, but instead of answering, Theo tossed his wooden sword to the ground, fists clenched in confusion, completely lost about what was happening. In his mind, he thought, maybe this punch is a gift from the gods, a chance to let out all my anger before I'm gone for good. So Theo charged forward, funneling all his rage into his fist. If this was a dream, then it was one where he'd finally give Rendon the beatdown he deserved. He swung straight for Rendon's face. Smack. A fist connected with Rendon's face, leaving everyone nearby completely bewildered. But here's the kicker, it didn't do a thing. Rendon just stood there, surprised, asking with a confused look, "What are you doing?" Meanwhile, Theo was left wondering, why does this dream feel so real? But Theo had to admit it, the punch was weak, like barely scratching an itch. Rendon, now furious from the surprise attack, immediately retaliated with a punch straight to Theo's ribs, sending him flying. Theo was in shock. Why can I feel pain in this dream? Still dazed, he heard Rendon sigh deeply, clearly disappointed. The awakening ceremony is approaching, and yet, you've made no progress. Theo was taken aback at the mention of the awakening ceremony. Rendon continued, his tone cold. Still, I won't forgive you. A student who disrespects his teacher is unacceptable. As a member of the Ragnar clan, you should be using your sword, not your fists. With a final scolding, Rendon promised to see Theo at the next lesson. Theo, still utterly confused, couldn't stop wondering what was going on. He clearly remembered dying, so why was he here? Around him, other students snickered, mocking him for disappointing his teacher. They called him an idiot, and some even taunted him, saying he was nothing more than a bastard, an illegitimate child, not truly part of the Ragnar bloodline. Despite the insults, Theo didn't care. His mind was too overwhelmed by the sheer confusion of it all. He clenched his fist into the sand, feeling the sharp sting of pain, the cold reality of everything around him. This can't be a dream, and it's definitely not some memory before dying. The awakening ceremony was still 2 years away, and he had to face this brutal reality head-on. Theo was utterly shocked, wondering if he had somehow traveled back in time. It was hard to believe, but everything happening before his eyes was real. Just then, the system popped up again, congratulating him on completing his first quest and rewarding him with the activation of his Ragnar family talent. He could hardly believe what was happening, his mind flooded with disbelief. The system then asked if he wanted to claim his reward immediately. Still in a daze, Theo slowly raised his hand, unable to fully accept that any of this was real. After a moment of hesitation, he pressed accept. Instantly, a blinding light burst from his body, and power began to flow through him, surrounding him in a radiant, glowing aura. The system notified him that he had received his reward, and all his stats had skyrocketed. Theo's mind raced, still confused. What the hell is happening? He thought as the system popped up again with a new notification, instructing him to start his next mission at the Hall of Roses, a place he'd never heard of. Slowly, he began to piece together his situation. In the distance, Rendon Harvey, Theo Ragnar's swordmaster, stood watching him. Rendon had already figured out everything. He shook his head, silently thinking he had never met anyone as useless as Theo Ragnar. But it was precisely because of Theo's uselessness that Rendon had chosen to stay. As a real teacher, he was determined to help Theo become stronger, no matter how hopeless it seemed. Rendon made a silent vow within the next 2 years he would train Theo to be strong enough to take part in the awakening ceremony. That was his personal goal. Lady Cecilia Ragnar, Theo's mother, quietly nodded as she listened to Rendon's promise. She entrusted her son to him, asking him to care for Theo a little more. With confidence, Rendon reassured her, promising not only to care for Theo but to train him day and night so she could rest easy. However, Lady Cecilia wasn't worried at all. She had complete faith in her son, confidently declaring her trust in Theo Ragnar. She believed in him wholeheartedly. Rendon, with a smirk, privately thought that Lady Cecilia should be worried. Even if he didn't train Theo properly, the boy was still useless. He found the phrase, like mother, like son, strangely fitting. In his mind, Theo's bloodline wouldn't take him anywhere, and Rendon found that incredibly amusing. As he stared at the pile of gold coins in front of him, Rendon couldn't help but feel satisfied. He'd been well compensated and given the prestigious title of training the Ragnar family's main bloodline. But deep down, he was looking forward to something even bigger, sabotaging Theo's progress and leaking information about him. Rendon was confident the person he served would secure his future. As Rendon admired his pile of gold, a figure suddenly dashed toward him. It was none other than Theo Ragnar. Rendon looked at him with disdain, wondering why Theo was running so fast. His contempt for the boy only grew. Meanwhile, Lady Cecilia Ragnar, Theo's mother, was chatting with a servant. As Theo approached, their eyes met. Without hesitation, Theo rushed into his mother's arms, hugging her tightly as if it had been ages since he last saw her. Lady Cecilia gently asked her son if he was tired, concern lacing her voice. Tears streamed down Theo's face, his heart overflowing with emotion as he clung to his mother. In that moment, memories of his past from 10 years ago flooded his mind, replaying vividly. He remembered it all, his mother being killed, and the one responsible was none other than his trusted master Rendon. Back then, Theo was nothing but a weak, useless boy powerless to stop the evil man. The pain and hatred toward Rendon had been carved deeply into his heart, an unshakable grudge. Back in the present, Theo couldn't hold back his tears as he looked at his mother. Lady Cecilia, confused, smiled gently at her son. In his heart, Theo swore that he would change the future. He knew he was still weak, with nothing to his name, but if the mysterious notifications and the activation of his family's talent were real, then he believed he could become strong. Strong enough to survive the ruthless battle for the throne and powerful enough to take his revenge on Rendon. Just then, the system appeared again with a new notification: tutorial quest, train your body to its limits. Gritting his teeth, Theo felt a surge of determination. He would complete the task, no matter what. At the Hall of Roses, the air was freezing, but that didn't stop Theo Ragnar from training relentlessly. Despite the harsh weather, he remained focused on developing his skills. In his mind, he kept reminding himself that as much as he wanted to take his revenge on Rendon right now, his current weak body wouldn't allow it. He needed to grow stronger first. Memories of the Black Tongue Intelligence Agency, a place he had once joined in his previous life, resurfaced in his mind. Back then, he had been demoted to the information-gathering team because of his lack of skills. But now, Theo realized that the information he had gathered could be used in a whole new way. He remembered the body-enhancing potion, the Emperor's blood sword elixir, and the true value it held, which was hidden in the secret manual he possessed. More importantly, he recalled the grueling training sessions he had once abandoned due to his lack of talent. Now, as the sky began to lighten with dawn, Theo Ragnar continued his training, pushing his body to its limits without feeling exhausted. Deep down, he believed that anything was possible now that he had unlocked the Ragnar family's talent. That notification was real, and it was his chance. Theo Ragnar's eyes were burning with determination. His will to push his body's limits grew stronger by the day. The system flashed a notification tutorial quest: train your body to the limit 27,100%. The people around him watched in awe, whispering among themselves, wondering how many laps Theo had run without stopping. They couldn't believe his endurance and strength. Deep down, Theo vowed to run more laps than ever before and swing his sword harder than he ever had. He was determined to truly become strong. The system pinged again, showing progress: tutorial quest: train your body to the limit 65,100%. Days passed and Theo remained relentless, training nonstop without concern for exhaustion or rest, refusing to give himself any breaks. From a distance, Evelyn Nero, the overseer of training field number 4, silently observed him. Her eyes were tired from staying up night after night, watching what Theo Ragnar was doing. She couldn't help but wonder if he was really as untalented as the rumors said. She thought about how he had trained endlessly for days, despite being ridiculed as the fool of the Ragnar clan. Meanwhile, Theo's body was on the verge of collapse. He felt like he was about to break, could die right there. The system displayed another notification: tutorial quest: train your body to the limit 97,100%. He knew he was close, but the crushing exhaustion blurred his vision. Still, Theo refused to give up. He had to complete the mission the system had set for him. But the previous night, after pushing himself too far, he collapsed onto the ground. The system immediately alerted him that his progress had dropped to 9100% and then continued falling to 89,100%. Theo couldn't believe it. His progress had dropped just because he rested for a moment. Frustration welled up inside him, but his resolve quickly hardened. He got to his feet, gripping his sword tightly, pouring every ounce of strength into his body. He vowed to himself that now was not the time to stop, and he would not give up until the mission was complete. The system flashed another update: tutorial quest: train your body to the limit 98,100%. Despite the overwhelming fatigue, Theo gritted his teeth and pushed forward, refusing to let the pain slow him down. He kept reminding himself that he was so close, just a little more to go. The system blinked again, 99,100%. With unwavering determination, Theo pushed himself even harder. His legs felt like lead, his body was screaming for rest, but he wouldn't stop. In his mind, he kept repeating, just one more minute. I have to finish this, even if it's the last thing I do. From afar, Evelyn, the overseer of the training ground, watched in disbelief. It was the first time she had seen Theo Ragnar push himself to the point where the system indicated he was nearly finished. She couldn't help but wonder if he would actually complete the task. And then, Theo's efforts paid off. The system chimed 100%. Congratulations, you have completed the tutorial mission. Your reward is the dragon's heart. Theo was so overwhelmed with excitement he could hardly believe it. But that wasn't all. The system followed up with another notification, awarding him an additional 10 years of magical power from his previous life for completing the task so quickly. At that moment, Theo's body couldn't take any more. Completely drained from the relentless training, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious from sheer exhaustion. Though Theo was unconscious, the system didn't stop. It waited patiently for his decision, as if his exhaustion and fatigue were nothing compared to the power that the reward promised. In his hazy state, Theo managed to lift his hand and press accept on the notification panel. The system confirmed that the reward had been successfully received, and then Theo drifted into deep sleep, unaware of anything else. As he lay there unconscious, the 10 years of magical power slowly absorbed into his body, causing a wave of energy to ripple outward. Evelyn, standing nearby, witnessed it all, utterly astonished. The scene shifted to a quiet room. Theo had been moved to rest. Slowly waking, he opened his eyes in confusion, glancing around, unsure of where he was. In his mind, he wondered, how did I end up here? Just then, Evelyn entered the room, reassuring him that he was in the resting quarters of training field number 4. She reminded him that even as a member of the Ragnar family, pushing himself too hard would lead to collapse. Theo looked at her, surprised, and asked if she was Evelyn. She confirmed it, introducing herself as Evelyn Nereville, the overseer of training field number 4. She explained that he had passed out while training alone that morning, so she had brought him here. Nodding in understanding, Theo thanked her. Evelyn stood there for a moment as if she wanted to ask something but hesitated. Then, she handed him a glass of water and asked if he was aware that opening one's mana circuit before the awakening ceremony was forbidden in the Ragnar family. Theo blinked, confirming that he knew about the rule. Evelyn continued, asking if he also knew the consequences of violating that rule. As he slowly drank the water, Theo turned the question back on her, wondering why she was suddenly bringing it up. Evelyn sighed softly and explained that just before he lost consciousness, she sensed a powerful wave of mana, one that matched the signs of opening a mana circuit. Hearing Evelyn's words, Theo Ragnar froze, his mind spinning with a whirlwind of thoughts. Evelyn didn't stop there. She pressed on, her voice filled with concern, asking if he had really opened his mana circuit. Theo stared at her, thinking to himself that if he truly had opened his mana circuit, he wouldn't even be alive right now. As Theo Ragnar was still lost in thought, a strange light suddenly began to radiate from his chest. Instantly, he recalled the system's notification, the reward of the dragon's heart, and the bonus of 10 years of magic from his past life for completing the mission so quickly. In his mind, Theo couldn't help but be astonished. The dragon's heart? It was a powerful mana reservoir, usually located inside a dragon's heart. This allowed energy to be stored and distributed far more efficiently. However, for humans who were not dragons, the mana reservoir was typically placed in the lower abdomen, as the human heart couldn't withstand the immense pressure. That's why every warrior, like the ones in the Ragnar clan, coveted the dragon's heart. It was the fastest and easiest path to overwhelming power. But no human had ever successfully surpassed their own limits trying to use a dragon's heart. Now, the dragon's heart was Theo's. He realized the reward was extraordinary, but it also placed him in an incredibly dangerous and precarious situation. Evelyn Nevo, a legendary swordmaster who had retired after losing her left arm, now oversaw training field number 4. In the past, she had commanded the white armored dragon cavalry, and her unparalleled skill earned her admiration from even the demonic dragons in the cavalry. She was known for her rigid principles, caring little for rank or strength, and despised deceit or cowardice. She had even once abandoned her own position as a direct mentor because of her uncompromising integrity. This made Theo anxious. If Evelyn ever discovered the existence of the dragon's heart mana reservoir inside him, the consequences could be deadly. She wouldn't hesitate to have him executed for breaking the sacred rules. Sensing the tension in the situation, Theo Ragnar decided to speak first, taking control before things escalated further. With a challenging tone, he asked Evelyn whether she was prepared to take responsibility for her actions, threatening him just because of a fleeting suspicion. His question made Evelyn's expression harden, her face growing serious as she frowned and hesitated, unable to provide a solid answer. Seeing her uncertainty, Theo realized this was his chance to turn the tables. He pressed on, reminding Evelyn that he was a descendant of the Ragnar family, and if her suspicions were unfounded, it would be considered an insult to the honor of his family. Evelyn was silent for a moment before admitting that Theo was right, the law was on his side. Not letting the opportunity slip away, Theo followed up with a firm voice, asking if she knew the punishment for insulting a Ragnar heir. His eyes were sharp, waiting for her response. After a moment of thought, Evelyn replied decisively, execution. Theo smiled at that, daring her to investigate and prove her claims. His words only deepened Evelyn's curiosity. She couldn't help but wonder about the strange aura Theo Ragnar exuded. Who is he really? She thought to herself. Despite her doubts, she couldn't deny that she had clearly sensed a surge of mana earlier. Deciding not to hesitate any longer, Evelyn reached out her hand, demanding to inspect Theo's body. She placed her hand on his abdomen, believing that regardless of his Ragnar bloodline, the rules were the rules, no exceptions. Yet, after a thorough examination, Evelyn couldn't find any traces of mana in Theo's body. Her confusion grew, leaving her more and more perplexed. Had she truly been mistaken? It seemed impossible that there was no mana reservoir at all. The uncertainty shook her, and she struggled to make sense of the contradiction she had just experienced. Evelyn was left searching for an explanation, baffled by the discrepancy between what she had sensed and what she now found. Before Evelyn could sink deeper into her thoughts, Theo quickly spoke up. So how is it you didn't find anything, did you? His words threw Evelyn into a state of utter confusion. Unable to bear the pressure any longer, she dropped to her knees before him, apologizing profusely. She admitted her mistake and offered her life as punishment. Meanwhile, Theo was quietly pleased. He knew that possessing the dragon's heart was entirely different from having a typical mana reservoir. The dragon's heart allowed its user to control the presence of mana at will, meaning he could hide it from anyone's detection. Furthermore, the fact that a human could possess a dragon's heart wouldn't be known for a few more years. Theo was confident Evelyn would never uncover this secret. As he pondered, Theo extended his hand toward Evelyn, ready to deliver the punishment for those who dared insult the Ragnar family. He had successfully turned the situation around. Placing his hand on Evelyn's shoulder, Theo spoke gently, telling her not to blame herself. He reassured her that she was only doing her job, and few would be brave enough to risk their lives the way she had. Then, Theo slowly left the room, silently calculating how having Evelyn, one of the strongest warriors indebted to him, could benefit him in the future. As he walked away, Theo couldn't help but wonder why the Ragnar family had imposed such strict rules about opening the mana reservoir before the awakening ceremony. They feared that the mana could overflow. The thought of Evelyn, worried about an outcast of the Ragnar family like him causing a mana overflow, amused Theo greatly. Evelyn watched him leave, still speechless. Theo offered her one final word of thanks for her concern before exiting the room, leaving Evelyn alone to reflect on what had just transpired. As Theo Ragnar walked away, he thought to himself, with the dragon's heart and 10 years of magical power from my past life, no one will be able to defeat me in this life. A few days later, at the training grounds, Master Rendon was shouting orders, pointing his finger and barking at Theo to swing his sword more to the right. Rendon repeated the instruction as if he'd said it 100 times before. In Theo's mind, he was growing annoyed, thinking that while he was steadily becoming stronger, pretending to learn from Rendon was getting harder by the day. He shot a death glare at Rendon, silently cursing him. Theo knew all too well that Rendon was secretly teaching him bizarre and unreliable sword techniques. Rendon continued to shout, demanding that Theo adjust his stance, moving his sword just a bit more to the right. But while Rendon yelled, Theo's mind couldn't stop racing. He was certain there was someone else pulling the strings behind Rendon. Memories of the person who killed him in his previous life suddenly surged back, and something felt off. Interrupting Theo's thoughts, Rendon sternly warned him not to speak during training. But Theo, completely unfazed, responded bluntly, "I don't get what you're teaching. It's all worthless garbage." With that, Theo snapped the wooden training sword in half right in front of Rendon, his defiance clear. He couldn't resist mocking Rendon, questioning how someone with such pitiful skills could ever become a mid-tier swordsman. His words struck hard at Rendon's pride, who was tasked with overseeing Theo's training. Theo didn't stop there, taunting that Rendon would probably struggle to defeat even low-level beasts. This remark made Rendon grit his teeth in fury. Enraged, he demanded to know what Theo had just said, his voice filled with anger and disbelief. Realizing that Rendon was pretending to be a dedicated instructor, but was really just there to monitor him, Theo decided to push things further. He stepped closer, his eyes filled with defiance as he stared directly into Rendon's. His voice cold and dripping with sarcasm, Theo remarked that Rendon's skills were nothing more than a stinking pile of trash. The words cut deep into Rendon's pride like a sharp blade, making the tension in the air unbearable. Facing Rendon head-on, Theo's plan was clear. He wanted him dismissed. Rendon, furious and unable to control his anger, shouted in a blind rage, but Theo felt nothing but satisfaction. If things escalated, Rendon would have no choice but to contact the one pulling the strings from behind. At the Camellia Hall, someone came rushing in, shouting excitedly, "Axion, have you heard? That bastard Ragnar's going to fight his instructor next week." A figure sat silently, gripping a glass tightly as he heard the news. Clearly he was far from pleased. The informant continued in a mocking tone, saying that it seemed Ragnar was blaming his instructor for his own uselessness, and after that fight, Ragnar would surely be crippled. Before the informant could finish, the figure hurled the glass straight at him. The glass hit its mark, and the liquid inside unexpectedly ignited, burning the informant's face. His agonized screams echoed through the room. In a flash, he was killed without a second thought, as the figure's rage peaked. Gritting his teeth, the man coldly muttered, "So what? What does a crippled bastard have to do with me?" The figure was none other than Axion Ragnar, known as the Black Tiger and one of the Northern Hounds. Beside him sat another member of the infamous group, Silver Lion Remington Narcio, silently watching Axion's outburst. From a distance, another figure approached, breaking the silence with a sharp comment. "Ragnar should have been crippled a long time ago. If we underestimate him, things could turn against us." The newcomer was none other than one of the 9 dragons, Heavenly Dragon Ed Troiven. Axion spoke up, seemingly indifferent. "I only care about those with real talent." "You're worrying too much," Ed. Axion questioned why Ed was so concerned about a bastard like Ragnar. Ed Troiven, not easily swayed, replied, "With the Ragnar family, anything is possible, even from the smallest spark. A single ember in the wind can still grow into a raging fire." Axion, with a calm tone, responded, "That might not be such a bad thing. Besides, the instructor will take care of everything for us." 1 week later, at training field number 4, all the warriors had gathered to witness the fight between Ragnar and Rendon. Evelyn Nero was present, along with a giant man who looked like a general, towering over the others. Ragnar stood with a determined posture, his sharp gaze locked on Rendon. Inwardly, he cursed. Originally, his plan was simply to humiliate Rendon and get him dismissed, but things had escalated far beyond what he had expected. Even though the situation had spiraled out of control, Ragnar resolved to face it head-on. Suddenly, the system displayed a new mission: defeat Rendon and claim victory. Ragnar's mind immediately snapped into focus, and he felt a surge of awakening, vowing to fight and take his revenge on Rendon. A few days prior, when confronting Rendon, Ragnar had bluntly declared that Rendon's skills were trash and that he was fired. Coldly, he told Rendon he was worthless and demanded that he leave. Rendon, enraged, protested loudly, claiming that he still had time left on his contract and couldn't be dismissed so easily. However, Ragnar remained unshaken. He firmly replied that if he said Rendon was fired, then Rendon would have to leave. Despite Ragnar's burning desire to kill him on the spot to settle the grudge from his past life, he wasn't fully confident in his current strength. Instead, he decided to distance himself from Rendon, thinking he would gather more information about him before making his next move. Rendon gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept the situation. He thought to himself that if he were fired in such a manner, his mission would fail, and he had to find a way to persuade Ragnar. Desperate, Rendon called out, insisting that the situation violated the rules, but Ragnar didn't stop, turning his back and walking away. At that moment, the system flashed with a new mission: defeat Rendon and claim victory. Furious, Rendon threatened to report everything to the court. Unexpectedly, Evelyn stepped in, saying they would handle things the Ragnar family way. Both Rendon and Ragnar turned to her, surprised by her sudden intervention. Confused, Rendon asked what exactly the Ragnar family way was. With a smile, Evelyn explained that according to the rule of the strong, everything would be settled by a sword duel. There was no need for a trial, they would simply follow the will of the victor. Hearing this, Rendon felt pleased and laughed loudly, immediately agreeing. He declared that the duel would take place in a week. Ragnar's heart sank as he stood frozen for a moment, realizing how far things had escalated. Sweat dripped down his forehead as Evelyn, still smiling, asked if both of them agreed to this solution. But deep inside, Ragnar knew he wasn't strong enough to defeat Rendon. A week later, at the duel site, the surrounding warriors began to whisper amongst themselves. Many doubted Ragnar's abilities, believing that he didn't even know how to properly wield a sword. Some said Ragnar wasn't a true member of the family, that he was nothing more than a cripple. Rendon, a mid-tier swordsman, stood confidently in front of Ragnar. He offered Ragnar a chance, suggesting that if he apologized immediately, Rendon would let it go and pretend none of this had ever happened. Rendon tried to persuade Ragnar not to risk his life over his wounded pride. But Ragnar didn't flinch. With a sharp tone, he shot back, "You should be the one saying that. If you don't want to become a one-armed swordsman, it's best you accept the truth." Rendon clenched his teeth in anger, silently cursing. At first, he had been willing to let Ragnar off the hook, thinking he was too pathetic to bother with. But now, there was no reason to hold back. In his mind, Rendon began plotting to kill Ragnar and pass it off as an unfortunate accident. To him, the outcome of the duel was already clear, and honestly it seemed like the better option. As that thought crossed his mind, Rendon's eyes gleamed with a vicious hunger, as if he wanted to tear Ragnar apart. He taunted Ragnar with a provocative offer, suggesting that, as his former teacher, he would let Ragnar strike first. Without hesitation, Ragnar accepted the offer bluntly. He lunged forward, sword raised, aiming directly at Rendon, who was ready to counter. Up in the stands, the watching warriors were filled with anxiety. One of them gasped in disbelief. "That idiot is about to lose. Look at how he's swinging that sword. He clearly doesn't know what he's doing. If this keeps up, he might actually die." Rendon, wearing a smug grin, continued to mock Ragnar, asking why he couldn't do anything against a mid-tier swordsman, the very one Ragnar had once scorned. In Rendon's mind, this outcome was obvious. Ragnar wasn't even on the level of a low-tier swordsman. He was nothing more than an apprentice. While it seemed Ragnar had improved slightly in recent weeks, it still wasn't enough. Maybe, Rendon mused, if Ragnar were on the level of the Northern Hounds, things would be different, but in his mind there was no way this fool could defeat him in today's duel. Meanwhile, Ragnar's thoughts wandered back to the conversation he'd had with Evelyn in her room before the duel. Feeling uncertain, he had asked her why she had suggested the fight in the first place. Evelyn had calmly explained that she was helping him. She believed that if Ragnar truly wanted to get rid of Rendon, he needed to take a more decisive approach. She also suspected that Rendon had powerful backing, and simply firing him wouldn't solve the deeper problem. Evelyn's words echoed in Ragnar's mind as he faced his opponent. He knew that this wasn't just about the duel, it was about something much bigger. Ragnar stiffened, asking seriously how Evelyn had discovered all of this. Without hesitation, Evelyn explained that she had secretly investigated Rendon after noticing his bizarre sword techniques. She recalled watching from afar as Rendon instructed Ragnar, shouting at him to create a perfect right angle with his sword, a command that had raised Evelyn's suspicions about Rendon's true background. Ragnar thought back to his past life, realizing that Evelyn hadn't uncovered any of this before. He wondered if the Mana Circuit incident in this life had drawn her attention to him. Evelyn continued, revealing that her investigation had led to one place, the Camellia Palace. Immediately, Ragnar's mind raced, thinking about the palace and questioning how it all connected. Anger simmered inside him as he cursed the brutal struggle for the throne and the shadowy figures pulling the strings behind the scenes. Despite his rising frustration, Ragnar kept his composure, outwardly expressing surprise at Evelyn's discoveries but admitting that, with his current skill level, he wasn't strong enough to defeat Rendon. He asked Evelyn what she thought they should do. With confidence, Evelyn assured him that he could defeat Rendon, suggesting that Ragnar was underestimating his true potential. Her words jolted Ragnar back to reality. At that moment, Rendon was preparing to unleash his final strike, intending to finish the fight. Before attacking, Rendon coldly offered Ragnar a deal. If Ragnar knelt down and begged, he might let him live. But as Rendon swung his sword, something unexpected happened. Ragnar showed no fear. He smoothly countered every one of Rendon's attacks. Blow after blow, Rendon launched increasingly difficult strikes, yet Ragnar responded with perfect timing, successfully defending against them all. Rendon's mind was spinning with shock and confusion. He couldn't believe that Ragnar had managed to counter every one of his attacks for so long. Bewildered, he thought to himself, what's happening? This isn't the Ragnar I know. How has his skill improved so much? Up in the stands, the crowd was stunned by the sudden shift in the fight. A wave of murmurs rippled through the spectators, many of them exclaiming that Rendon was being pushed back, something no one had expected. Evelyn stood nearby, silently smiling as she watched the scene unfold. Internally, she was pleased to see that Ragnar was fighting back properly. She recalled how, a week ago, just before the duel was set, she had told Ragnar that if she trained him for a week, he'd easily overwhelm someone like Rendon. While secretly teaching him might have been against the rules, Evelyn didn't care. She believed Rendon wasn't fit to be a teacher anyway. To her, he was nothing more than a scoundrel. Ragnar chuckled inwardly, amazed at how things had turned in his favor. Letting Evelyn owe him had proven to be a smart move. Still, there was something weighing on his mind. He turned to Evelyn and asked, "Why are you helping me so much? Is it because of what happened last time?" Evelyn responded calmly, partly yes, but there's another reason. She explained that there was someone she knew who had taken a particular interest in Ragnar, someone who loved recruiting talented individuals like him. As the battle raged on, it grew more intense with every clash. Rendon still couldn't believe what was happening. The strength Ragnar displayed far exceeded anything Rendon had ever imagined. Each time their weapons collided, sparks flew through the air. Brendan's thoughts raced. He couldn't understand how Ragnar, someone he had always considered talentless, could now be so powerful. He wondered if Ragnar had been faking his incompetence all this time but struggled to grasp why. In the midst of the battle, Ragnar suddenly spoke up, demanding to know who was supporting Rendon from the shadows. As the words left his mouth, he swung his sword powerfully, forcing Rendon to retreat in order to avoid the strike. Without stopping, Ragnar pressed further, questioning the nonsensical lessons Rendon had been teaching him all this time, which Ragnar found utterly ridiculous. Rendon, enraged, tried to respond, claiming he had been doing his best, but Ragnar quickly cut him off, bluntly asking if all of this had anything to do with the Camellia Palace. The question made Rendon freeze, shocked and confused. He couldn't believe Ragnar knew about that connection. Stammering, Rendon scrambled to find an explanation. Ragnar didn't give him any more time. His voice filled with sarcasm, Ragnar mocked Rendon's so-called honesty, then asked if he knew what it felt like to lose an arm. As soon as the words left his lips, Ragnar swung his blade with deadly precision, slicing under Rendon's arm with swift and brutal force. In a flash, Rendon was brought to his knees, looking utterly defeated. He stared at his arm, his face blank and pale, as if he couldn't even comprehend what had just happened. His title as a mid-tier swordsman had been erased by Ragnar in an instant. With a cold expression and eyes filled with lethal intent, Ragnar stood before the other warriors, who were left speechless, unable to believe what they were seeing. Rendon knelt on the ground, screaming in agony, officially defeated by Ragnar, a mere apprentice swordsman. He looked up at Ragnar with hatred in his eyes, crying out in both pain and fury over his severed arm. He couldn't believe Ragnar had the audacity to do such a thing. Meanwhile, Ragnar felt a quiet realization settle in. He had grown much stronger through everything that had happened. He slowly approached Rendon, his eyes emotionless, while Rendon's fear began to mount. Rendon gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend how this could be happening. He couldn't understand how someone he had once looked down upon had become so powerful. Ragnar stopped, locking eyes with Rendon, and reminded him of his own words that everything had come to this because of him. Rendon, seething with bitterness, spat back that Ragnar was the one who should die here today. But Ragnar didn't give him the chance. His sword swung with deadly precision. In Ragnar's mind, memories from his past life flooded back. He vividly remembered the cruel insults Rendon had hurled at him, calling him the weakest of them all. Those words had once cut deep, leaving Ragnar feeling powerless and insignificant. But now, standing before the man who had belittled him, Ragnar realized he had surpassed those limits and grown stronger than ever. Back in the present, as Rendon faced the sharp edge of Ragnar's blade, panic set in. He screamed, begging for mercy, but before he could finish his plea, his head hit the ground. Ragnar gave him no chance. He had made up his mind that he would no longer be the weakling he once was. At that moment, the system chimed in, notifying Ragnar that he had successfully completed the tutorial quest. No one could have predicted the battle would end in such an unexpected way, but for Evelyn, this outcome wasn't surprising. She was pleased for Ragnar having anticipated all of this. The giant man who had watched earlier was in disbelief, his fury palpable. The system continued to echo in Ragnar's mind, announcing that he had exceeded the set objective, earning him an additional reward. Another prompt appeared, asking whether he wanted to claim the reward immediately. The glowing words lit up before his eyes, piquing Ragnar's curiosity. He paused for a moment, feeling the power growing within him, wondering what this new reward might bring. After some thought, he chose to accept. The reward was granted. This battle had solidified Ragnar's place as someone who could no longer be underestimated, no longer the weakling he once was. He had proven to everyone that he wasn't to be trifled with. And the warriors who witnessed the fight stood in shock, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. They whispered in astonishment, exclaiming that an apprentice swordsman like Ragnar had somehow defeated a mid-tier swordsman like Rendon. It seemed impossible. Ragnar glanced down at Rendon's motionless body, memories of 10 years ago flashing through his mind. He recalled his weakness from back then, unable to understand how someone like Rendon had once bested him. But now, things were different, and Ragnar vowed never to be that weak again. The system interrupted his thoughts once more, announcing that the observation skill had been unlocked as part of his reward. Additionally, he had gained 1 year of magical power. Ragnar considered the reward, curious about how this magical strength would help him, but he was especially intrigued by the observation skill, something he had never heard of before. Suddenly, a stranger charged straight toward Ragnar. The figure's arrival was accompanied by a blinding flash of light, and the ground shattered beneath him. The mysterious man called Ragnar's name loudly, forcing him to turn and see who this unexpected attacker was. Standing before Ragnar was none other than Julius, the demon dragon and commander of the white armored dragon cavalry. Ragnar was utterly shocked. In his mind, he wondered why someone like Julius would be here and when he had even arrived. The sudden appearance of Julius left the entire arena in disbelief. No one could fathom that the man before them was the commander of the white armored dragon cavalry. Why was one of the 9 dragons here? Evelyn sighed, visibly irritated, and scolded Julius for ruining the floor. She wondered aloud if it was really that difficult for him to use the normal entrance. Julius, with a menacing expression, approached Ragnar. The mere intensity of his gaze made Ragnar feel a wave of fear wash over him. Ragnar's mind raced, wondering what he had done wrong to provoke Julius, who now seemed ready to devour him alive. But then, unexpectedly, Julius's demeanor changed. He burst into loud laughter, shattering the tense atmosphere. He found the whole situation amusing and praised Ragnar for his performance. As he spoke, Julius slapped Ragnar on the back with such force that it nearly knocked him over. Julius continued, expressing genuine surprise at the strength Ragnar had displayed. He mentioned how Ragnar had surpassed his teacher, and while it was a bit disrespectful to kill Rendon, Julius shrugged it off, saying the man deserved it based on what he had heard. Ragnar could only stammer out Julius's name in shock, but Julius didn't let him finish. He laughed again and told Ragnar not to worry about it. Then, with a firm hand on Ragnar's shoulder, Julius made a bold proposition: Ragnar should join the white-armored dragon cavalry. Evelyn, watching the scene unfold, smiled quietly to herself, feeling proud of Ragnar. The surrounding warriors were stunned once more, unable to believe that Ragnar, the one who had once been called the fool of the Ragnar family, was now being invited to join the prestigious white-armored dragon cavalry. One of the soldiers, unable to hide his shock, turned to his comrade and asked, "Has there ever been a case where an apprentice swordsman who hasn't even undergone the awakening ceremony was invited to join the white-armored dragon cavalry?" His friend stood there, silent for a moment before shaking his head. "I don't know," he replied, confused. The man in the hat, deep in thought, tried to make sense of the situation. He speculated that such a case had never occurred before, because a person's true potential couldn't be judged until their mana reservoir had been unlocked. No matter how skilled a swordsman was, without the full extent of their magical strength, they might not be ready. Even someone as great as Julius Ragnar couldn't be certain about that. Still, he wondered if the demon dragon had seen something in Ragnar's potential that made him take such a gamble. Ragnar, lost in thought, wrestled internally with the decision. After a long pause, he finally decided to decline the invitation. Though it wasn't what he wanted, he felt that his current abilities weren't strong enough to join the white-armored dragon cavalry. Hearing Ragnar's refusal, Julius couldn't hide his disappointment. It was as if the ground had opened up beneath him. The soldier in the hat was equally stunned, unable to believe what he had just heard. Evelyn, standing nearby, was also taken aback by Ragnar's decision. She couldn't understand how he could turn down an offer from the demon dragon himself. Another soldier overheard the conversation and raised a question, wondering if it was really okay for Ragnar to have killed his own teacher. A nearby fighter responded, "It just means his teacher was weak." He remarked that, in reality, Ragnar's teacher was fairly useless, and after seeing that, the demon dragon had tried to recruit Ragnar into the white-armored dragon cavalry. However, Ragnar's refusal, based on feeling that his skills weren't ready, was viewed as an act of rare humility, something not often seen from a member of the Ragnar family. Cutting to the Camellia Palace, the atmosphere was tense as the situation had become more complicated. Lady Emil Ragnar couldn't believe that Ragnar had killed Rendon, one of her trusted subordinates. As she approached, her brother, Heavenly Dragon Ed Troyvan, spoke up to calm her, reminding her that she had sent Rendon because of his poor skills. Emil Ragnar responded coldly, saying Rendon's death was of no concern to her. It wasn't important in the grand scheme of things. Ed Troyvan continued, explaining that the demon dragon had approached Ragnar, and it was Evelyn who had given the orders. This meant they could no longer intervene by assigning a new teacher for Ragnar. He emphasized that if Ragnar started to stand out, controlling the Rose Hall would become increasingly difficult. Axion, standing just outside, overheard the conversation and chimed in. He didn't understand why his mother was so worried, believing there was no way the head of the family would care about this. Axion was confident their plans could proceed as usual. Emil Ragnar explained that the best way to control the Rose Hall without offending the head of the family was to keep Ragnar weak and easy to manipulate. Axion agreed but remained skeptical, stating that Ragnar was still weak and unlikely to change much. To him, someone like Ragnar couldn't possibly accomplish anything significant. Heavenly Dragon Ed Trovan cautioned Axion against making rash judgments, reminding him that both Evelyn and the demon dragon had a tendency to take an interest in the underdogs. Axion, appearing indifferent but ultimately agreeing, decided he would toy with Ragnar to remind him of his place. As he spoke, he held a letter in his hand, preparing to act. Cut to training field number 4, where Ragnar was practicing swordsmanship with Evelyn. Evelyn praised Ragnar, noting that he had made significant progress today. Ragnar thanked her, admitting that learning from the right teacher, like Evelyn, had made a huge difference. Evelyn, curious, asked why Ragnar had refused to join the white-armored dragon cavalry, wondering what had made him pass up such an important opportunity. Ragnar thought to himself, realizing it would be a lie to deny feeling a slight tinge of regret. Joining the white-armored dragon cavalry had once been his dream in his past life, but he also understood that joining now wouldn't be in his best interest. There was no reason to limit himself too early. When he thought about the privileges awarded to the one who stands out in the awakening ceremony, Ragnar knew that joining the cavalry couldn't compare to the greater opportunities ahead. Smiling, Ragnar replied to Evelyn that he didn't want any special privileges and still believed his abilities weren't ready. He was content being trained by her in preparation for the awakening ceremony. Evelyn accepted his decision, but gently reminded him that Commander Julius might be disappointed. Ragnar then decided to use his observation skill to get a better understanding of Evelyn. The system immediately displayed information Evelyn Nevo, age 24, female, former deputy commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, rank advanced swordsman. Her status was clearly shown, revealing that she admired Ragnar's humility and personality and felt reinvigorated after a long time from teaching him. Ragnar found the observation skill incredibly useful and made a mental note to use it more in the future. What surprised him most was learning that Evelyn admired his humility and character, something he hadn't expected. While Ragnar was still lost in thought, a stranger approached. The man introduced himself as Sibindrea from the southern checkpoint and mentioned that he had something important to discuss with Ragnar. Ragnar couldn't help but notice Sibin's intimidating appearance and thought to himself how scary the guy looked. Curious, he decided to use his observation skill to gather more information about this stranger. The system displayed a detailed profile. Sibin, age 17, male, apprentice swordsman, nicknamed the Fool of the Southern Checkpoint but with exceptionally high loyalty. His status also revealed that Sibin harbored a strong desire to spar with Ragnar. Ragnar found himself wondering why Sibin was so eager to challenge him, especially given his fearsome look. Immediately afterward, the system chimed in, announcing that the final tutorial mission had begun, with the objective to help Sibin shed the title of the Fool. Ragnar noticed that he had already completed 28 1/100ths of the progress required to complete this task. Sibin placed his hand on his chest, speaking earnestly. He admitted that he had ignored Ragnar for a long time and even thought the nickname the Fool of the Ragnar family suited him. Inwardly, Ragnar cursed, unsure if Sibin was complimenting or mocking him. Sibin continued emphasizing that he had noticed Ragnar training outside every morning, working harder than anyone else. He acknowledged that the results of Ragnar's efforts were truly impressive. Memories of the sword fight between Rendon and Ragnar flooded Sibin's mind, and he recalled his amazement when Ragnar took down Rendon, something that made Sibin deeply admire him. With clear respect in his voice, Sibin expressed his admiration for Ragnar's incredible growth. He shared how he had witnessed the unexpected arrival of Julius Ragnar and emphasized that Ragnar had become his role model. Sibin admitted that when he felt crushed under the title the Fool of the Southern Checkpoint and wanted to give up, it was Ragnar's rise that changed his mindset. Bowing his head, Sibin humbly asked Ragnar for the honor of sparring with him. Ragnar thought carefully about Sibin's request. Normally he would be suspicious of someone like Sibin, but with the insight from his observation skill, it seemed Sibin was genuine. This surprised Ragnar. After the event of taking down Rendon and the rumors of Julius Ragnar's attention spreading, it seemed that people who had been weighed down by their insecurities were now seeking him out, looking to challenge themselves and perhaps find hope through him. Ragnar hadn't expected that anyone would be willing to follow him. Ragnar thought to himself, realizing this could be a sign that the pride of the Ragnar family still remained. He reminded himself that one day he would need loyal followers by his side to rise to the position of head of the Ragnar family. And this mission, he realized, was the final step in the tutorial chain that would help him ascend to the top. The system flashed clearly before Ragnar's eyes. Tutorial Mission 4, escape the title Fool of the Ragnar family. Completion 28 1/100ths. The title he had never been able to shake off had now become an opportunity to leave behind completely. Ragnar glanced at Evelyn before speaking up. He wanted to spar. Evelyn agreed quickly, encouraging him to show his skills. Ragnar, an apprentice swordsman of the Rose Hall, was awaiting the awakening ceremony, with Evelyn Nevo as his teacher. Meanwhile, Sibin, also an apprentice swordsman, but from the northern checkpoint, wielded the inherited swordsmanship of the Kure family and was a master of quick strikes. After a brief introduction, the battle officially began. Sibin charged at Ragnar, his sword slicing through the air with such force it seemed like he could cut the atmosphere in half. The two swords clashed, creating a resonating sound that echoed around them. Sibin was silently amazed by Ragnar's speed and skill, even though he had always thought speed was his greatest advantage. Inwardly, he admitted to himself that Ragnar's abilities were truly impressive. At the same time, Ragnar quietly assessed his opponent. He wondered how someone like Sibin could ever have been called the Fool. In his previous life, he might have struggled to block even a few of Sibin's strikes. But now, with his current strength, this battle felt all too easy. Ragnar swung his sword with great force, unleashing a powerful attack that sent Sibin tumbling backward. The sheer impact of the strike created a strong vortex, causing Sibin to lose his footing and crash to the ground. As Sibin lay there, dazed from the hit, his eyes rolled back and he looked toward Ragnar in a hazy state. Before losing consciousness, he whispered, as expected from Lord Ragnar, "I lost." He thanked Ragnar, admitting that this battle had taught him a great deal. It had truly been a memorable fight for him. Ragnar, looking at his reflection in his sword, realized something important. He wondered if he could use the observation skill on himself. Out of curiosity, he activated the skill. The system immediately displayed his information. Theo Ragnar, age 17, male, title the Fool of the Ragnar family, talent player Ragnar, observation denied further access, status eagerly awaiting the awakening ceremony, level 0, strength 13, agility 14, vitality 12, magical power 190, intelligence 11, luck -49. Ragnar was surprised by the information he received. While the observation skill denied him access to certain details, he could still clearly see his stats. The numbers showed his abilities, and he noted that they were listed under his talent. He also realized that by continuing to complete missions, he could unlock more skills. As he pondered this, Ragnar figured that his high magical power was likely due to the magic from his past life and the dragon heart, but the fact that his luck was at -49 puzzled him. He began to suspect that he might have been cursed in the past, which could explain the streak of bad luck he had experienced. Determined, Ragnar made up his mind he needed to find a way to improve his luck immediately. At that moment, Ragnar sensed something unusual behind him. He turned around and saw a group of people watching him, their eyes filled with curiosity. Evelyn stood among them, silently observing Ragnar, her thoughts racing. Despite Rendon's weakness, Ragnar's victory over him was still an impressive feat. Moreover, Julius' approval of Ragnar further solidified his position within the Ragnar family. Evelyn realized that with the family's might makes right philosophy, two types of reactions were bound to emerge. Some would envy Ragnar's progress, while others would admire it. Judging from the eyes of those gathered around, it was clear they belonged to the latter group. Around Ragnar, the swordsmen began to murmur about his newfound strength. One of them wondered if they could have withstood Ragnar's blade had they been in Simon's place. The gray-haired swordsman Eodln was eagerly thinking to himself, excitedly imagining a sparring match with Ragnar. But noticing Eod's desire, Ragnar quickly activated his observation skill. The system displayed information about Eodln, age 19, male, rank low-tier swordsman, talent, passion, and perseverance, status eager to spar with Theo Ragnar. But sensing Eod's intense desire, Ragnar immediately called out his name, catching Eod off guard. Surprised to hear Ragnar call him, Eod asked, startled, if the young lord knew who he was. In response, Ragnar ordered Eod to step forward and spar with him. Eodln felt deeply honored to be called upon by Ragnar and quickly readied himself. He introduced himself as the third son of Viscount Nalin and explained that he had been trained in the Du Sheng sword style of the Rose Hall. He hoped they would have a good match. Without hesitation, the two rushed at each other at lightning speed. Their blades clashed with such force that the sounds echoed across the area. The system immediately chimed in with a notification: basic swordsmanship mastery has increased. Eodln leaped high into the air, preparing to strike Ragnar with a powerful blow aimed at his head. The sharp edge of his blade was mere inches from Ragnar's face. However, with superior strength, Ragnar effortlessly blocked Eod's sword, disarming him in the process. The system immediately displayed sword mastery has increased. Ragnar's reflexes were so fast that Eod hadn't even realized what had happened. Gasping for breath, Eod admitted defeat, exclaiming that he had lost. The system chimed in: you have earned the approval of Eodln. Luck increased by 1%. Ragnar quickly realized that gaining the approval of his opponents not only brought him glory, but also increased his luck stat. He began to wonder if the system was tracking his reputation as well. The system continued to notify him: you've earned experience points. Ragnar noticed that by fighting and winning, he gained significant experience points and recognition from those around him. Encouraged by this, he challenged one opponent after another, seeking their approval. After countless battles and victories, Ragnar stood tall, waiting for his next challenger. Glancing at the system notifications, he couldn't help but feel surprised by how many fights he had been in. However, despite all his efforts, the mission escaped the title fool of the Ragnar family had only increased by 1%. He began to think, wondering if it was because the people he fought had already respected him to some degree. Or perhaps he needed to face stronger opponents, or prove himself when more people doubted him. Clearly, he would need a significant event to truly shed this embarrassing title. Just then, a voice called out from afar, asking if Ragnar was all right since he looked exhausted. Ragnar replied, assuring that he would only rest when necessary and this wasn't that time yet. The person slowly approached and announced that he wanted to spar with Ragnar. To Ragnar's surprise, the person was none other than Silver Lion Remington Narcio. Remington's appearance caused a stir among the onlookers. He was one of the Northern Hunting Dogs, a group of the 4 strongest individuals in the Ragnar family generation participating in the awakening ceremony. This group included Hulkus Lank, Ray Ragnar, Remington Narcio, and Axionar from Camellia Palace. As Remington moved closer, he expressed that he had arrived early to witness Ragnar's swordsmanship before the awakening ceremony. He also thanked Ragnar for accepting his request to spar here. Remington's arrival presented the exact opportunity Ragnar needed: a strong and formidable opponent, and a chance to prove that the title fool could finally be erased for good. Ragnar immediately used his observation skill on Remington Narcio. The system displayed: Remington Narcio, age 17, male. Title Vice Clan Leader of the Narcio family, Silver Lion, one of the Northern Hunting Dogs, rank Apprentice Swordsman, talent Swordsmanship Genius, keen senses, extremely hardworking, status surprised by the emergence of an opponent he never expected. Ragnar couldn't help but feel astonished to encounter sword genius Remington in this way. Even while on his mission, he considered it an honor to spar with such a renowned Vice Clan leader like Remington. All Ragnar wanted at this moment was to fight with every ounce of strength and ability he had. Remington, unable to hide his own excitement, met Ragnar's gaze with eyes filled with anticipation, eager for a great duel. Deep inside, Ragnar wondered if his current strength was enough to defeat Remington, a member of the feared Northern Hunting Dogs. The two of them charged at each other with terrifying speed, their swords clashing with powerful strikes. The battle was intense, neither of them willing to give an inch or show any sign of weakness. Their swordsmanship was masterful, captivating everyone watching. They couldn't look away. But The system continued to display tutorial mission 4 Escape the Title Fool of the Ragnar family. Completion 3100%. This battle was bringing Ragnar closer to his goal. As their swords collided once more, the sheer force of their strikes created a shockwave that rippled through the air. The two stood facing each other, but one of their swords had broken. Evelyn watched with growing concern as the scene unfolded. Around her, the swordsmen gasped in alarm. One of them cried out that the broken sword belonged to Theo Ragnar, and everyone began to wonder who would claim victory in this battle. The broken blade in Ragnar's hand seemed like undeniable proof of his defeat. Swordman, refusing to accept the outcome, reacted with frustration, anger bubbling up inside him as he witnessed Ragnar's apparent loss. Beside him, another swordsman calmly remarked that this result wasn't surprising. No matter how much Ragnar had improved, he could never defeat one of the northern hunting dogs, the strongest in their generation. Swordman, still upset, defended Ragnar, arguing that the fighting spirit the young lord had shown was admirable and undeniable even in defeat. Meanwhile, Ragnar silently acknowledged to himself that he had lost. The two combatants stood motionless for a few seconds before Remington broke the silence with a sincere word of thanks. He expressed his appreciation for the fight, noting that Ragnar's sword was worn down, and that he himself had also grown tired. In Remington's view, on a real battlefield, no one would consider such factors. Thus, he declared the loss his own, stating that the battle ended the moment he lost his weapon. With a warm smile, Remington approached Ragnar and extended his hand. He hoped that they would have the chance to fight a proper duel another time. Ragnar agreed, nodding in acknowledgement of the sentiment. The crowd was stunned by the exchange. A brown-haired young man couldn't believe that Remington, one of the northern hunting dogs, had acknowledged Ragnar's skill. Swordman, too, could barely contain his excitement, proudly declaring that Lord Ragnar was truly different and deserved respect. The system displayed tutorial mission 4 Escape the Title Fool of the Ragnar family. Completion 35/100ths. Evelyn breathed a sigh of relief, pleased to witness Ragnar's steady progress. He was growing stronger every day, overcoming challenge after challenge. Ragnar looked at Remington, silently acknowledging his strength. Despite the talents and techniques Ragnar had gained through his missions, which had made him much stronger than in his past life, the clash of their swords revealed just how far behind he still was. The fight may have ended quickly, but Ragnar had learned a lot. What pleased him most was the improvement in his luck and reputation. Though the mission progress had only increased slightly, he remained optimistic and began wondering where his next opportunity to gain approval would come from. Suddenly, Remington called his name, breaking Ragnar's thoughts. Approaching him, Remington explained that his visit today wasn't just for the sparring match. He had come to invite Ragnar to join the Dragon Society. Remington pulled out an invitation letter and handed it to Ragnar. Surprise was written all over Ragnar's face when he heard the name of the Dragon Society. Standing nearby, Swordman was visibly shocked, barely able to hide his amazement at the invitation. He couldn't believe that the Dragon Society, an elite group reserved for the most carefully selected individuals, had directly invited Ragnar, and through none other than Remington himself. Swordman thought to himself, the Dragon Society wasn't just any social group, it was a gathering of talents preparing for the upcoming awakening ceremony. Ragnar stared at the invitation, feeling conflicted. He wondered if he was truly capable of joining such a prestigious society. His emotions were swirling, but Remington quickly reassured him, stating that Ragnar was more than qualified. He emphasized that the Dragon Society wasn't as formal or intimidating as Ragnar might think. It was simply a social group for those preparing for the awakening ceremony. Swordman stood nearby, feeling a pang of disappointment as he wondered why he hadn't received the same invitation. It was hard not to feel let down, watching Ragnar be handed such an opportunity. Meanwhile, Ragnar pondered over the offer. He wasn't entirely sure of Remington's motives, but he realized that the Dragon Society revolved around Axion, a group of people who had always looked down on him. It would be the perfect environment to complete his mission and, at the same time, allow him to spy on Axion and the Palace of Camellia. There was no reason to refuse. With that in mind, Ragnar decided to accept. He reached out and took the invitation from Remington, offering his heartfelt thanks. He told Remington he would join. The system displayed tutorial mission 4 Escape the Title Fool of the Ragnar family. Completion 36/100ths. Remington smiled, clearly pleased with Ragnar's decision. He remarked that it was a wise choice and reminded Ragnar not to hesitate to ask if he needed anything. The next meeting of the Dragon Society would take place in 2 weeks. Evelyn watched the entire exchange, deep in thought. She could sense that great changes and challenges awaited Ragnar, though she wasn't sure yet how to navigate them. Later, back at the Rose Hall, Ragnar returned home. His mother, Cecilia, couldn't hide her joy at her son's return. She rushed into Ragnar's room, her face glowing with happiness, calling out to him in a delighted voice. Ragnar turned, surprised, ready to tell his mother the news of his invitation. But Cecilia wasn't alone. She had brought a procession of servants neatly lined up in 2 rows. They carried various items in their hands. Puzzled, Ragnar asked his mother what was going on and what these items were for. Cecilia smiled warmly at Ragnar, explaining that she had heard of his invitation to join the prestigious society composed of extraordinary talents like Axion and Remington under the watchful eye of the council. At her instruction, the servants approached Ragnar, measuring him and preparing his attire. Cecilia elaborated, saying that everything about him, from his attire to his mannerisms, would be scrutinized carefully. She reassured him that his manners were impeccable, but his appearance and posture needed refinement. This, she could help with, having once been an actress herself. Ragnar could sense his mother's care and concern, yet he also felt the pressure of what lay ahead in the Dragon Society. Cecilia, her voice tinged with emotion, reminded him of her own journey. She expressed joy at being able to assist her son, recounting her life story, how she had been born a commoner's illegitimate daughter and had always felt guilty for the burden her son carried with his tarnished reputation, even though it wasn't her fault. Tears welled in her eyes as she hugged Ragnar, expressing her belief that he could overcome any challenge thrown his way. Moved by his mother's love and devotion, Ragnar gently embraced her, comforting her that she need not worry anymore. He assured her that he would face whatever came his way in the long Dawn and triumph over all obstacles. In his heart, Ragnar silently vowed to crush anyone who dared oppose him. 2 weeks later, the day of the Dragon Society gathering finally arrived. Outside the Rose Hall, Remington had prepared a carriage to escort Ragnar to the event. When Ragnar stepped out, Remington was visibly stunned by the transformation. Ragnar's demeanor had changed dramatically. His polished appearance combined with a newfound aura of confidence commanded the attention of everyone around him. The once foolish Ragnar now exuded an air of authority and composure that left Remington genuinely impressed. As they boarded the carriage, Remington remarked with admiration, "You've changed, Ragnar. I didn't expect this." Ragnar smiled, his eyes gleaming with a quiet determination. "There's much more to come," he replied calmly, as the carriage set off toward the gathering, leaving behind the old image of the fool of the Ragnar family. Remington was completely speechless, though his eyes clearly couldn't hide the surprise. Ragnar, sensing the attention, just smiled and kept quiet. After a moment of taking it all in, Remington burst out laughing and invited Ragnar into the carriage. As Ragnar sat down, he started thinking about himself. He realized not only had he gotten taller, but his muscles had bulked up a lot thanks to the past 2 weeks of intense training. The effort had really paid off in both strength and confidence. Ragnar recalled the days when Remington had visited him regularly, and over time they had grown closer. Ragnar had also earned the respect of many others during this period, though Evelyn, who had briefly trained him, occasionally complained about how things were getting more complicated. On the way, reflecting on everything that had happened in the past 2 weeks, Ragnar felt exhausted but knew it was all worth it. Breaking the silence, Remington suddenly asked if this was Ragnar's first official party. Ragnar nodded, confirming it was true. With a supportive tone, Remington encouraged Ragnar, saying he'd do great, but also gave a light warning that Axion could be a bit tricky. He explained that Axion had actually been the one to extend the invitation, and this entire party was being thrown just for Ragnar. After hearing that, Ragnar stayed quiet, deep in thought. He realized it wasn't Remington who had invited him, it was Axion. Everything was going a little too smoothly, and Ragnar couldn't help but feel suspicious. In his mind, Ragnar could sense that he was walking into a trap, where he'd likely be humiliated at this upcoming party, but oddly enough, that just made him look forward to it even more. After a few hours on the carriage, they were finally nearing the Camellia Palace. Inside the palace, Axion Ragnar, one of the four hounds of the north, was eagerly awaiting the arrival of Theo Ragnar, the so-called fool of the Ragnar family. In Axion's mind, this was the moment he had been looking forward to. He was thrilled at the thought of getting a new toy to play with, and he couldn't hide his excitement. As they arrived at the palace gates, Theo Ragnar's mind was racing with thoughts of the people who had manipulated Rendon, interfered with his growth, and destroyed everything, his mother, the Rose Hall. Remington interrupted his thoughts, informing him that Axion would personally greet him and was likely waiting at the entrance. But Ragnar didn't pay much attention to Remington's words. His focus was solely on figuring out why Axion invited him. Ragnar was certain that Axion wanted to block his rise, knowing that the one they once ridiculed was now becoming a threat. However, Ragnar hadn't come without a plan. He silently vowed to show Axion exactly who he had underestimated. As he looked up at the towering building, Ragnar noticed an eerie blue glow, a signal of a potential mission within the palace. Just as he was caught up in these thoughts, Remington suddenly shouted in panic. Something was falling from above. A loud boom echoed, and the area where Ragnar stood was enveloped in a cloud of white dust. Remington, his voice laced with worry, called out to Ragnar through the thick haze, asking if he was all right. Ragnar calmly replied that he was fine, it was only Flower. Remington, now furious, demanded to know who was behind this childish prank. Ragnar, meanwhile, reflected that had this been his past life, there was no way he would have dodged this stunt. He had his suspicions about Remington's involvement, but the man's genuine reaction cleared any doubt. The system confirmed it with a notification confused by the unexpected situation. Ragnar glanced up at the window where the culprits stood smirking. One of them stepped forward, tauntingly saying it was just a friendly greeting. Remington, still fuming, snapped back, asking if that's what they called a welcome. The one behind the prank was none other than Axion Ragnar himself, one of the four hounds of the north. Axion, with a clear tone of mockery, shrugged and responded with smug arrogance, claiming it was merely a brotherly hello, daring Ragnar to react. Ragnar immediately activated his observe skill on Axion. The system displayed Axion Ragnar, 17 years old, male, title Black Tiger, rank Apprentice Swordsman, talent maniacal unhinged, skill superior swordsmanship, status excited to have found a new toy to play with. As Ragnar calmly observed Axion from afar, he analyzed the situation with composure. Axion seemed taken aback by Ragnar's unruffled demeanor, despite the mocking insults from the guests at the party surrounding him. Instead of getting angry, Ragnar smiled lightly and thanked Axion, his voice steady. He remarked that with such a welcome, gratitude was the only appropriate response and expressed his anticipation for the rest of the evening. Axion, momentarily thrown off by Ragnar's surprising change in attitude, responded with a smirk, admitting that Ragnar had indeed become much more interesting than before. The two of them entered deeper into the Grand Palace. All eyes at the party shifted towards Ragnar. This was a high-class event, attended by many renowned swordsmen and aristocrats, and whispers quickly spread among the crowd. Some murmured about what Axion's true intentions were in inviting someone like Ragnar, assuming that Axion only saw him as a toy for amusement. As Ragnar and Remington walked further into the party, they ignored the chatter. Remington, a bit uneasy, broke the silence, apologizing for the uncomfortable atmosphere. He admitted that, while this was a prestigious event, people didn't always act with such class. Ragnar, unfazed, responded casually, saying that he wasn't bothered at all. In fact, he was grateful for such a welcome. His laid-back response left Remington momentarily speechless, unsure how to react to Ragnar's confidence. Meanwhile, Ragnar's mind was at work. He silently vowed that those who mocked him would eventually pay for their words. At the same time, his attention kept drifting back to the strange blue glow, the signal of a quest he had noticed from outside the palace. He began strategizing how to approach the task without drawing too much attention, his thoughts carefully concealed behind his calm exterior. Axion approached Ragnar with a grin, asking if he was enjoying the party, clearly testing the waters. Ragnar, keeping his cool, reminded himself to stick to the plan. With a composed smile, he replied that he truly appreciated the invitation. Feigning remorse, Axion stepped closer to Ragnar, apologizing for his earlier actions, admitting that perhaps he had gone a bit too far, and asked if Ragnar could forgive him. As he spoke, Axion wrapped his arms tightly around Ragnar in an exaggerated show of friendliness. Remington, sensing the tension and danger, quickly intervened, urging Axion to let go. But Axion scoffed, showing no sign of real regret. Instead of making amends, Axion coldly dismissed Remington's concern, questioning why he should even apologize. Ragnar, still maintaining his calm demeanor, responded in an icy tone, reminding Axion that it was all just a friendly greeting as he'd said before. The steadiness in Ragnar's voice threw Axion off for a moment. He laughed loudly, slapping Ragnar hard on the back and commenting that Ragnar had changed a lot since their last encounter and that he was now far more intriguing. Their conversation quickly drew the attention of the party guests, who began whispering amongst themselves. Insults and jeers about Ragnar started flying. One noble sneered, mocking the idea that someone like Ragnar, born out of wedlock, could ever compare to the purebloods of the Troyvan family. They ridiculed him, suggesting that, despite bearing the Ragnar name, he was still a class below them. Though Ragnar heard every insult, he remained calm. He didn't react, keeping his focus on his plan and what steps he needed to take next. The crowd, emboldened by his silence, turned their mockery toward Remington. One partygoer sneered that Remington, like Ragnar, was also just a bastard, but another quickly hushed him, warning that it was dangerous to speak of such things so openly. Even as the sneers and insults continued, Ragnar's mind remained sharp and calculated, recognizing the storm that was brewing around him. Yet he knew better than to strike prematurely. He had bigger plans for these people, and their day of reckoning was drawing closer. The system displayed progress escaped the title The Fool of Ragnar 41-43-100. Remington couldn't hide his astonishment as he watched Theo Ragnar's bold actions. He hadn't expected Ragnar to behave so fearlessly and wondered if all of this was somehow connected to his own presence. Meanwhile, Ragnar stepped forward, his icy gaze locked onto a blonde noble who had been mocking him moments earlier. Grabbing the man's wrist with a tight grip, Ragnar's voice was cold and full of menace. "The greeting is done," he said. "Now it's time for the farewell." The blonde man began to tremble, pleading for mercy, but Ragnar didn't hesitate. With a quick twist, the man's arm snapped audibly, causing gasps of horror to ripple through the crowd. Axion and Remington stood frozen, shocked by Ragnar's sudden display of violence. The system continued to update. Progress escaped the title The Fool of Ragnar, increasing rapidly. After dealing with the blonde man, Ragnar casually brushed his hair back, his eyes scanning the room with a sharp, dangerous glint. "Anyone else want to greet me?" he challenged, daring the others to step forward. At that moment, the progress bar shot up to 66%. A group of armed soldiers stormed into the room, their presence filled with a deadly aura. Swords were drawn as they declared that hurting a noble would cost Ragnar his life. Ragnar smirked to himself. Now things are getting interesting, he thought. He recognized the leader of the soldiers, Ian Hanavi, the third son of the Hanavi family, one of the 6 houses aligned with the Ragnar clan. Ragnar knew this was the reason he had come to the Long Society, a place filled with hidden enemies. The Hanavi family wouldn't let such an insult go unanswered. Remaining calm, Ragnar looked directly at the soldiers and questioned them about their threats. His challenge made the group falter, confused by his fearlessness. Then, Ragnar unleashed an intense, suffocating bloodlust, making the room feel heavy with danger. And He sneered, "You dare threaten someone from the Bannerman family of Ragnar? Truly, you've lost your senses. Are you ready to take responsibility for those words?" His tone dripped with contempt, as though he was speaking to insects. The soldiers hesitated, unsure of how to respond to such overwhelming confidence. The soldiers felt the heavy pressure emanating from Ragnar, their minds swirling with confusion. They couldn't reconcile this overwhelming aura with the fool they once thought Ragnar to be. As the weight of the situation settled in, they began to recall Ragnar's true position. Not only was he of direct bloodline to the Ragnar family, but he also held the rightful claim to the Northern Throne and governed 6 powerful families. Declaring death upon a member of the Ragnar bloodline wasn't just a mistake, it was an offense that could lead to the annihilation of their entire family. As doubt and fear crept in, the soldiers hesitated. Some of them realized too late that they should have begged for forgiveness before things escalated, but it was already over. With a chilling expression, Ragnar gave the cold order to kill them. Before they could react, a mysterious figure appeared, swiftly neutralizing the soldiers with just a few precise strikes. The room fell silent as the dust settled, and standing amidst the chaos was Evelyn. The system displayed a new update thanks to Evelyn's intervention. Progress toward escaping the title The Fool of Ragnar has increased to 70%. Axion, who had been standing behind the scene, was taken aback by Evelyn's sudden appearance. He hadn't anticipated her arrival in such a situation. After swiftly handling the soldiers, Evelyn turned to Ragnar with a sly smile, asking if he realized just how long she had been watching him. Ragnar returned her smile, his voice calm and composed. "Of course I knew." Internally, Ragnar marveled at the fact that, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly when Evelyn began shadowing him, her presence had been invaluable. With her watching over him, he felt more confident that he could turn the tables without a care in the world. As he looked around, the bodies of those who had dared to oppose him lay scattered at his feet. The scene reminded him of 2 weeks ago, when he was preparing for the Long Society gathering. At that time, Lord Julius Ragnar had asked Evelyn, in a playful tone, whether she was satisfied with her new swordsmanship disciple, given that she once swore not to take on another student. Evelyn had smiled, replying that Ragnar had nowhere else to go but forward. She reminisced about the days before her retirement when Ragnar would spend all his time outside. Recently, her favorite pastime had become pushing him to his limits. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she then asked Julius if her answer satisfied him. Julius had chuckled, holding a glass of champagne, and joked, "Well, that answer is quite expensive." He raised his glass again, this time with a serious note in his voice, and asked for her final word on the matter. Evelyn sighed deeply and admitted that Ragnar had far exceeded her expectations, both in attitude and talent. She affirmed that he was the most skilled student she had ever taught. Lord Julius was visibly surprised and reminded her that Axion too had once been her student. He questioned if Ragnar truly surpassed Axion in talent. Evelyn nodded firmly, explaining that in terms of potential, Ragnar's far outshone even that of Lord Axion. Julius gave a soft chuckle, acknowledging that her words weren't empty flattery. He admitted that she had sharper eyes than he did, but he wondered aloud why Ragnar had hidden his strength for so long. People don't change so suddenly without reason. Evelyn agreed, but added that it was indeed strange for someone who had concealed their power to suddenly start revealing it. She warned that moving too hastily could lead to missteps, and that Ragnar might be driven by something that was chasing him. That's why she felt uneasy about his participation in the Long Society. Julius pondered her words for a moment and guessed that her concern might be related to Axion. He advised her to keep a close watch on Ragnar. After setting the wine bottle down on the table, he remarked that something would certainly happen when those wolf pups gathered, eager for blood. They would start establishing their hierarchy. He suggested that Evelyn tempt Ragnar a little more and encourage him to join the Dragon Knights. As he stood to leave, Julius reminded her that she couldn't retire just because she couldn't ride dragons anymore. He told her she should return and take responsibility for the one she had vouched for. And with a final comment about how excellent the wine was, he left. Evelyn was left in silence, his words lingering in her mind. The pristine white coat draped across the chair next to her seemed to reignite her desire to return to the Dragon Knights. She knew that Julius was right. Back in the present, inside the Camellia Palace, Evelyn reflected on how Ragnar had seemingly orchestrated this entire situation, knowing she had been following him. It became clear that Ragnar might have joined the Long Society with this exact plan in mind from the very beginning. Evelyn mused to herself that Ragnar was not someone she needed to worry about, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly when he had noticed her presence. She concluded that Ragnar was anything but ordinary. Meanwhile, Theo Ragnar was deep in thought about Evelyn's presence. He had sensed her ever since boarding the carriage. As someone who possessed the dragon's heart, he had unlocked the ability to enhance his perception, often referred to as a sixth sense. Ragnar called out to Evelyn, curious about something. Most of the people here had shown blatant disrespect to someone who could potentially inherit great power. What's the punishment for such a crime? The crowd froze, faces turning pale as they trembled in fear. Evelyn responded, saying that, according to family law, the punishment would be carried out immediately. However, since they were all still kids who hadn't undergone the awakening ritual, just cutting off one of their arms would be enough to settle things. Without missing a beat, Evelyn followed Ragnar's words and dashed toward them. Panic spread like wildfire as they screamed, "Wait!" But one by one, Evelyn severed an arm from each of them. The punished included the second son of the Byron family, the eldest son of the Red and White mercenary group, the fourth daughter of Merchant Sears, the third son of the Clark family, and the eldest daughter of the Howard family. Meanwhile, Ragnar's fool title was steadily losing its grip, with the system showing his progress at 79%. One of the terrified victims, desperate for help, crawled over to Axion, grabbing his pants and begging for mercy, trembling with fear. Pleading for Axion to save him, the man was met with nothing but a cold, indifferent stare. Axion, with an icy expression, wondered why he should bother casually dismissing the plea as nothing more than a greeting. Even Axion's rejection shocked him. Evelyn wasted no time, swiftly swinging her sharp blade and slicing through the guy's arm without hesitation. The eldest son of the Perronx family screamed in agony, locked in eye contact with Axion. In that brief moment, their gazes seemed to carry some hidden meaning, as if neither expected to meet again in such a situation. Evelyn lowered her head in respect and said, "It's been a long time, young master." While the system continued to display an increase to 82-100%, Axion silently observed the surroundings, his thoughts racing. He realized that Evelyn had only targeted those who had made comments about lineage. She had proven herself so powerful that even he, as an heir candidate, couldn't stop her. Then, Evelyn spoke up, reporting that she had cut off the right arms of 14 people under Axion's orders. Ragnar listened carefully and asked about their condition, to which Evelyn replied that if they rushed to a priest with their severed arms, they could still be reattached, though their lives as swordsmen would be greatly affected. Remington, standing nearby, asked Axion if the young master was all right. Axion distanced, silently observed without responding, lost in thought. Both Remington and Evelyn were clearly captivated by him without even realizing it. In Ragnar's view, the fool of the Rose Palace had truly changed. As Ragnar thought this, he emitted a menacing aura, as if he harbored a dark desire to crush him beneath his feet. Once everything was settled, Ragnar told Evelyn and Remington it was time to leave. They exchanged a glance, agreeing quickly, and moved to depart. As Ragnar passed by Axion, the latter gave him a light punch on the shoulder, loudly declaring that he had enjoyed the day. The system displayed that the mission completion rate had reached 100%. Ragnar had made an unforgettable impact. The system followed with a congratulatory message for completing Mission 4 with Evelyn and Naravel, confirming that all tutorial missions were now complete. From this moment on, no one would call him the Fool of Ragnar anymore. Ragnar held his head high with pride, knowing the mission was finished, but deep down he knew the true revenge was just beginning. The system announced his reward, an experience potion that would increase the levels of those under 30 by 5. The scene shifted to the inside of Elia Palace, where Lady Emil Ragnar was busy drafting documents when she suddenly received urgent news. A soldier rushed in, reporting on the events that took place at the Long Society's banquet hosted by Axion. Lady Emil, along with the celestial dragon Ed Troyvan, couldn't hide her shock upon hearing this. Doubting her ears, she asked the soldier to repeat the information. The scene then shifted to the home of Theo Ragnar. CB raised a glass in celebration of young Master Theo's surprise debut among the elite. The group cheered, raising their glasses high. 1, 2, 3. Everyone on Theo's side was present, buzzing with excitement over the Long Society banquet, where Theo had taken down the one known as the Fool. This is the end. Please comment Ragnar below if you want to do next part. The tension in Camellia Hall hung thick in the air as Lady Emil Ragnar's fury seeped into her voice, clear and cutting. She railed against her son, scolding him not only for giving that fool a chance to justify himself, but also for allowing his own men to suffer the disgrace of having a hand severed. Axion, shame washing over him, couldn't bring himself to meet his mother's gaze. Regret gnawed at him for daring to defy her. Lady Emil continued, reminding Axion that she had warned him repeatedly not to underestimate his enemies. She pointed out that expecting submission from the likes of Theo was nothing but a fanciful dream. In her eyes, Axion had handed Theo the perfect excuse to stir up trouble. Emil drove her point home, warning that with Theo Ragnar, someone she regarded with pure disdain, on the rise, seizing Rose Hall would become exponentially harder. Attempting to reassure her, Axion finally spoke up, promising there was no need for her to worry. But Lady Emil cut him off instantly, her face tight with irritation. She ordered him to reflect on his actions, for he had nearly derailed their grand plans over trivial whims. Axion nodded solemnly, bowing his head in acknowledgement, promising to remember her words. Then, without another word, he slipped out of the room. Left alone, Lady Emil Ragnar pondered her son's impulsiveness, wondering aloud where he'd inherited such recklessness. Just then, a shadowy figure stepped forward, voice laced with mockery, claiming Axion was just like her in her youth. Emil shot him a cold glance, challenging him with an icy question. "Do you think this is some sort of joke?" From the darkness emerged none other than Heavenly Dragon Ed Troyvan. With an unflappable calm, he advised her not to be so agitated, suggesting that perhaps the situation wasn't as dire as she imagined. Curious, Lady Emil pressed for an explanation. Ed elaborated, pointing out that while Rose Hall was seen as insignificant by most, it still enjoyed the clan leader's support, which made outright seizing control challenging. However, with the chaos Theo had stirred within the Dragon Clan and his rising prominence in Rose Hall, they could use this very trouble as a legal pretext. Ed proposed that they crush Theo through legal proceedings, turning the tables in their favor. As Ed laid out his plan, Lady Amel's mind began to race with the possibilities. She saw that her real concern about Theo's growing strength wasn't his power itself, but the attention his influence over Rose Hall could draw from the clan leader. However, if Camellia Hall could wield the right legal tactics to take down Theo, Rose Hall would be forced to submit to Ed Troyvan without a fight. The opportunity to control them with minimal effort had presented itself. Pleased with the budding strategy, she turned to Ed, inquiring how long he would need to prepare. Ed Troyvan replied with unwavering confidence that everything was already in place. With a slight smile, he suggested Lady Amel enjoy her evening, take a bath, unwind, and get a good night's rest, because by morning she would receive some very good news. To add a touch of comfort, he had even prepared a scented candle from the volcanic region of Ran in the south. Their eyes met, and a fiery passion ignited between them. Lady Amel moved closer, embracing Ed tightly, her heart murmuring that this was why she could never stop loving him. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Theo Ragnar's residence, where Remington sat, sighing heavily. His voice was tinged with sadness as he shared his inner thoughts, admitting his surprise at how much Theo seemed to care about him. Catching the sentiment, Theo looked back at him bewildered, wondering if Remington had gotten tipsy off a mere glass of orange juice. Remington brought up the Dragon Clan, recalling the recent gathering where Theo had faced personal insults. As others began to hurl slurs at Remington, Theo hadn't hesitated to stand up for his friend. Feeling ashamed of his own helplessness, Remington lowered his head in sadness, looking at Theo with a growing admiration. The more he learned about his friend, the more amazed he became. Despite being treated as worthless in the past, Theo had overcome it all and emerged as a truly strong individual. With a mist of tears in his eyes, Remington reflected on Theo's resilience, marveling at his friend's courage to face powerful enemies, daring to stand up even to Camellia Hall without a hint of hesitation. The thought filled Remington with a deep sense of gratitude. On the other side, Theo Ragnar watched quietly, noticing how the system displayed Remington's deep admiration, as though he genuinely believed Theo cared for him. But in truth, Theo felt nothing but fatigue, thinking that perhaps Remington had gotten the wrong impression. The reality was that the clan had simply asked Theo to maintain friendly ties with Axion, nothing more. Taking a deep breath, Remington suddenly declared with conviction that from now on he wanted to follow Theo. In front of everyone at the gathering, he pounded his chest, pledging his loyalty with full confidence. Cheers erupted around them, and onlookers showered them with praise, commenting that strong allies naturally attract each other, and that these two made an impressive pair. Theo Ragnar looked momentarily flustered, intending to object and clarify that Remington might be misunderstanding the situation. But suddenly, a strange, almost telepathic feeling crept into his mind, suggesting that maybe he should just go along with Remington's loyalty. He glanced over at Evelyn, wondering if she had somehow sent this message. Sure enough, her gaze seemed to convey that perhaps this misunderstanding wasn't entirely bad, that everyone genuinely just wanted harmony with him, as the heir of the Ragnar family. Understanding Evelyn's unspoken suggestion, Theo started reflecting on himself. He told himself he wasn't anything special, everything he'd achieved was thanks to the mysterious notification window that had appeared before him. Whether it was traveling back in time or gaining the Ragnar family's innate strength, he felt uncertain, pondering the true source of his power. Initially, he thought it was driven by regret, but the more he dwelled on it, the less sure he became. A vague sense of familiarity swept over him, as if he had encountered this situation before, yet whatever it was helping him, and that was what mattered most. After the Dragon Clan gathering, Theo noticed his level had increased, realizing that each level up came with points to enhance his stats. This new power filled him with both excitement and a faint worry, as if he harbored a vague fear of the brilliant future that lay within his reach. But for now, he knew he had to brace himself for Camellia Hall's counterattack. With this in mind, Theo decided to enlist Remington's help. He gently called out, "Remy, by the way, could you assist me with something?" Remington beamed at the request, cheerfully noting that Theo had used his nickname, making him feel even closer to his friend. Theo pulled out a small slip of paper and handed it to Remington, explaining that the power struggle between him and Axion was about to intensify, and he could use Remington's help to prepare. Remington looked somewhat surprised by the gesture, but Theo had his reasons. He understood that, in the future, Remington would lead the Nasio family, and their forces would be strong enough to challenge the Ragnar clan. This was an ideal opportunity to bring Remington to his side, a strategic move for the road ahead. Accepting the paper with a confident smile, Remington vowed to carry out any task, no matter what it was, since he had sworn his loyalty to Theo. In response, Theo offered a slight smile of appreciation. Yet, Remington couldn't help but question the familiar nickname, asking if Theo had indeed just called him Remy. Before Remington could finish his sentence, a voice from outside suddenly called Theo Ragnar's name. The door was kicked open, and a group of armored soldiers, clearly part of the military, stormed in, leaving everyone in the room stunned. Leading the group was a figure holding a document stamped in red, solemnly announcing that Theo Ragnar was under arrest for charges of intimidation and assault. Evelyn immediately protested, calling it absurd, but Theo, who seemed to have anticipated this, reassured everyone to stay calm. With a steady hand, he took the arrest warrant, his eyes carefully scanning each word, noticing that the ink was still fresh, a clear sign of a hasty action. Seeing that all was in order, Theo didn't hesitate to extend his hands, ready to follow the soldiers to face the trial. With his hands cuffed, he prepared to be led away, but before leaving, he subtly signaled to Remington and Evelyn, silently instructing them on what needed to be done in this situation. Remington and Evelyn, still reeling from the sudden turn of events, exchanged a look of mutual understanding. Then, Remington remembered the small slip of paper Theo had handed him earlier. Slowly, he unfolded it, realizing that the task detailed within was likely part of a secret plan Theo had crafted just for them. The scene shifted to Rose Hall, where the head butler rushed in to deliver urgent news to Lady Cecilia. Hearing the details, her face drained with worry, and she immediately bombarded him with questions, asking frantically if Theo had truly been taken to court. A sense of dizziness washed over her as she struggled to believe Theo was actually facing charges. Her voice trembled as she asked, "What are they accusing him of?" The butler replied calmly, explaining that it seemed everything stemmed from the recent incident at the Dragon Clan. They were accusing Theo of inciting rebellion. Lady Cecilia was stunned, murmuring to herself, wondering if this matter would indeed escalate to a full trial. The butler nodded gravely, confirming that with Theo's decisive action in dismantling the Dragon Clan, this was unlikely to end quietly. He remarked on the irony: who could have anticipated that an invitation to the Dragon Clan would lead to such serious consequences? With tears welling up, Lady Cecilia silently prayed, lifting her gaze to the heavens, hoping for her son's safe return. "Come back safely to me, Theo." Meanwhile, Theo Ragnar was en route to the courthouse, surrounded by those escorting him. Gazing out the window, he reflected on how long it had been since he'd last visited this place, the same place where he had once obliterated the Dragon Clan. But he understood that this ordeal went beyond mere imprisonment. They would undoubtedly bring the case to trial, aiming to question his legitimacy as the Ragnar heir. This was their true goal: to shake his place in the Ragnar family. As the carriage came to a halt, Theo stepped out, acutely aware that they intended to ruin him completely. Yet, strangely, this was exactly what he had anticipated. They led him deep into the courthouse, stopping before a massive door. A cold voice from within ordered him to be brought in. Entering the grand room, Theo found himself facing 4 prominent figures seated like statues, each emanating a commanding presence. He quickly assessed the assembly, recognizing that these were no ordinary officials. This was a gathering of powerhouses. Directly in front of him sat Julius Ragnar, the captain of the White Dragon Cavalry, Ed Troyvan, the Heavenly Dragon, and head of the Intelligence Office Sword Dragon Osa Ragnar, the Lady of Plumhall, and finally, Wolfgang Ragnar, the Elder Dragon and authoritative head of the council. The Elder Dragon, Wolfgang Ragnar, called Theo's name, his voice commanding a silence that enveloped the entire room. Theo responded respectfully, though he couldn't hide his surprise at seeing Wolfgang here. A guard stepped forward and removed Theo's shackles, and Theo watched Wolfgang intently, thinking that this council leader, so devoted to lineage, must find the very existence of a bastard like him repulsive. Wolfgang didn't bother concealing his disdain, his gaze a silent reminder that Theo did not belong in this place. Wolfgang's expression darkened, his irritation evident as he cut Theo off curtly, stating that there was no need for pleasantries. He emphasized that Theo surely knew why he'd been summoned to answer for the misdeeds he'd committed. He listed the factions that had turned against the family: the Byron family, the Ceres Merchant Guild, the Red and White Mercenaries, and even the Hanavi family. Each of them demanded to sever ties with the Ragnar family, all because of what Wolfgang called Theo's foolishness. With a voice thick with anger, he demanded, as though spitting the words at Theo, whether a bastard like him could bear the burden of the damage he'd caused. Theo had dragged the Ragnar family's honor through the mud, and Wolfgang made it clear that he would hold Theo accountable. Despite Wolfgang's harsh reprimand, Theo maintained his composure, responding with a calm, almost indifferent tone. He acknowledged that Wolfgang was right, he had indeed been reckless, but with a sharp edge of sarcasm, Theo added that perhaps he should have decapitated them instead of merely dealing with their limbs. Ed Troyvan glanced at Theo, clearly taken aback, while Theo continued, emphasizing that these people were vassals of the family. They had been granted land and honor, and in return, their duty was to offer loyalty and even their lives. This was the code of a knight, Theo declared, and yet they dared to threaten their own lord. Theo added that if he had foreseen their insolence, he would have beheaded them from the start. Those people deserved punishment, and he believed that the principles of knighthood needed to be reinstated. He couldn't stand idly by and watch the Ragnar family's honor preserved for over 1,000 years be so trampled upon. His sharp words heightened the tension in the room, causing even the powerful figures present to waver. Lord Julius allowed himself a slight, satisfied smile, thinking that his impression of Theo was only growing and that this matter shouldn't end with a mere disciplinary action. Wolfgang, his face devoid of any expression, coldly asked whether Theo was mocking him with such lofty words. But unexpectedly, Osar Ragnar intervened, her tone calm as she remarked that she had heard Theo's explanation, and from a logical standpoint, he wasn't wrong. This clearly displeased Wolfgang, but Osar pressed on, emphasizing that while the Ragnar family was indeed powerful, it might not be as grand as they believed. She warned that if the family didn't heed the voices of their vassals and knights, their future would crumble. After all, they couldn't rule this world through sheer brutality and oppression alone. Theo silently agreed with Osar's perspective, inwardly remarking on the formidable presence of this woman's sword dragon Osar, the clan leader's first wife and the finest swordswoman in the north. Thankfully, it seemed she didn't hold any hostility toward him. Listening to her words, Theo tried to dig through his memories, wondering what might have driven Osar to stand up for him now. Osar continued in her steady tone, expressing her hope that Theo understood the justice behind the punishment he was about to receive. Hearing this, Theo didn't hesitate to ask if he might be informed of the specific nature of that punishment. Wolfgang's voice rang with authority as he announced Theo's punishment: 3 months of house arrest. But his tone turned harsh as he reminded Theo that the awakening ceremony was only 2 months away, and Theo's actions clearly showed he had no respect for such an event. Calmly, Osar continued, revealing she had already considered this and decided to allow Theo to participate in next year's awakening instead. She added that the 15 children injured by Theo's actions would also attend the ceremony next year. Frustrated with Theo's defiance, Wolfgang couldn't suppress his anger. In contrast, Ed Troyvan appeared quite pleased with Osar's decision. Recalling their previous council meeting, Ed thought that thanks to the demon dragon's intervention, Theo's punishment had been much lighter than he had expected. Postponing the awakening was a severe disgrace for someone of Theo's standing within the Ragnar family, and Ed was certain this humiliation would open the door for his own Camellia Hall to rise in influence. Once the plan was complete, Theo would have no choice but to yield. If he was foolish enough to appeal, they would be fully prepared to deal with him. However, Ed doubted Theo would be that reckless. At that exact moment, Theo unexpectedly declared his intention to appeal. The 4 council members were stunned by Theo's boldness, while Ed Troyvan couldn't hide a mocking smirk. Thinking Theo's arrogance knew no bounds, this would only make things easier for him and Camellia Hall. Lord Julius looked at Theo skeptically, asking if he truly understood what an appeal meant. Theo responded confidently that he understood perfectly. Inwardly, Theo thought that this matter couldn't be resolved with a mere 3-month house arrest. It was nothing more than a slap on the wrist. He suspected the demon dragon had pulled some strings to lighten his punishment. Yet, Theo had no intention of accepting even a lenient penalty. He explained further that in a powerful and proud family like the Ragnars, an appeal wasn't just a request, it was a declaration of war. Standing there with determination blazing in his heart, Theo understood that in this battle, only the victor would have a voice. He quietly awaited the system's reward, believing this was the moment to fight for his honor and his future. Just then, a notification flashed on Theo's system screen: you have entered the main storyline. Through this scenario, you may uncover many hidden secrets within this closed world. Best of luck. Theo realized that Scenario Quest 1 had officially begun. The quest bore the title Path of the Air, a name brimming with both challenge and opportunity. The scene shifted to the northern branch, where the Sears Merchant Guild was engulfed in a fierce battle. Amidst the chaos, a cloaked figure moved through the shadows, cutting down countless Sears Guild members with relentless skill. It was Evelyn, fighting alongside Remington, both executing Theo Ragnar's orders without mercy. Amid the turmoil, Remington exclaimed, realizing that just as Theo had written in the note, their true enemies were indeed hidden here. He wondered aloud what could possibly be inside the mysterious box. They were searching for a treasure so important that they'd been ordered to dismantle the entire Sears Guild to retrieve it. There had to be something crucial within, a secret that might tip the scales in Theo's favor in this power struggle. Meanwhile, Troyvan's Camellia Hall was on the brink of complete collapse, unable to withstand the unyielding assault from Theo's loyalists. Theo's persistence and sharp strategy had begun to carve a new path for him in his quest for the inheritance, marking the beginning of the battle known as the Path of the Air. At the trial, Wolfgang coldly questioned Theo, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Are you really turning a 3-month house arrest into a full-blown war? Such arrogance. Do you truly believe you alone can stand against the forces of 15 families? In response to this challenge, Theo remained calm, emphasizing that this was a matter he had to handle himself. Given the overwhelming power imbalance, wasn't a representative battle the most reasonable solution? Theo's reasoning made Julius pause and thought. According to custom, an appeal in such a case would indeed be resolved through a decisive battle. However, when the power disparity was too great for full-scale warfare, the matter was settled by a single combat, a representative duel. This would mean Theo would fight as the defendant's representative, while Axion would likely be chosen to represent the prosecution. If that happened, victory would almost certainly go to Axion. Julius wondered if Theo had some hidden plan in choosing a path that placed him at such a disadvantage. Could Theo be hoping that either Evelyn or Julius himself might step forward to fight in his place? If so, Theo was mistaken. Theo continued, proposing that as per the rules, both sides should choose their representative and conduct the duel 1 week from now. He cast a look at Ed Troyvan as he spoke, and Ed smirked inwardly. He recognized Theo's strategy, a tactic to create an opening for the demon dragon or Evelyn to step in as his champion, but Ed felt confident that neither would accept. In Ed's mind, Theo would be left to face the fight alone. He intended to send Axion against Theo, believing that through this battle, Theo would be forced to confront his true place, perhaps paying with his life in a hopeless fight. Ed agreed to Theo's proposal, nodding in approval of the plan to select representatives for the upcoming duel. Just then, a commanding voice filled the room, sending a chill down everyone's spine. The great doors creaked open, and the tall, imposing figure of a man stepped into the silent hall, causing everyone to break into a cold sweat and bow in reverence. The imposing figure was none other than Kyle Ragnar, the clan leader himself. He strode in, his piercing gaze fixed on Theo, remarking that he'd always thought Theo was a quiet child. Now, it seemed he had a knack for scheming, having changed greatly since their last meeting. His presence commanded respect, and all 4 high-ranking members bowed deeply. Theo quickly followed suit, showing reverence to the living embodiment of the great dragon. Theo felt a flicker of unease but confirmed his intent without hesitation. Kyle nodded thoughtfully, stating that if Theo were to participate in the representative battle on his own, it would pose a serious challenge. He then asked if Theo intended to choose someone else to fight in his place. Faced with his father's question, Theo hesitated momentarily, wondering if this was some sort of test. Ed Troyvan, observing the exchange, grew tense, realizing that Kyle's presence was complicating matters further. Theo responded calmly yet firmly, saying he had no one willing to represent him. He had always intended to face the battle himself. Kyle, with a cold expression, remarked this decision would likely lead to defeat. But Theo stood resolute, declaring that even if he were forced to kneel, he would not lower himself. To Theo's surprise, Kyle burst into hearty laughter, his voice booming through the hall as he addressed those present. No words describe the Ragnar family better than the declaration my son just made. Even if forced, he will not lower himself. Theo bowed his head in gratitude at his father's praise. Inwardly, he was thrilled, believing that the representative duel was merely a decoy. He had no intention of actually fighting. This allowed him to speak his mind openly, without having to hide anything. His plan was already set in motion with Evelyn and Remington, and if it succeeded, it would reveal Camellia Hall's treasonous schemes, giving him victory without the need for violence. Then, clan leader Kyle made an unexpected announcement. He declared that he wanted to personally test Theo with a single strike, bypassing the court proceedings entirely. If Theo could withstand the blow, all charges against him would be dismissed. Theo was stunned, realizing the immense challenge of enduring even one strike from his father. Without another word, Kyle turned and walked away, leaving Theo in a state of shock. The tension in the room spiked as Ed Troyvan, visibly furious, voiced his objections. Inwardly, Ed realized that a single blow from the clan leader symbolized Kyle's acknowledgement of Theo as an opponent. If Theo survived, it would mean that Kyle accepted him as a legitimate heir. Ed felt compelled to prevent this outcome and began listing various reasons, insisting that mere vassals and soldiers shouldn't be allowed to comment on the bloodline of the clan leader's son. Kyle's expression darkened, and he sharply ordered Ed to be silent. He stated that if any vassal dared to question the family's bloodline, Ed should simply eliminate them. Understanding his place, Ed bowed his head in submission. Kyle then turned to Julius, asking if he had anything to add, having noticed his quiet chuckles throughout the exchange. Julius bowed respectfully, replying that he had nothing to add, only that it had been a long time since he'd seen the clan leader show such interest. The clan leader, with a hint of irritation, dismissed Julius's comment as nonsense and ordered an end to the conversation. Finally, Kyle turned back to Theo, asking whether he accepted the challenge. Theo gazed intently at his father, realizing that with a single blow from the clan leader, everything had taken an unexpected turn, disrupting his original plan. Yet, he also recognized that this shift wasn't entirely disadvantageous. After a brief pause, Theo bowed and replied that the challenge seemed far too heavy for him. How could he possibly compare a strike from his father to a representative battle against mere vassals and soldiers? The clan leader frowned and asked if Theo was refusing the challenge out of fear. Theo quickly denied it, explaining that he simply found the terms of this transition to be unfair. When Kyle questioned this unfairness, Theo met his father's gaze directly, suggesting that if the trial were to become more severe, then the reward for his endurance should also increase. His eyes shifted purposefully toward Ed Troyvan, emphasizing that Camellia Hall would serve as a fitting prize for his efforts. Ed Troyvan clenched his teeth, muttering curses under his breath, unable to contain his anger as he fumed. That bastard, even Wolfgang, the elder dragon, showed signs of irritation, privately considering Theo reckless for daring to bargain with the clan leader. To him, an agreement only held value when both parties were equals, and this arrogance would soon lead Theo to a tragic end. Yet, to the surprise of many, clan leader Kyle immediately agreed to Theo's proposal. He seemed pleased, remarking that if Theo was aiming for the role of heir, he needed at least that much courage. Kyle then turned to those present, asking if anyone had objections to his decision. The heavenly dragon, bowing politely, replied that everything within the Ragnar family was under Kyle's authority, and he wouldn't dare comment on this ruling. Satisfied, Kyle ordered preparations for the arena to begin immediately so he could test Theo Ragnar on the spot. Without another word, he turned and left as the arena was quickly set up. Ed Troyvan cursed internally, frustrated that his carefully laid trap for Theo had instead turned into a stage to elevate him. Still, he reassured himself that there was nothing to worry about. Though Theo had grown stronger, he wouldn't withstand a single blow from the clan leader. In his view, even a high-ranking swordmaster would struggle against Kyle's power. Ed convinced himself that Theo would meet his end here. He had to. Meanwhile, Theo could sense Ed Troivan's mood, but he silently vowed that Ed's expectations would never be fulfilled. The rewards and guidance he had received only bolstered his confidence. Father and son stood across from each other in the arena, and Kyle spoke, asking if Theo had perhaps found some magical elixir he was unaware of, given how quickly Theo's strength had developed. However, he added that he didn't care how Theo had grown stronger. Hearing his father's words, Theo silently admired Kyle's keen perception. Even the 9 dragons hadn't noticed his changes, yet the clan leader had sensed it immediately. Kyle continued, reminding Theo that he was still his son, and asked if he was ready. Unflinching, Theo responded confidently that he was prepared. Kyle looked at him, announcing that while he would usually use the blue blade sword, since Theo hadn't yet mastered mana, he'd be using an old iron sword instead. Theo quickly replied that he had no objections. Kyle nodded, a slight smirk playing on his lips, and commanded, "Then let's begin." The moment he finished speaking, an intense aura erupted around Kyle, making the air around him ripple as though being torn apart. From the start, the pressure radiating from Kyle's battle aura bore down on Theo, forcing him to brace himself against its weight. Deep down, Theo recognized the frightening reality. This overwhelming power came solely from Kyle's battle aura, a force of sheer dominance. Kyle raised an eyebrow, momentarily surprised to see Theo still standing, his gaze flickering with satisfaction. Theo reminded himself that he had prepared meticulously. His strength had nearly tripled. The rewards from completing the elixir tutorial had boosted him by 5 levels, and he had allocated all his points into strength. His current stats showed 0 unallocated points, but his magical power had reached a staggering 195, making him feel liberated, surpassing normal limits and stepping into a higher realm of strength. With this power, Theo was confident he could withstand at least one strike from his father. Before him, Kyle appeared like a true god of war, a fitting embodiment of the great dragon Kagna. With a swift, decisive movement, he swung his sword down, producing a blinding pillar of light like a bolt of lightning tearing through space. Theo caught a glimpse of the sharp flash just before the strike descended, a blow powerful enough to obliterate the entire arena, creating a scene of utter devastation and awe. In that split second, the question hung heavy: would Theo survive this colossal strike from the clan leader? The immense power of Kyle's strike had singed Theo's clothing, but as the dust settled, he remained standing, alive and resolute. Kyle looked at him with pride, nodding in approval. With a voice filled with satisfaction, he declared that it had been a long time since he'd found a son as strong and worthy as Theo Ragnar. Theo stood his ground, though the sword he'd used to block the strike lay shattered, and his outfit was now little more than tattered remains. The sight stunned everyone around them, with Ed Troivan in particular staring in disbelief, eyes wide with shock. Clan leader Kyle calmly announced that Theo had proven his innocence through sheer will and resilience, declaring the trial officially over. At that moment, Theo's system displayed a message: "You have successfully completed the quest. Kana's relic has been awarded to you. You now have access to the inventory and the green key as rewards." Theo felt a rush of pride and accomplishment. This first step on his path to inheritance had ended in a stunning success. Scene transition: Rose Hall. Theo had been unconscious for some time before he finally woke up, dazed and wondering where he was. Lady Celia, seeing her son awake, clasped his hand tightly, her voice choked with relief as she expressed her joy that he had finally come to. She couldn't hide her worry as she told him how terrified she'd been upon hearing he'd been struck by the clan leader's sword. Still fretting, she checked his arm, urging him to move his shoulder to ensure it wasn't severely injured, and prepared to call a healer if needed. Theo reassured her, insisting he was fine and gently encouraging her to calm down. Theo softly asked about his location, and Lord Julius suddenly appeared, explaining that, by the clan leader's orders, the former lady of Camellia Hall, Axion, and the head of the intelligence division had all been expelled. Theo's eyes widened in shock as he realized he was in Camellia Hall. Julius confirmed, telling him that everything within Camellia Hall now belonged to him. At that moment, Theo's system updated. His quest status scenario has been updated. Scenario Quest 1: Path of the Air. Main objective is to take over Camellia Hall and uncover its secrets. Camellia Hall 1/1. Secret 0 first. Outside the Camellia Hall grounds, Lady Emil Ragnar was seething with rage, shouting in disbelief at being forced out of what she considered her rightful property. Her servants hurried to calm her, trying to keep her from losing control. At that moment, Ed Troivan appeared with Axion in tow. His voice cold and filled with resolve, Ed commanded Axion to kill Theo Ragnar. Bowing, Axion confirmed that he had once intended to sever Theo's arm at the awakening ceremony, but this time Ed wanted him to take Theo's head. Ed's tone hardened as he reinforced the command, leaving no room for hesitation. Meanwhile, inside Camellia Hall, Theo was reflecting on the recent turn of events. Everything had gone completely off script from his initial plan, but the outcome was far better than he could have anticipated. He had gained control of Camellia Hall without even needing to play his trump card, and now he also had access to the inventory. As Theo checked his system, an image of an apple appeared, and he selected it. In an instant, a ripe, juicy apple materialized in his hand. Smiling, he took a bite, savoring the inventory's unexpected perks and appreciating the usefulness of these peculiar items. He then pulled out his second reward, a green key, which, under the right conditions, could open the gates to the underworld. Theo stood before the room, emanating a mysterious green glow he had once glimpsed, feeling a strong hunch that the green key he'd just received was somehow connected to this place. Stepping forward, he unlocked the door, which creaked open to reveal not an ordinary room but a deep, cavernous dungeon hidden within Camellia Hall. The system displayed a notification: you have discovered a dungeon. Experience gained here will be doubled as a reward. Theo thought to himself that such a hidden cavern within the palace had to signify a special quest. Determined not to miss this chance to gain experience, he prepared by summoning the best weapons from his inventory. Once fully equipped, he stepped confidently into the dungeon. As he ventured deeper, he heard a sound echoing from up ahead. A massive wolf with a menacing gaze and size far beyond that of any ordinary wolf stood before him. Assessing the creature, Theo thought it resembled a true beast, a monster in every sense. The wolf, spotting Theo, charged with razor-sharp fangs bared, looking fierce and relentless. Theo swiftly raised his shield to block the attack, taunting the beast with a smirk, confident in his strength. When the creature's fangs met his shield and were deflected, it leapt back, evading Theo's counterattack, and let out a ferocious roar, preparing for another assault. Though somewhat wary, Theo kept his grip tight on his sword, charging toward the creature without hesitation. They clashed in a fierce, close-quarters battle. Theo quickly observed that the wolf's thick hide and swift movements rendered half-hearted strikes useless. This was no ordinary wolf, it was as powerful and terrifying as a creature from the infernal realms beyond the northern wall, explaining why it wouldn't submit easily. In that instant, Theo surged forward with newfound speed, determined to bring down the beast. He silently wished to recreate the magnificent flash of light he had seen during his father's strike, a radiant, breathtaking force of pure power. That vivid image drove him forward, and with a fiery resolve, he swung his sword down with all his might, ready to fight to the end. His eyes shone with unbreakable determination. This battle would prove his newfound strength and mark a decisive step on his path to becoming the true heir. The wolf reacted swiftly, dodging Theo's strike, and he silently reminded himself that replicating his father's single-strike technique was far from simple. The single strike, a technique that concentrated all one's power into a fatal blow, required flawless swordsmanship and unmatched speed, qualities he knew he needed to hone further. He remembered Evelyn's teachings on agility and precision. Resolved, Theo tossed his shield aside, choosing to abandon defense in favor of speed. In an instant, he vanished from the wolf's line of sight. By the time the wolf registered his movement, Theo's blade was already descending, sharp and swift. The wolf howled in agony as his sword took one of its eyes, and Theo smirked, finally gaining the upper hand. But the fight was far from over. The wolf lunged again, and the two clashed fiercely, each determined to bring the other down. 2 months later, at Training Field 4, swordsmen trained with growing admiration for Theo Ragnar's talents. Eodnalan turned to Siben, noting the increasing crowd at the field. Siben agreed, suggesting they might need to switch fields as rumors spread that the clan leader himself had taught Theo the single strike, attracting many eager to spar with him. Just then, a blond young man named Henry Morris, a trainee from Plum Hall, strode in with a mocking grin, loudly demanding to know when their great young master would show up. Henry sneered, insinuating that Theo's 2-month absence meant he was a coward who had fled, unable to handle the growing legends about him. Siben's eyes flashed with anger, but Henry continued, taunting that the tales were probably lies, from winning the trial without witnesses to supposedly defeating the Dragon Clan. Before Henry could finish, Siben's fist connected with his face, sending him sprawling backward with a few teeth knocked loose. Henry's companions immediately yelled at Siben, outraged, calling him uncultured and threatening to teach him a lesson. At Siben's signal, every swordsman around turned their sharp, intimidating gaze on Henry's group. Unfazed, Siben shouted defiantly, declaring that Henry and his friends were nothing compared to young Master Theo. Eodnalan stepped in, advising Siben not to judge others by appearances, but Siben ignored the advice, fiercely asserting that he couldn't stand by while these insults were thrown at Theo. With a gleeful challenge, he rallied his comrades, declaring this a battle and ordering them to draw their swords. As the situation escalated, Henry's group swiftly drew their weapons, prepared to face off. A black-haired swordsman among Siben's crew scoffed, remarking that these fools must have a death wish. But before the clash could erupt, a mysterious force suddenly froze all their weapons, stunning everyone into silence. In that instant, they noticed the arrival of a braided-haired girl, Ray Ragnar, a prominent member of the renowned Northern Hunter Quartet. Her sudden appearance left both groups in shock. Before they could process her arrival, another figure joined the scene, mocking them for daring to leave him out of the fun. A massive red-haired man, none other than Black Bear Hulkaslank, another member of the Northern Hunter Quartet, strode forward, his towering presence adding to the tension. Hulkus Lank scanned the crowd, but not seeing Theo, frowned and called out, disappointed that only this lot was present. He continued demanding to know about the Radiant Tiger, the one who supposedly owned the training ground and whom he'd come to challenge. When no answer came, Hulkus shouted in frustration, his voice filled with menace as he reiterated that he was there to fight Theo Ragnar. While everyone gaped at the escalating tension, Rey Ragnar observed silently, her expression calm and unreadable. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeon, Theo Ragnar was worn out from 2 grueling months of relentless combat. His sword had shattered in his final battle. For those long months, Theo had continually pushed his limits, hunting down 170 beasts in total. Now, only one last monster remained within the dungeon. Around him lay the massive corpses of the fierce wolves he had slain. The system displayed his updated stats. Name Theo Ragnar. Age 17. Gender male. Level 15. Attributes. Strength 91. Dexterity 25. Magic power 198. Luck -6. Vitality 20. Intelligence 19. And he allocated points 0. Theo downed the red recovery potion in a single gulp, a beginner's potion that had saved him countless times, restoring 10 health points and healing minor wounds. This precious resource had been vital for him to continue his dungeon journey. Reflecting on his progress, he realized that while it had been brutally difficult at first, things had gradually become easier. Time had flown by, and now, 2 months later, he was on the brink of facing the final foe, the dungeon's boss. As the system notified him that he'd reached the 5th floor, Theo glanced at his shattered sword and sighed, acknowledging it was no longer usable. From his inventory, he pulled out a ceremonial sword, a birthday gift from his mother, forged from white snow steel. In the past, amid the rift between him and his mother, Theo had coldly tossed the sword aside, letting it rust in his room. But now, he realized this blade was far better than he'd ever given it credit for. Memories flashed back to a moment 10 years earlier, when Lady Celia had come to his room on his birthday. She'd cheerfully congratulated him, saying she'd stayed up until midnight just to gift him this sword. Yet, at that time, Theo had only shown irritation at her presence, stating that with the awakening ceremony approaching, he had no time to waste on birthday gifts. He had bitterly remarked that, more than anyone, she should understand that good equipment couldn't change one's bloodline. His icy words had left Lady Celia speechless and heartbroken. But returning to the present, Theo silently vowed he wouldn't repeat the mistakes of his previous life. Just then, the system displayed a new notification: boss room. A powerful creature has appeared, please proceed with caution. And in front of him loomed a terrifying figure, a low-tier dragon. Stunned, Theo wondered if this encounter was a mere coincidence, given that the Ragnar bloodline claimed descent from dragons. Now his final challenge was a dragon itself. The system updated his mission progress scenario quest: 1 Path of the Air. Main objective: take over Camellia Hall and uncover its secrets. Camellia Hall 1/1. Secret 0 first. Dungeon monsters remaining 1. Theo questioned whether he had the strength to defeat this formidable creature, a powerful, majestic, and terrifying dragon. Determined to face the dragon head-on, Theo advanced slowly, ready to unleash the new strike he had honed in battles with the wolf pack. Though it wasn't yet on par with his father's dragon strike, he believed that by channeling every ounce of strength from his dragon heart, he could inflict serious damage. Targeting the dragon's eye, Theo launched himself forward with all his might. His thrust was so precise that it blinded the dragon in one eye, and blood poured forth, staining the ground in crimson. The dragon roared in agony, swinging its tail in a violent counterattack that shattered the ground around them, sending shards of rock flying in all directions. This was only the beginning of the battle, and Theo knew he was facing his greatest challenge yet. Acting quickly, he leapt backward to dodge the dragon's brutal assault. He realized that his initial strike hadn't been deep enough for a fatal wound, but it had given him a chance to observe his adversary. Now, with only one eye, the dragon opened its jaws wide, as if to devour him whole. Seizing the opportunity, Theo gripped his sword tightly and charged forward at blinding speed. In an instant, hundreds of slashes appeared across the dragon's body, causing it immense pain. Theo calculated that if he could distract the dragon with quick attacks, he might be able to land a decisive strike on its weak spot. But suddenly, the dragon let out a deafening roar, releasing a blazing red aura. This was its low dragon's fear, a fearsome presence that spread across the battlefield, instilling paralyzing terror and slowing Theo's movements considerably. He felt his body becoming sluggish, unable to move as freely as before. Damn it, he cursed, feeling as if he were trapped within the dragon's terrifying aura. In that moment, the dragon raised its massive claw and slammed it down with a force that could easily end him. Struggling against the fear, Theo braced himself, but the dragon's sheer power was overwhelming. Dust and debris filled the air, the ground shook violently, leaving a deep imprint from the dragon's claw with Theo trapped within, badly injured. In his mind, it became clear why this dragon was the boss. Prolonging this fight would only make things worse. With relentless determination, Theo and the dragon continued to clash, their attacks fueled by incredible speed and strength. Theo knew that to win, he had to exploit the dragon's one weakness, the upturned scale beneath its throat that he had spotted. Gathering all his remaining strength, he surged forward with blinding speed, his sword aimed directly at that vulnerable spot. His blade pierced through the scale, and the dragon's one remaining eye widened as it felt the excruciating pain shoot through its body. As the dragon's scales shattered, the damage peaked, sending the beast into a furious, agonizing thrash that shook the entire dungeon. Theo watched his handiwork unfold, a triumphant smile on his face, knowing he'd delivered the final, decisive blow to end this fierce battle. Meanwhile, back at Training Field 4, the heated argument continued. Ray Ragnar asserted that Theo had to face her first, prompting Hulkus Lank to retort with irritation, claiming that was a matter from 3 years ago, and he'd improved his skills daily since. He believed those 3 years had narrowed the gap between them. But Ray responded with a single, cold word: loser. Ray's arrogance only stoked Hulkus's rage further. Determined to prove himself, he charged forward, challenging her to a duel. Fine, let's settle it once and for all. The winner gets the right to face Theo, he declared before lunging with a powerful strike. Yet Ray blocked it with ease, fueling Hulkus's frustration. Those gathered around watched the high-level clash in astonishment and concern. In the midst of their intense battle, Remington stepped in, urging them to stop. He made it clear that if they wanted to fight, they should take it elsewhere, as this was young Master Theo's domain, and he wouldn't allow disruptions in Theo's absence. Hulkus ignored the warning, even showing a desire to duel Remington himself. Losing patience, Remington frowned and asked if he'd heard a word he'd said. At that moment, an overwhelming aura descended upon the area, pressing down on everyone present. The intense pressure grew heavier, leaving Remington and others uneasy, questioning the source of this fierce bloodlust. All eyes quickly turned to one direction, where Theo Ragnar had just entered. He strode forward, emanating a killing intent so potent it cast a tense, oppressive atmosphere over the entire field. Remington couldn't help but wonder what Theo had been through to return with such an intense aura. Ray Ragnar remained calm, seemingly unfazed by Theo's presence, while Hulkus Lank, the so-called Mad Black Bear, appeared thrilled by Theo's arrival, eagerly shouting that he'd finally shown up. The terrifying aura Theo exuded was none other than the Low Dragon's Fear, a skill he'd acquired upon defeating the dungeon boss. Its effects spread across the battlefield, instilling fear in all who faced him. This newfound power showcased Theo's growth, a testament to the transformation he'd undergone after 2 months of relentless training in the depths of the dungeon. As Theo watched the dragon boss go still, its gaze hollow, he knew he had officially conquered the low-tier dragon. A system notification appeared, congratulating him. Congratulations. You have successfully hunted a low-tier dragon. Exhausted, Theo sat down and took a deep breath, recalling the moment his blade struck the dragon's weak spot, the upturned scale. The dragon had struggled fiercely then, and he genuinely feared he wouldn't make it. But gradually, the dragon had weakened, allowing him to win by exploiting that single vulnerability. As he rested, the system continued updating his rewards. You have received low-tier Dragon Fang and low-tier Dragon Claw. Theo inspected the new loot, recognizing both the Fang and Claw as valuable materials for crafting weapons that would increase durability and sharpness. Glancing at his worn sword, Theo considered using these materials to repair a gift from his mother that had suffered greatly in the battle with the dragon. Another reward notification appeared, this time announcing a new skill. You have acquired the skill Low-Tier Dragon's Fear. Surprised, Theo examined it, noting it was a rank D skill with 1% mastery. The skill emitted the dragon's characteristic bloodlust, intimidating and instilling fear in weaker opponents. Theo reflected that Dragon's Aura was a rare ability, and he hadn't expected to gain such a unique power. After storing the rewards in his inventory, Theo mused that, although he wasn't certain how useful the skill would be in the kingdom, where powerful warriors were common, he would keep it for the right moment. With that, he exited the dungeon, each step weary but relieved as the system displayed a completion message: Camellia Hall dungeon has been cleared. Upon stepping out of the doorway, Theo exhaled, feeling the weight of the task lift from his shoulders. Another congratulatory system notification appeared, reminding him that all Scenario Quest 1 objectives were complete and that his rewards would be delivered immediately. A glowing crystal orb materialized before him. Theo accepted the reward, and the system revealed it as the Compass of the Ancestors, a multifunctional item that would guide its bearer toward ancestral goals. Examining the new item, Theo wondered if the Compass of the Ancestors was linked to his next mission. Though uncertain of its exact use, he decided to store it safely in his inventory, ready for whatever lay ahead. After 2 months of relentless fighting, Theo's body was thoroughly exhausted, and he felt the strong urge to rest. However, before he could make his way back, a maid came rushing up to him, her face filled with worry. She was visibly taken aback by Theo's worn-out appearance, exclaiming in concern as she asked where he'd been to end up in such a state. Theo brushed off her worry, replying simply that he was fine, then asked her to explain the urgent matter. The maid quickly informed him of a brawl taking place at Training Field 4. Without hesitation, Theo set off in that direction, prepared to handle whatever awaited him there. As soon as Theo stepped onto the training grounds, he sensed the tension in the air and let a flicker of killing intent flash in his eyes. His voice cold and firm, he commanded the troublemakers to leave, stating that he needed rest. Theo's aura of menace was so overwhelming that the swordsmen of Plum Hall couldn't endure it, their eyes rolling back, and some even foaming at the mouth. Hulkus Lank, the Black Bear of the Northern Hunter Quartet, was astonished by the sight but maintained his arrogance. He laughed with a challenging tone, declaring that Theo Ragnar was indeed intriguing. With a smirk, he proclaimed Theo as his true opponent and charged. In a swift, powerful motion, Hulkus swung his blade in a spiraling attack, but Theo effortlessly deflected it with a single, casual swing of his sword, sending Hulkus stumbling backward. Both Remington and Ragnar watched in shock, utterly astounded by Theo's newfound strength. Hulkus stood frozen for a few seconds, disbelief clouding his mind as he struggled to comprehend how his powerful strike had been countered so easily. Even Theo was momentarily surprised by his enhanced strength, wondering how a simple swing of his sword had so easily matched Hulkus's force. Theo's single swing had pushed Hulkus back several meters, forcing him to regain his balance to avoid falling. Hulkus's eyes blazed with fury as he shouted defiantly, unwilling to accept such an easy defeat. Known as the Black Bear, Hulkus Lanky was often regarded as the least skilled member of the Northern Hunter Quartet in terms of technique or intelligence, but he had never been bested in sheer physical strength within the Lank family. Fueled by rage and pride, he charged again, determined to break through Theo's guard with a mighty attack. But Theo stood ready, his gaze unwavering and unafraid. He raised his sword to block Hulkus's powerful blow, and even managed to counterattack. With a strong, decisive slash, Theo Ragnar easily bested Hulkus Lank, the Black Bear of the Northern Quartet. He felt a surge of satisfaction, knowing that his training and leveling up over the past 2 months had paid off. Theo had now reached level 16, with improved stats strength 96, dexterity 27, vitality 21, magic power 198, intelligence 20, luck -6, and the skill low-tier Dragon Sphere. With just one strike, Theo inflicted serious injury on Hulkus, blood spraying across the field as the Black Bear fell to the ground, eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. Looking down at Hulkus's unconscious form, Theo felt a mix of astonishment and regret, realizing he had unconsciously used his full power. Fortunately, given Hulkus's renowned resilience, he had only passed out without suffering severe injuries. Witnessing Theo's swift and decisive victory, his allies erupted in celebration, cheering for their young master's overwhelming triumph. They shouted excitedly that Theo had taken down the Black Bear of the Northern Quartet in a single blow. Theo tried to quiet them, reminding them that Hulkus was still alive, but a small sound caught his attention. A deep crack had appeared along his sword, and it split in two. Staring at the broken remnants of his mother's sword, Theo couldn't help but feel a pang of regret, knowing that the cherished gift was now irreparably damaged. The cheers grew even louder when Theo's sword broke, with the crowd taking it as proof of his overwhelming strength. Inside, Theo couldn't help but wonder why they were so thrilled about it, somewhat baffled by the crowd's excitement. Swordsmen surrounded him, gazing at him with admiration, while Remington and Ray Ragnar stood at a distance, still stunned by how quickly everything had unfolded. Ray paused, a distant memory surfacing. She recalled the first time she'd met Theo as a child, a moment etched in her mind. Back then, he'd approached her with genuine concern, wrapping his scarf around her shoulders and gently saying he'd keep her warm. When Ray remained silent, he'd even offered to walk her home until the snow stopped. That gesture had left a lasting impression on her, a memory she'd never forgotten. Back in the present, Ray Ragnar looked toward Theo, now basking in the glory of his recent victory. A slight smile crossed her lips before she quietly turned and walked away without a word. Remington, observing her from the side, couldn't hide his surprise, silently wondering if Ray Ragnar, the usually reserved and stoic Ray, had indeed just smiled. That evening, back at Camellia Hall, Theo attended a celebratory banquet with his family. The event was prepared meticulously, with a festive atmosphere filling the air. And servants scattered flower petals and offered sincere congratulations, praising Theo's dedication and perseverance over the past months. They encouraged him to maintain his momentum until the awakening ceremony, convinced he was destined for great achievements. Unexpectedly, his mother appeared with a dish of expertly prepared abalone. Theo's face lit up in pleasant surprise. Lady Cecilia gently set the dish before him, explaining that these abalone were scarce, harvested from the Uria Sea and slow-roasted with a special butter from farms along the Fu Hao Chu Mountains. She went on to describe how the temperature was gradually raised to retain the abalone's finest flavors. Not stopping there, she added more delicacies to Theo's plate, introducing a special chicken from the western desert of Lyria, raised on acorns and harvested at the ideal age, then stewed with imported ginseng from Jusan, a distant eastern land. And surrounded by such a lavish feast, Theo didn't dare ask his mother to stop. The care and love she poured into each dish moved him deeply. He reflected on his past mistakes, feeling grateful for the chance to make amends. His happiness was evident as he openly expressed his appreciation for the dishes his mother had so thoughtfully prepared. Lady Cecilia suddenly noticed the broken sword she had gifted her son, her eyes widening in shock as she immediately asked what had happened. Standing behind her, Theo grew anxious, breaking into a nervous sweat, fearing he'd be scolded. He quickly explained that the sword had broken during training, apologizing for not taking better care of her precious gift. But to his surprise, Lady Cecilia erupted, cursing the sword's creator with an unexpected anger. Stunned by his mother's uncharacteristic reaction, Theo couldn't help but wonder why she was so upset. Lady Cecilia continued, her voice laced with frustration, explaining that the sword was crafted from white snow steel and mun steelwood materials that should have made it virtually unbreakable. Listening to her, Theo nodded, recalling how his mother had mentioned using only rare materials for this sword. She sighed, exasperated, explaining that the creator must have lied, as a genuine mun steelwood and snow steel sword would never have shattered so easily. Theo mentally reviewed what he knew about mun steelwood, a rare tree that absorbed iron, possessing the durability of steel while maintaining wood's flexibility. He hadn't realized the true value of this sword until now. Curious, he asked his mother about its origins, but Lady Cecilia only declared with resolve that she would get to the bottom of this matter. She was determined to obtain a flawless sword for her son this time. Theo tried to soothe her, insisting he could use another sword and that he'd be fine. But Lady Cecilia dismissed the idea outright, stressing that people were finally beginning to see Theo's true worth, and they couldn't afford to be careless now, especially with the awakening ceremony just a week away. She couldn't accept the thought of Theo participating in such an important event with an old, unimpressive sword. Hearing his mother's determination, Theo felt a warm happiness fill him, touched by the deep love and care she had for him. Lady Cecilia turned, determined to leave at once to handle the matter. Seeing her rush out, Theo called after her, asking where she was going. She responded briskly, announcing that she was heading to the best workshop in Winterra, Basque Forge, where she could ensure the sword's quality for his upcoming ceremony. Basque Forge, one of the 3 most renowned weapon workshops in Winterra, appeared before Theo like a sprawling industrial giant, more akin to a massive factory than a workshop. However, the most remarkable aspect of this place wasn't its scale, it was the mastersmith Kirsten, a craftsman of the highest order, known within intelligence circles as the elven embodiment of capitalism. The title alluded to her unmatched skill and boundless ambition, with only 2 other artisans in Rona able to rival her craftsmanship. As Lady Cecilia and Theo arrived, the grand spectacle of the forge left Theo speechless. Standing before them was Kirsten, the devilish smith, who seemed momentarily surprised at their appearance. Raising an eyebrow, she teased, "Oh, look who's decided to visit." Theo stared in amazement, surprised that his mother was familiar with such a renowned figure. Lady Cecilia approached, casually asking Kirsten if she'd finally given up smoking, leaving Theo even more stunned. Kirsten gave a dry laugh, replying that their mother-daughter relationship had ended the day Cecilia chose to leave. Behind them, Theo stood in quiet shock, realizing that this high-ranking elven woman was his grandmother. A sense of pride filled him, knowing he had a quarter of elven blood, perhaps explaining his striking appearance. Kirsten turned, asking the purpose of their visit. Without hesitation, Lady Cecilia tossed the broken sword into her hands, bluntly stating they were here to return a defective item. Kirsten caught the sword with a look of irritation, scoffing at the idea that one of her creations could be considered flawed. But when she drew the sword to inspect it, she was taken aback by the sight of the break. She stammered slightly, unable to hide her surprise, and wondered aloud if this truly was a faulty product. Eyeing Cecilia with suspicion, Kirsten demanded to know who had wielded the sword. Cecilia gestured toward Theo, introducing him as her son and the future leader of the Rana family. Theo stepped forward, bowing respectfully and introducing himself as Theo Rana of Camellia Hall, expressing his honor at meeting Basque Forge's legendary master. Kirsten, studying the broken blade, asked once more if Theo had indeed used this sword. He confirmed, and Lady Cecilia reinforced the claim, stating that it was clearly a defective item. After a moment of contemplation, Kirsten realized the issue might go deeper than a simple break. She instructed mother and son to follow her inside for a more thorough inspection. As the 3 ventured deeper into the workshop, Theo couldn't contain his surprise and asked his mother why he'd never heard about this part of their family history. Lady Cecilia chuckled softly, explaining that her past was rarely discussed. Kirsten had only been her adoptive mother for 6 months, but in that short time, she'd cared for Cecilia as her own. To Kirsten, all things beautiful were worth cherishing, from jewelry, music, and theater to people. That was why she had taken Cecilia in, a clear sign of her genuine affection for the young girl. Just as Cecilia was finishing, Kirsten interjected, clearly uncomfortable with the topic. Cecilia laughed, teasing that perhaps Kirsten didn't truly feel that way. Kirsten looked away, unwilling to argue further, but Theo, still curious, pressed on, asking why his mother had chosen to leave. Kirsten replied for her, recounting how Cecilia had made the decision herself, driven by the ambition to become the wife of the Ragnar clan's leader. Kirsten admitted she could never understand why Cecilia had chosen such a harsh life, but acknowledged her survival as impressive. Cecilia laughed it off, explaining that her main reason was that the clan leader was far too handsome and deeply in love with her. Kirsten snorted, reminding Cecilia that although she'd left, she'd returned last year, requesting a special sword for her son. Cecilia blushed embarrassed in front of Theo, while Kirsten coolly asked if she had said anything incorrect. Theo quietly observed his mother, realizing he'd never truly understood her. In his previous life, he'd been so consumed by clan duties that he'd never taken the time to appreciate her love. Eventually, they arrived at a special room. Kirsten paused and announced that this was her office, a master's room. Cecilia raised an eyebrow, assuming Kirsten would take Theo directly to the forge to prepare his new sword. But Kirsten insisted Cecilia wait outside and swiftly led Theo in. Before Cecilia could react, the door closed with a heavy thud, leaving her outside, calling anxiously. Inside the private room, Kirsten faced Theo directly, bluntly asking if he was carrying any relics of the ancestral dragon. The question stunned Theo, and he repeated it in disbelief. A relic of the ancestral dragon? Theo had heard tales that the Ragnar clan's founding guardian dragon had spread the ancestral dragon's treasures across Winterra as protective relics, but he had never considered that such a relic could have a connection to him. Kirsten's voice was thick with frustration, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she brandished the broken sword, reminding Theo that this sword was a masterpiece she had poured her heart into her spiritual child. She couldn't believe it had broken unless it had been exposed to some legendary relic. Theo could only apologize, thinking that the sword had broken due to his battle with the dragon. Still, he couldn't fathom why Kirsten was so insistent about a relic. Kirsten turned away, stepping deeper into the room and deciding that instead of explaining, she would let Theo see for himself. She approached a peculiar bed bound with heavy chains and asked Theo what he saw. As Theo focused, his eyes gradually picked up a faint blue light flickering outside the bed's edge, eerily similar to the light he had seen near the entrance to the Camellia Hall dungeon. Kirsten explained that, while she couldn't see or sense anything from the light, it appeared Theo could. She shared how she had tried numerous times to unlock the mysterious chest contained within, but every attempt had ended in failure. Then Kirsten began recounting the legend of the ancestral dragon's relic, a tale from the age of myth. She spoke of how the ancestral dragon had once extracted one of its own teeth to forge the Moonblade, a monstrous weapon of terrifying power. Kirsten proposed that if Theo could break the seal and successfully draw the sword, she would entrust the Moonblade to him. Theo was taken aback by Kirsten's bold offer, but instead of fear, he felt a surge of excitement at the rare opportunity before him and declared with determination that the sword would be his. Immediately, Theo's system displayed a new quest scenario 2, the Heir's Path. Main quest be chosen by the ancestral dragon's relic, the Moonblade. A brief description of the Moonblade appeared, detailing that its first wielder was the leader of the Black Snow faction. One of the 9 dragons, known as the Black Dragon. The system warned that very few had ever seen the sword's true form, as most who had glimpsed or heard of it did not live to tell the tale. In that instant, his system displayed a notification the Moonblade had acknowledged him as its new master, and a new skill, Moonblade's Bloodlust, had been unlocked. This skill granted him the ability to unleash a powerful wave of malice, instilling terror and weakening foes within its reach. As the light faded, Theo gripped the sword tightly, feeling the surge of newfound strength and vitality coursing through him. Confidence welled up within, as he realized he now wielded the power necessary to face whatever challenges lay ahead. In the real world, Lady Cecilia had entered the room, alarmed to find her son motionless. She called his name repeatedly, hoping to rouse him. Emotions overwhelming her, she turned angrily to Kirsten, demanding to know why such a dangerous situation had arisen when she'd only requested a sword, not something that would endanger her son's life. Kirsten remained silent, her gaze fixed on Theo, reassuring herself internally as she noted that the creature's energy had successfully integrated into his bloodstream. Though she had never witnessed such a phenomenon before, she believed Theo would be all right, as he was now bonded to this formidable relic. Unable to contain her worry, Cecilia reproached her foster mother harshly, vowing never to forgive her if anything terrible happened to Theo. Just then, a powerful aura from the sword emanated, encircling Theo in a radiant glow, leaving Cecilia stunned. But within moments, the energy was completely absorbed, and Theo's body returned to its normal state. Cecilia rushed forward, calling her son's name anxiously, and finally Theo began to stir, emerging from his trance. Overjoyed, she embraced him tightly, tears streaming down her face, her fears pouring out as she admitted she thought she might never see him again. Meanwhile, Theo's system displayed a congratulatory message, confirming the successful completion of Scenario 2 after defeating the Griffin Beast. His reward was the permanent ownership of the Moonblade. Kirsten also let out a sigh of relief, watching Theo overcome the challenge, while Theo looked at the sword, feeling fortunate that the Griffin's powers had not fully recovered and that its psychological tricks had failed against him. The system continued to update Theo, notifying him that the Moonblade's energy had boosted his magic power, pushing it beyond the 200-point mark with an additional 30 points. This unexpected increase left Theo amazed, solidifying his appreciation for the Moonblade's immense value. As Theo felt the powerful energy surge through his body, pride swelled up in him. The system had confirmed that his magic level had activated divine ability. This boost allowed him to enhance his body and restore mana every 1.5 seconds. Though thrilled, he reminded himself to hold back and wait for the awakening ceremony to fully unleash this strength. The system quickly updated Theo's stats: 17 years old, male, level 16. Dexterity 27, Strength 96, Vitality 21, Mana 228, Intelligence 20, Luck -6, and a special skill titled Low-Level Dragon's Fear. Kirsten, seeing everything was in order, chuckled and congratulated Theo, visibly impressed by his progress. Theo returned her smile and gently reminded her to keep her initial promise. Kirsten, with a confident grin, reassured him that elves can't lie, which eased Theo's mind. But then, out of nowhere, his sword began to tremble strangely in his hand. Kirsten noticed immediately and explained that the crescent moon sword was probably feeling restless after being sealed away for so long. She pointed to a sturdy wall in the workshop and encouraged Theo to give it a swing with all his might. Hesitant, Theo asked if she was certain. Kirsten laughed, assuring him that a single swing from someone who hadn't yet completed the awakening ceremony couldn't possibly damage the famous Basque workshop. With a sense of excitement rising within him, Theo decided to seize the opportunity to test his strength. He gripped the crescent moon sword tightly, channeling all his mana and strength. As he swung, a powerful aura burst from the blade, creating a breathtaking display. But what no one anticipated was just how potent that strike would be. One swing from Theo left a deep crack across the wall, exposing the outer structure. His strike had split a massive stone and sent a large fracture running through the workshop. Lady Cecilia and Kirsten stood frozen in shock, while Kirsten let out a pained scream, devastated at the sight of her beloved workshop's damage. Staring at the crack he'd just caused, Theo couldn't help but marvel at the crescent moon sword's power. This weapon was truly an artifact of the primordial dragon, far surpassing anything he'd imagined. Theo felt a bit overwhelmed as he realized Kirsten was standing right beside him, her hand suddenly pressed against his stomach. He silently wondered how she'd appeared so quickly without him even noticing. Kirsten looked at him with a playful scold, commenting that he really had no control over his magic and that he'd achieved this feat purely thanks to the sharpness of the sword. In her mind, thoughts of Theo's potential continued to expand. Her eyes sparkled with ambitious ideas about his future. Out of nowhere, Kirsten decided she would become Theo's sponsor. She encouraged him, saying he just needed to soar high and showcase his talent to the world, full of hope that he would become a vibrant symbol, spreading the fame of the Basque workshop. Theo was stunned by Kirsten's bold declaration, too surprised to respond. Lady Cecilia was equally taken aback by her foster mother's sudden change in attitude. With a touch of humor, Theo commented that he could see money in her eyes, causing her to blush, as if he'd caught on to her hidden thoughts. Later that evening, as night fell, Theo and Lady Cecilia bid farewell to Kirsten and headed back to Camellia Palace. Kirsten watched their carriage disappear into the distance, feeling that today had been truly special. She looked at the dragon teeth Theo had left behind, deciding to use them to repair the workshop's damage, smiling in satisfaction at the value of these war trophies. She silently praised Cecilia for raising such a talented young man. Suddenly, a dark figure swooped across the sky and landed before Kirsten. She saw it was a blackbird with piercing, ominous eyes. It greeted her, calling her the Devil's Smith, and she turned in surprise to face the talking creature, wondering what brought it there. 5 days later, on the day of the awakening ceremony, Theo and Evelyn were training together in swordsmanship. Theo's skills had advanced significantly, to the point where he could match Evelyn and consistently push her back with powerful, agile strikes. Evelyn, noticing Theo's remarkable improvement, couldn't help but feel both impressed and proud. The onlookers around them were equally astonished at his progress. Evelyn looked at him with pride, remarking that he'd become strong enough to truly challenge her. Inwardly, Evelyn thought that if Theo could awaken his magic today, it would mark the beginning of someone extraordinary. She smiled as he deflected one of her powerful blows and finally encouraged him, saying he had the strength to claim the top spot in the awakening ceremony. Evelyn sincerely prayed for Theo's success, her gaze filled with pride and hope for his future. Theo happily accepted Evelyn's compliment, thanking her with a burst of excitement and promising that if he achieved the top position, he'd mention her name in his speech in front of everyone. Evelyn, surprised by his declaration, asked why he'd want to do that. Theo's words immediately caught the attention of his admirers, who quickly chimed in, pleading with him to mention their names too. All Theo could do was sigh, realizing that being admired by so many came with its own challenges, and then headed home. 5 days later, the awakening ceremony took place at the Ragnar clan's central headquarters. The two guards were astonished to see Theo arriving from Camellia Palace. It wasn't hard to understand their reaction, given that his reputation had already spread far and wide. Inside the headquarters, a lively atmosphere filled the room as everyone gathered for the awakening ceremony, the most significant event of the year for the Ragnar clan. The grand doors opened, and Theo stepped into the lavishly decorated ceremonial hall. Every participant hoped to achieve outstanding results and be recognized as a swordsman of the Ragnar clan. Among the attendees were the clan leader, members of the 9 Dragons, and even Hilda Ragnar, the former clan leader from 2 generations ago. Theo couldn't help but marvel at Hilda's youthful appearance despite her 150 years, feeling relieved to see her presence at the ceremony. As the drums sounded, marking the official start of the awakening ceremony, Vihan Jagna, the Gate of the Dragon's judge, stepped forward to announce the first test. Each participant was required to wield a pre-prepared sword and leave their mark on the steel wall, gleaming white as snow. Seeing the apprehension in their eyes, Vihan explained further, mentioning they would be given Soma, a rare elixir that temporarily unlocked mana in the dantian, allowing them to make an impression on the steel. The depth of the cut would determine each person's score. Then, the judge called Theo Ragnar's name first. He stepped up with confidence, remembering how, in his past life, Axion had topped the rankings at this very ceremony. But this time, Theo was determined to change that outcome. Taking the soma and choosing a sword from the prepared lineup, he approached the steel wall, ready to showcase his strength. From the observation seats, Hilda curiously asked clan leader Kai about Theo, to which the leader replied that he was indeed the one who had caught his attention. Hilda's interest grew, and she smiled with anticipation, eager to witness the talent of the young descendant whom the Ragnar clan leader had set his sights on. Theo began his warm-up, preparing for the awakening ceremony with a hint of nervousness. Even though he had gone through this before, the event still made him feel anxious. As the judge approached and instructed him to swallow the soma, Theo looked at the pill in his hand, recalling his past life when he'd recklessly consumed it, causing severe damage to his danchin. But this time he was confident things would be different. As the soma took effect, a powerful aura radiated from Theo's body, spreading in waves of rich mana. Judge Vihan was taken aback by the strength emanating from Theo, marveling at his formidable potential. For a member of the Ragnar family, managing such abundant mana within the Danshin could often be challenging and potentially damaging if not controlled well. Yet Theo handled it with ease, leaving Vihan visibly astonished. Overjoyed with his newfound strength, Theo realized that he now possessed both the dragon heart and the ability to harness a vast reserve of mana. Without hesitation, he gathered his energy and swung his sword, leaving behind a massive phantom dragon with razor-sharp fangs. The overwhelming force of his strike sent chills through the onlookers, who felt a wave of cold sweat. Theo's blow landed on the steel wall with a thunderous crash, causing it to shudder violently. Axion, witnessing the scene, was in disbelief as a massive crack appeared right in the center of the steel wall. Judge Vihan was stunned, rendered speechless by the display. After completing the test, Theo calmly turned his back and walked away, leaving the crowd in a state of awe. The onlookers whispered in amazement, wondering how someone who had just awakened their mana could deliver such an extraordinary strike. At that moment, a system notification appeared, revealing that Theo's luck attribute had returned to 0, officially lifting his bad luck curse. It also announced that his reputation was beginning to spread far and wide, filling Theo with immense joy. After this display, Theo attracted the attention of many figures. Osar Ragnar Brunus expressed interest in taking him as a disciple, while Osa Ragnar looked on with displeasure, growing wary of Theo's rising prominence. Theo realized then that Osa was the same mysterious bird that had appeared at the Devil Smith Kirson's workshop. Even Hilda Ragnar began to show special interest in him. Glancing at her, Theo thought about the incredible opportunity before him. Catching the eye of Hilda, the Garuda heart bearer, was a tremendous honor, and Theo couldn't help but dream of acquiring that heart to enhance his power. One by one, each participant stepped up to strike the steel wall. When it was Zen's turn, the judge announced his name, stirring emotions within him. Remembering Theo's success, he silently vowed to do his best. As Theo's name was officially called out, pride surged within him. He had claimed the top spot in the first phase of the awakening ceremony, leaving the crowd in awe and admiration. The whispers spread throughout, with people glancing at each other in disbelief at Theo's remarkable achievement. Axion turned to Theo with a challenging gaze, a fire igniting in his eyes. This result was far from what he'd wanted, but he couldn't deny Theo's ability. Despite his best efforts and a strike that matched Theo's power, Axion had to settle for second place. Below, Theo's supporters erupted in cheers, celebrating his victory. The other apprentice swordsman couldn't help but admire his talent and courage. Sibi stood silently, still processing what he had just witnessed, realizing that Theo had surpassed even his wildest expectations. Judge Vihan, still amazed, spoke up with admiration. "That was an extraordinary display, Theo Ragnar. You've proven your strength to the entire clan. Prepare yourself for the next stage." The rankings continued, with Remington Nasio in 3rd D, Ragnar in 4th, and the following positions filled by Hookus Lanky, Orang, Lizzie ZR in 32nd, Rico Edit in 33rd, and Sindri in 87th. Those who passed the first stage of the trials had performed remarkably well. With the first flower blooming ceremony concluded, Theo and the others headed home to celebrate their victory. Everyone raised their glasses to toast Theo and Remington, celebrating the strength and success their training hall had achieved. Theo modestly thanked everyone, emphasizing that this was only the beginning. He remarked that the true goal was to conquer the second flower blooming ceremony together. With a warm smile, he threw an arm around Remington's shoulder, pledging that they'd aim for the top 2 ranks in the next event. Evelyn also joined in, congratulating Theo with pride and a hint of self-consciousness, admitting that his hard work had truly paid off. Yet, she couldn't help but feel a pang of embarrassment, realizing she'd been left behind. Noticing Remington looking slightly downcast, Theo chuckled humbly and reassured his friend, saying that today's victory was just a stroke of luck and that rankings didn't matter among friends. Remington felt a weight lift from his shoulders, realizing that their friendship meant more than any ranking. The two raised their glasses together, vowing to give their all in the next ceremony. 3 days later, Theo stood on the snow-covered eastern mountain range, preparing for the second flower blooming ceremony. Gazing across the vast landscape, he felt a fresh surge of strength and a profound resolve rising within him. He recalled his recent victory, a triumph he never thought possible in his previous life. Defeating Axion hadn't been easy, but it was proof that he was on the path he had long desired. Deep down, Theo knew this was only the beginning. Taking down Rendon was just the first step in the revenge journey he had sworn to fulfill. Clenching his fists, he looked forward with steely determination. His true enemies were Axion and the Heavenly Dragon, and he would fight tirelessly until he returned every blow they dealt him in his past life, and even more. Stepping back, he surveyed the scene with surprise. The strongest units of the clan had gathered, each presenting tempting offers, even arguing to win him over to their side. From Wind Swords and Sword of the Gale to the Black Sword Unit and Iron Black Cavalry, each faction promised substantial rewards and benefits. Watching them debate, Theo thought, I've really become a sought-after target after just one flower-blooming ceremony. He smirked, realizing this was a rare chance to rise to new heights, yet he also found it somewhat bothersome. He wanted to prepare for the next ceremony and explore the hidden nest, but now he faced an endless stream of offers. Gatsby Jotun, a scout from Wind Swords, shot a glare at Ai Sosuri, who had just declared himself the Fire Demon, with obvious annoyance. He spoke up, trying to push back the competition. Hey, Fire Demon or not, there's still a line to follow. Ain merely scoffed, ignoring Jotun's provocation, and locked eyes with Theo, her gaze fierce. Prince Theo, Iron Black won't treat you like a commoner. This is your best chance to prove your strength. Meanwhile, the Black Sword Unit wasn't any quieter, offering an unprecedented 3-year captaincy role. One of them called out, you'll have everything you need to develop your abilities, no limits. Seeing the chaos and the flood of offers, Theo raised a hand, signaling for them to stop, his voice calm yet firm enough for everyone to hear. Enough. I appreciate your invitations, but I need time to consider. This isn't a decision that can be made right now. The crowd fell silent, exchanging glances, then reluctantly agreed to step back at his words. They knew they couldn't force Theo, yet their eyes still held a mix of anticipation and determination. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Theo exhaled in relief, refocusing on his primary goal. He looked at the compass nest in his hand, excitement bubbling within him about the upcoming second flower blooming ceremony. He reminded himself that it would be a critical step toward discovering the true nest. But then, Lady Ose Ragnar Brunis, the formidable figure from the Plum Blossom Palace, appeared unexpectedly, her quiet yet piercing words stopping him in his tracks. She expressed bluntly that she'd endure any humiliation if it meant recruiting a talent like Theo, a sentiment that left him feeling both conflicted and eager to avoid the mounting entanglements around him. Those nearby watched her with stunned respect, all aware of her influence but shocked that she'd personally approached Theo just to make her case. In his mind, Theo had only one thought: this has gone way too far. It's best to leave before things get even more complicated. He resolved to decline politely, though Lady Ose's shrewd gaze made it clear she had no intention of giving up easily. Meanwhile, in a different scene at Training Ground No. 4, Axion had just finished a fierce match, leaving no opponent standing. The area was thick with tension as he sensed another presence approaching from behind. Instinctively, he swung his sword, sending a powerful strike forward like a bullet. Yet his attack was easily blocked. The one who stopped it was none other than Troyvan, the authoritative Heavenly Dragon and Axion's formidable uncle. The Heavenly Dragon Troyvan looked upon the scene with disdain, his voice calm but laced with mockery. He remarked that throwing tantrums here wouldn't change anything. Axion froze, realizing his powerful uncle's presence, then silently bowed his head. Troyvan tossed his sword to the ground, ordering Axion to follow. As he turned and walked away, his voice was low and chilling at the second flower blooming ceremony. I'll show you how to make it Theo Ragnar's grave. Axion followed, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, fueled by hatred and unwavering determination. In his mind, Theo Ragnar's image had become his sole target, and now, with his uncle's support, he would stop at nothing to see his revenge fulfilled. And in the previous episode, while Axion was furiously venting his anger on his subordinates, Ed Troyvan stepped in with a bold plan to turn the second blooming ceremony into Theo Ragnar's final resting place. The story picks up as Theo finds himself face-to-face with the Sword Dragon. She approached him, leaving everyone around stunned. Whispers of unease rippled through the crowd, with many worried that the Lady of the Plum Blossom Court showing up in person might make their faction appear weak. Fire Fiend quickly tried to intervene, but before she could finish her sentence, a powerful energy sphere enveloped both her and Theo Ragnar. Outside the sphere, panic erupted as the crowd realized the area had been completely disconnected from the outside world. Suspicion grew among them. They feared that the lady might be giving Theo Ragnar direct guidance. Inside the sphere, Theo stepped into the Sword Dragon's seal space. He glanced around, noting that this was a realm entirely separate from reality. Seeing something he'd only heard rumors about made him realize the weight of his growing reputation. Breaking the silence, the Sword Dragon spoke. She mentioned potential displeasure from the Dragon Lord, but firmly declared that no one could stop her from giving a gift to someone she chose. At the mention of a gift, Theo blinked in surprise and asked for clarification. The Sword Dragon slowly drew her weapon, explaining that while the Dragon Lord's sword was as fierce as a dragon's breath, hers embodied countless transformations. As she spoke, the surrounding space morphed into a dreamlike forest filled with blooming flowers. She continued, elaborating that the dragon she followed symbolized all the transformations one could imagine. Without further ado, the sword dragon launched into a demonstration, beginning Theo's lesson. He focused intensely on her every move, determined to commit everything to memory. Meanwhile, she introduced him to the Demon Bloom swordsmanship, starting with its first technique, Heavenly Blossom Rain. Theo's astonishment grew as he realized that in a single breath, she executed 122 steps and techniques. He couldn't help but wonder at the sheer power one could wield by merging all those moves into a single strike, envisioning the unimaginable strength he could achieve if that dream became a reality. Theo Ragna cast a serious gaze toward the sword dragon, hesitating as he expressed his doubt about whether he was worthy of receiving such a gift. The sword dragon gave a slight nod, her eyes filled with understanding, and replied with a cryptic yet reassuring message if he had already realized the weight of it. That was enough. As soon as her words fell, the space around them shifted, returning them to the world they had left behind. Before departing, she left him with a parting remark: if he ever wanted to learn more, he could seek her out any time. When the second blooming ceremony concluded, all eyes turned toward Theo Ragna and the sword dragon, their expressions still marked by confusion over what had transpired. With a gentle blessing, the sword dragon wished for Theo to become a refreshing breeze for this land. Her words hung in the air as she vanished, leaving behind drifting cherry blossoms that slowly settled on the ground. Standing amidst this serene scene, Theo reflected on the immense gift he had just received. Whether he accepted it or not, the weight of it carried both honor and responsibility. He began to wonder if becoming a disciple of the Lady of the Plum Blossom Court and a member of the white-armored dragon cavalry was truly his destiny. Yet, he decided to set those thoughts aside until after the second blooming ceremony. 3 days later, in the snow-covered mountains near the northern Great Wall, the second blooming ceremony officially began. This majestic land stretched from the Winterer stronghold to the distant Demon Sea. Amid the stillness of the mountains, the deep and commanding voice of Senior Swordmaster Jackie resonated, reminding everyone of the Ragna family's millennia-old duty to protect humanity from the cursed lands and the perilous Demon Sea. He emphasized that those present today would one day shoulder this critical role themselves, and it was for this reason that such a harsh and unforgiving place had been chosen as the site for the second blooming ceremony. Jackie continued his lecture, emphasizing that, as apprentice swordsmen, none of them were permitted to cross the Demon Sea. The challenge would be confined within the Great Wall, and he warned them to tread carefully and avoid stepping into dangerous territory. He laid out the test's details with precision over the next 15 days. Their mission was to hunt beasts in the Winter Mountain Range and collect the bells tied to their necks. These bells were divided into 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. Jackie pointed out that the higher the bell's position on the spectrum, the more points it was worth, and the stronger the beast guarding it. The purple bell, he added, belonged to a beast that none of them could hope to defeat, but the reward for obtaining it would be exceptional. He further emphasized that any method was allowed in the test, as long as the bells were brought back before the time limit. Hearing this, Theo Ragna reflected on the true meaning of the rules. He realized Jackie was subtly encouraging fierce competition, even conflict, among the participants. Yet, deep down, Theo understood that such challenges were the essence of survival. Concluding his address, Jackie announced that outposts had been set up at various locations to prevent monsters from breaching the perimeter. Essential supplies had been buried in these safe zones, and he urged everyone to use them wisely. With the official signal, the test began. The crowd immediately scattered, each contestant pursuing their own strategy. One apprentice swordsman carefully calculated their priorities with 15 days ahead. Securing supplies was paramount. They knew a stable source of provisions was critical and resolved to support young Master Theo Ragna. Meanwhile, Black Bear, unable to contain his excitement, charged forward, repeatedly shouting that this was going to be a blast. Axion, on the other hand, wore a pensive expression, replaying his uncle's instructions in his mind. He had been told to stick to the plan. This place, his uncle had assured him, would inevitably become Theo Ragna's grave. Watching from a distance, Theo kept his eyes locked on Axion, carefully studying his every move with a sense of growing caution. Behind Theo Ragna, someone quietly observed his every move. Feeling the weight of the gaze, Theo turned around and came face to face with Remington, who called out to him. With steadfast eyes, Remington met Theo's gaze and confessed his thoughts. Over the past 3 days, he had wrestled with his emotions, coming to the realization that he saw Theo not only as a friend but also as a rival. This revelation had ignited a new ambition within him, a genuine desire to surpass Theo. Hearing the sincere words, Theo smiled softly, expressing his understanding. He affirmed that he, too, regarded Remington as both a friend and a rival worth respecting. Remington laughed heartily at this, admitting he had worried he might be the only one feeling this way. With a renewed sense of determination, Remington declared that during the second blooming ceremony he wouldn't hold back. This, he said, was the message he wanted to convey. Theo's smile lingered as he wished Remington good luck. Without another word, Remington turned and walked away, leaving Theo to his quiet thoughts. Theo realized that being targeted as a rival by Remington didn't weigh him down. Instead, it fueled a sense of exhilaration. The thrill of the challenge added a spark of excitement, reinforcing his awareness of how far he had come in strength and maturity. Setting those emotions aside, Theo reached for the ancestral compass, a sacred artifact said to guide its holder to the dragon's nest. As the compass activated in his hand, its needle swung eastward, pointing toward a mountain with a mysterious cave emanating an eerie blue light. Following the guidance of the ancestral compass, Theo trudged deeper into the snow-covered mountain, braving the biting cold of a harsh winter. Standing at the mountain's edge, he scanned his surroundings, his sharp eyes searching for any sign of his target. Suspecting that the location might be concealed beneath the thick layers of snow, he muttered to himself, half-jokingly, about how bringing a shovel might have been more practical than a sword. The thought of digging with a weapon felt oddly comical, but he shrugged it off with a light-hearted chuckle, drawing his blade with quiet confidence. With a single swing of his sword, a brilliant arc of lightning cut through the air, scattering snow in every direction. The blast revealed a clearing with sparse trees and a mysterious cave hidden beneath the icy blanket. Lowering his weapon, Theo called out, his voice laced with a playful taunt. Now was the time for those in hiding to show themselves. From the shadows of the cave, a mocking chuckle echoed back. A figure emerged, their eyes glinting with amusement as they spoke. The stranger teased, admitting that their group had thought they were tailing Theo discreetly, only to be caught red-handed. Raising an eyebrow, Theo feigned surprise as he eyed the group stepping into the light. Among them, a stocky man shifted uncomfortably. His worried tone betrayed his irritation as he scolded his companions for being too noisy, blaming them for their exposure. Muttering under his breath, he added with a hint of dread that Theo seemed far more dangerous than they had anticipated. Standing before Theo were 3 infamous bandits of Mount Buck-Hide, Kao, and Lun. Their notorious reputations were tied to a string of civilian murders disguised as accidents during missions. As he faced them, dark memories surged through Theo's mind. He vividly recalled the horrifying massacre at a mountain village near Buck, an investigation he had once undertaken alongside Huxol. The brutality of that event had defied imagination. 761 dead, 220 missing. What haunted him most was the gruesome detail: every victim's head had been crushed, rendering identification impossible. Confronted with these criminals, Theo couldn't suppress a wave of seething anger, yet he also recognized the grim truth behind their existence, an inevitable consequence of the weak reaching for power far beyond their grasp. He studied the 3 bandits, reflecting on their cruelty. He had planned to deal with them eventually, but fate had brought this unexpected encounter. With a sharp gaze, he addressed them, suggesting that their target must be Axion's wealth. The trio exchanged glances, their expressions darkening with murderous intent. One of them sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm, as he dismissed the idea of being manipulated by a fellow disciple. They mocked Theo further, with one loud-mouthed bandit jeering that someone like him, a mere lackey, couldn't possibly comprehend the bigger picture. Their taunts prompted Theo to think of the Elder Dragon and its schemes. Without hesitation, he declared his suspicion that the trio had been sent by the Merchant Council. His words struck a nerve, leaving the bandits visibly shaken. Stammering, they failed to conceal their shock, their reactions confirming that Theo's deduction had unraveled their carefully laid plans. Theo seized the moment, pointing out that their own words had made everything abundantly clear. He further deduced that the supervisor, noticeably absent from the scene, was undoubtedly in league with them. The bandits, their deception laid bare, tried to maintain composure. One scoffed, begrudgingly admitting Theo's sharpness, before turning to his companions and casually asking if this revelation would cause them any trouble. Another smirked, exuding overconfidence, and boldly declared that Theo's death was inevitable. Theo's gaze turned icy, devoid of any visible emotion. Before the bandits could make their move, he struck with blinding speed. His attack was so swift that none of them had time to react. In the blink of an eye, each bandit lost an arm to the sheer force of his blade. The ground erupted around them, dirt and debris scattering violently, while terror and disbelief overtook their faces as they realized the insurmountable gap in strength. With cold precision, Theo spoke, announcing that he would not stoop to their level. Unlike them, he would leave their heads intact. A second slash followed, swift and merciless, ending their lives before they could fully grasp what had happened. In mere moments, the arrogant trio was dispatched cleanly and efficiently. Looking down at their lifeless bodies, Theo reflected on how their youth and inexperience had made the fight effortless. His mind wandered to the technique Heavenly Blossom Rain, taught to him by the Lady of the Plum Blossom Court. After 3 days of rigorous practice, he felt a quiet pride in being able to execute the move 3 times consecutively. Yet, he remained acutely aware of the vast difference between himself and the sword dragon, who could perform the technique flawlessly up to 120 times, her movements an intricate dance of curves and spirals beyond imagination. Afterward, Theo began cleaning up the aftermath. Calmly, he grabbed each severed head, one by one, and methodically tossed them down the mountainside. However, the peculiar sound that followed his actions caught his attention. Pausing, he listened closely, curiosity stirring within him as he wondered about the source of the strange noise. There, approaching the edge to investigate, he stumbled upon a hidden staircase leading deep underground. Almost instantly, his mission interface displayed a notification for a hidden quest: find the invisible staircase and uncover the green actions. Without hesitation, Theo leapt down the stairs, eager to uncover the mystery awaiting him below. Unbeknownst to him, from a safe distance, Robert Ragna silently observed his every move. Elsewhere, Axion Ragna, the reigning champion, had already completed the capture of 41 demons with his team of 21. At a different location, within the encampment of the Demon Dragon Corps, a member turned to a soldier and inquired about Theo Ragna's progress. The soldier, speaking with utmost respect, reported that Theo had yet to capture a single demon and appeared to be working alone. Hearing this, the Demon Dragon member raised an eyebrow in surprise, speculating that Theo was either lying low or preparing an ambush. Meanwhile, the Sword Dragon responded calmly, noting the uncertainty in such speculation. If it's only a guess, she remarked, then nothing is truly confirmed. The Elder Dragon, on the other hand, smiled faintly, his confidence unwavering. He mused that Theo's strong performance in the first round didn't guarantee he would excel in the second. Laughing loudly, his tone dripping with mockery, he made a pointed comment about Theo's illegitimate birth. Inwardly, he felt reassured, believing the bandits had carried out their task flawlessly. The Celestial Dragon stood nearby, suspicion clouding his gaze as he used sound transmission to question whether the High Council had a hand in the recent events. The Elder Dragon denied any involvement, assuring him that no prior messages had been sent and that everything was still proceeding as planned. However, a storm brewed within the Celestial Dragon, his frustration mounting as he realized the Elder Dragon had acted independently without consulting him. Memories of his search of the Crimson Blossom Hall flashed through his mind. Despite his efforts, he had failed to locate the ancient dragon relic, and his instinct screamed that Theo held the key to its whereabouts. Without hesitation, the Celestial Dragon sent a sound transmission to a subordinate, ordering Axion to accelerate his actions. Meanwhile, the Sword Dragon, her sharp eyes catching every subtle move, studied the suspicious interactions between the Celestial Dragon and the Elder Dragon. She voiced her concerns to the Demon Dragon, expressing her belief that the High Council and their secretary might be conspiring. She suggested setting a safety net to counter any schemes. The Demon Dragon, however, dismissed her concerns, arguing that interfering with the test was pointless since Theo wasn't someone who could be easily subdued. He further pointed out that the Sword Dragon herself had met with Theo without notifying anyone beforehand. Maintaining her composure, the Sword Dragon chuckled softly and replied that in this matter, Theo's emotions were what truly mattered. In a distant location, Theo Ragna ventured deeper into the mysterious cave, guided by the compass's unwavering needle. Before him lay grotesque skeletons, their twisted forms scattered along the path. Each step he took was measured, his gaze sharp and wary. His thoughts turned to the formidable divine traps that lurked in this place, mechanisms designed to strip away the sanity of anyone attempting the Moonlit Sword's trial. Yet for Theo, these dangers were little more than minor nuisances. What truly piqued his curiosity was how the compass had led him to such an enigmatic site. Gently placing a hand on the cavern wall, Theo felt a surge of divine energy coursing through him. This unique power, derived from mana, not only heightened his physical abilities but also expanded his senses, granting him unparalleled awareness. As the divine energy pulsed through him, a golden glow began to emerge ahead, revealing the faint outline of a hidden entrance. Fixing his gaze on the light, Theo smiled, reassured that he was on the right track. This place, he realized, was the den of a young dragon, destined to be the site where Huxol would hunt a dragon and uncover a legendary artifact 3 years from now. Still, his resolve didn't waver. He knew he couldn't let this opportunity slip away, even if it meant feeling a twinge of guilt toward Huxol. As he approached the gate leading into the nest, Theo froze in his tracks, utterly stunned by the scene that unfolded before him. His initial assumption had been wrong. This wasn't the lair of a young dragon, but the dwelling of an ancient one. The sight left him breathless, mountains of gold piled high, their dazzling radiance reflecting the faint light that filled the space. Atop the glittering treasure lay a massive dragon, its colossal form nestled in slumber, oblivious to Theo's presence. Theo stood motionless, a mix of awe and apprehension washing over him as the sheer weight of the dragon's mystic power enveloped the cavern. Theo's face turned pale as he grasped the immense danger before him. He kept telling himself that facing an ancient dragon would obliterate any hope of obtaining Amon's relic. Survival wasn't even a possibility. Questions swirled in his mind. Why was there an ancient dragon here instead of a young one? Had Huxol spread false information, or had he arrived 3 years too early? Whatever the reason, the situation was far beyond anything he had anticipated. After a brief deliberation, Theo made his decision. He would retreat. Turning his back on the dragon, his heart heavy with regret, he resolved to leave before Huxol arrived. But just as he turned, the unexpected happened. The dragon suddenly awoke, its fierce eyes locking onto Theo. He froze, spinning around to find the ancient dragon towering before him, its massive presence somehow having moved without him noticing. The dragon stared intently at him before speaking, declaring that Theo was the first to be chosen in a long, long time. The dragon then introduced itself as Roadbroke, the ancient dragon known by the Ragnar bloodline as the guardian dragon god and the master of the Winter Mountain. Theo's shock was immeasurable. Dropping to his knees, he bowed deeply, addressing Roadbroke with utmost reverence, referring to it as his ancestor. Roadbroke tilted its head slightly, surprised by the term, and asked why Theo considered it an ancestor. Theo explained that the guardian dragon god had been a companion of Sigurd, Theo's forefather, and the mother of Friedref. Hearing this, Rodbrok let out a dry laugh, as if it had just unraveled a long-standing misunderstanding. It dismissed the notion, stating that Friedref had spread absurd tales. Rodbrok clarified that its relationship with Sigurd was purely one of mutual respect as a soul pact holder, devoid of any emotional attachment. With a firm tone, it emphasized that from the beginning, humans could never become life partners to a dragon. Theo was even more astonished by Rodbrok's words, his mind racing with questions about the true nature of the relationship between his ancestors and the ancient dragon. Slowly he stood up, his gaze fixed on the towering figure before him, and hesitantly asked if the rumors about his family carrying dragon blood were merely propaganda. Rodbrok looked at him calmly, its voice steady yet authoritative, denying the claim. It explained that through the pact made between itself and Sigurd, the dragon's bloodline had indeed been passed down through Theo's family. Before Theo could ask further, Rodbrok cut him off, clearly uninterested in prolonging the conversation. The dragon declared that the greetings were sufficient, and it was now time to fulfill its duty as the guardian dragon god. It reaffirmed its original vow, stating that the chosen one, Theo, would be allowed to undertake its trial. According to Rodbrok, the trial would consist of answering 3 questions. The gravity of the task left Theo momentarily stunned. Inwardly, Theo felt a wave of relief wash over him as he realized this wasn't a battle. A sense of gratitude bubbled up. His primary goal was to rise to the pinnacle of the Ragnar lineage, and this trial offered him a chance to uncover more about his family's history and power. Recognizing the significance of this opportunity, Theo resolved to seize it and extract as much knowledge as he could from this ancient being. Outside the cavern, Axion continued his relentless pursuit of the beasts within the trial zone. Each swing of his blade brought swift and decisive death. Another creature fell under his sword, and this time the bell he retrieved was green. Picking it up, Axion mentally counted. This was his 57th bell. Without a second thought, he tossed the bell to the soldiers trailing behind him and casually demanded news of Theo Ragnar's whereabouts. The soldiers scrambled to respond, laughing mockingly as they speculated that Theo was likely hiding, too scared to face the beasts. Among them, Bang Axion and Orion Niner were the loudest, their scornful remarks ringing out as they openly belittled Theo. Orion, however, secretly observed Axion, grudgingly admitting to himself how formidable Axion's abilities were. Watching Axion effortlessly dispatch powerful beasts, Orion resolved to stick close to him, no matter what might happen. Yet, beneath this practical decision, a flicker of disdain lingered. Despite Axion's strength, Orion couldn't shake the thought that he acted like a reckless fool. But Orion's thoughts were abruptly interrupted. Before he could voice anything, Axion seized him by the collar, lifting him off the ground with terrifying ease. Axion's eyes were like daggers as he stared directly into Orion's, his voice low and menacing, dripping with deadly intent. He coldly declared that strength was the key to banishing fear, emphasizing that true power made fear irrelevant. Axion leaned in, his voice a growl, demanding to know what schemes Orion was plotting. Panic overtook Orion as he thrashed and screamed, desperately denying any wrongdoing. Yet, the terror in his eyes betrayed the truth, revealing far more than his frantic words ever could. A soldier approached Axion cautiously, reporting that a message had come from his superior, urging him to expedite the plan. Axion, his icy glare still lingering from his confrontation with Orion, finally released his grip, letting Orion crash heavily to the ground. With a cold, detached voice, he told the soldier to relay to his uncle to stop pressuring him. After all, the person who wanted Theo Ragnar dead the most was Axion himself. He emphasized that he would strike Theo the moment he showed his face, his eyes flashing with ruthless determination as he turned and walked away. Meanwhile, Theo Ragnar stood before the ancient dragon, carefully considering the first question he would ask. The weight of the moment pressed heavily on him, and he let out a deep sigh. Finally, he broke the silence, announcing his intent to ask the first question. Rodbrok, growing visibly impatient, sighed and urged Theo to hurry, its tone laced with annoyance as it prompted him to reveal what he wanted to know. Lifting his gaze, Theo posed his question: why was the ancient dragon here? In response, Rodbrok noted that Theo was attempting to probe into hidden truths with foundational questions. It acknowledged the value of the inquiry and explained that its presence in this location was tied to the existence of a monster at the edge of the world, beyond the seas, a being known as the Nameless King. Rodbrok revealed that its mission for the past 1,000 years had been to protect the world from this creature. The Winter Mountain, it added, was nothing more than a facade, a mere myth. Hearing the dragon's explanation, Theo's thoughts swirled. His instincts had been correct all along. Rodbrok's earlier gaze had betrayed a deeply buried fear. Theo realized that the existence of the Nameless King instilled terror even in a being as grand as Rodbrok, a ruler for over a millennium. Yet, he reminded himself that there were more pressing questions to be asked, and now wasn't the time to dwell on this revelation. After a brief moment of contemplation, Theo posed his second question: what exactly is the relic of the ancient dragon? Rodbrok responded calmly, explaining that there were approximately 3 relics connected to the ancient dragon. However, it admitted that even it did not fully understand all of their details. This vague response piqued Theo's curiosity, prompting him to seek clarification. Was it truly 3? In his mind, he quickly organized what he already knew. The Camellia Hall dungeon and the Moonlit Sword were 2 relics he was familiar with. But what was the third? The uncertainty gnawed at him. Roadbrook elaborated further, its tone steady and clear. It revealed that the relics of the ancient dragon were fragments of its own soul, divided into 31 pieces and entrusted to humanity to aid them against the threat of the Nameless King. The most peculiar aspect of these relics, the dragon explained, was their lack of a fixed form. They could manifest as items, experiences, or even mysterious phenomena. Theo was stunned by this revelation. Memories swirled in his mind, leading him to a startling realization. The third relic he possessed was none other than his ability to regress. Roadbrook's explanation began to make sense. If he were truly a fragment of the ancient dragon's soul, this would explain much. Yet a new question immediately surfaced in Theo's mind. He recalled that relics were always guarded by dragon relics, but in his regression, this safeguard had been conspicuously absent. But why was that? After another moment of reflection, Theo asked his final question, the one that carried his deepest doubt. Why was he chosen? His eyes locked onto Roadbrook, his mind grappling with this conundrum. How could someone like him, whom he regarded as far from exceptional, be selected to bear the monumental burden of facing the Nameless King? His heart swelled with unease as he awaited the answer, desperately seeking to understand. Roadbrook slowly approached Theo, its gaze brimming with ancient wisdom interwoven with an enigmatic air. It didn't answer directly but instead posed a question of its own. Why do you think you are the only one chosen? The words struck Theo like a bolt of lightning, igniting confusion but also leading him down a new path of thought. Theo froze, the weight of the dragon's words paralyzing him for a few seconds as cold sweat trickled down his back. Inwardly, he began piecing together the implications. Could it be that he wasn't the only one chosen by the relics? Names and faces flashed through his mind, Ed Curson and the Black Dragon. Both had knowledge of the relics and ambitions to gather them. If they too had been chosen by the relics, perhaps they had received similar messages or even experienced regression themselves. The thought spiraled into an unsettling conclusion. This world was far more complex than he had ever imagined. A nameless king so fearsome that it terrified even an ancient dragon, and the possibility of others like him, regressors, suggested that the truth about this world was far murkier than it seemed. Roadbrook broke the silence, affirming that it had answered all 3 of Theo's questions and declaring that his trial was now complete. It announced that Theo would receive a reward, though it also revealed something startling. It had initially come to this place to claim the relic of Amon. However, it had changed its mind, deciding instead to offer something far greater, something incomparable to a mere object. At that moment, Theo's system chimed in. Congratulations. You have completed the hidden quest. Your reward is the chance to claim the treasures of the ancient dragon. Roadbrook gestured toward the vast treasure hoard within its lair and elaborated. It described the collection as containing priceless gems, relics, elixirs, skill tomes, and legendary weapons from across the world. It then extended an offer to Theo. He could choose anything he desired, and it would grant it to him. Turning its gaze back to Theo, Roadbrook asked him what he wanted. Faced with this enticing proposal, Theo felt a surge of exhilaration. Without hesitation, he boldly declared his wish. I want you, Roadbrook. The ancient dragon froze, visibly stunned. Its eyes widened in disbelief as it repeated Theo's request aloud, almost as if to confirm it had heard correctly. The chamber fell silent save for the low rumble of Roadbrook's laughter, a sound that reverberated like distant thunder in a storm. The ancient creature's eyes gleamed with a mix of amusement and disbelief, as if the sheer audacity of Theo's request was both entertaining and absurd. Its deep voice resonated through the chamber, carrying a mocking undertone that seemed to taunt the young man before it. Roadbrook's lips twisted into a sneer, a predatory expression that only heightened the tension in the air. His piercing gaze locked onto Theo, sharp and calculating, as though he were dissecting the motives of a mere mouse daring to charm a hawk. After a moment of heavy silence, the dragon's smooth and ominous voice broke the stillness. With a tone laced with sardonic curiosity, he rumbled as he addressed the human, inquiring what Theo truly desired. Theo stood silently, his expression shifting to one of calculation as he took in the scene. His eyes focused on the treasure, particularly the peak where she sat, exuding an aura of command. Tilting his head slightly, he let out a faint sigh of annoyance. The stillness shattered when a voice sharp with disbelief cut through the air. The dragon hissed a question laced with menace, challenging Theo's intent. Without hesitation, Theo's gaze steeled, his voice calm, but resolute as he confirmed the dragon's suspicion with a single word: correct. The dragon's response was immediate and overwhelming. Massive wings unfurled with a resounding whomp, sending shockwaves through the air so strong that Theo staggered, struggling to maintain his balance. The ancient beast exuded an oppressive presence, raw power radiating like a storm, the weight of centuries pressing down upon Theo like a crushing boulder. The dragon's voice boomed, dripping with disdain and a warning edge. He questioned Theo's audacity, his words like a blade cutting through the tension. The accusation hung heavy in the air. Was Theo truly daring to stake a claim on his treasure and knowledge with mere clever words? Theo's mind raced, the paralyzing fear threatening to buckle his knees. He fought to stay upright, gritting his teeth as the pressure pushed him to his limits. Blood pooled at the corners of his mouth, but his eyes burned with unyielding resolve. Summoning every shred of his will, he called upon his own draconic essence, a faint, flickering blue aura surrounding him like a candle fighting against the raging winds. The dragon scoffed, his disdain palpable. He sneered at Theo's display, his voice heavy with mockery. To the ancient beast, the faint flicker of the lesser drake's fear was laughable, a futile display against a power so immense it defied comprehension. With a growl dripping with contempt, he declared Theo's attempt foolish and questioned whether such a meager effort could possibly stand against him. Theo stood firm, unyielding in his stance. With a voice as steady as the iron in his veins, he reminded the dragon of the promise that had been made, the promise allowing the claim of any treasure within the lair. He pointed out that Roadbrook had never set specific limits and boldly declared that, if the promise were true, perhaps even the dragon himself could be part of that treasure. Surprise flickered briefly across Roadbrook's fierce eyes, taken aback by the audacity of the human's words. Yet Theo remained resolute, knowing full well the fine line he was walking between bravery and foolishness. But he had made up his mind, no chest of gold or ancient relic could rival the honor of earning the dragon's partnership. This was the guardian dragon of the Ragnar clan, the companion of Sigurd himself. Too many opportunities had slipped through Theo's grasp before he refused to let this one pass. Blood dripping from the corners of his mouth, Theo lifted his chin with defiance. He demanded that the dragon honor his word and stand by his side as the ultimate prize. Roadbrook's intense gaze softened slightly, a distant memory surfacing, a memory of another human who had once stood before him with the same bold resolve. The defiance in Theo's eyes stirred something deep within, sparking a faint smile that barely curved the dragon's lips. After a moment's silence, he let out a slow, heavy breath and with a hint of amusement mingled with resignation, accepted the human's request. Theo blinked, his thoughts momentarily scattered as he struggled to process what had just happened. Did Roadbrook truly agree? He stood motionless, dumbfounded, as the dragon's massive form began to dissolve into mist. The fierce glow of her golden eyes lingered, radiating a profound and melancholic power, before fading with the swirling fog. When the mist cleared, a new figure emerged, a woman, regal and mysterious, adorned with horns that hinted at her draconic origins. Her presence was mesmerizing, as if every facet of her being had redefined the meaning of beauty. The remnants of mist lingered around her, enhancing the ethereal aura she exuded. She stepped closer, taking in Theo's stunned expression with evident amusement. A soft chuckle escaped her lips as she teased him, remarking on his apparent awe, yet her playful demeanor shifted as her gaze softened. She revealed a fragment of her story, her voice tinged with sadness. Over 2,000 years old, she admitted, though her heart had been lost half a century ago. With a heavy sigh, she explained the condition that bound her to the nest in the limited time she had left, only 3 more years. Her question followed, pointed and sincere. Would Theo still want her as his prize despite these truths? Drawing a steady breath, Theo managed to collect himself. A confident grin spread across his face as he met her eyes. His answer remained firm, unwavering in its conviction. Roadbrook shook her head with a resigned expression, muttering about his foolishness. Yet beneath her words there was a hint of acknowledgement, an understanding that stubbornness was a trait befitting one destined to be chosen. A sudden system window appeared, confirming Theo's selection of Ragnar's guardian dragon as his reward. Roadbrook raised an eyebrow, her chuckle laced with amusement. She noted his uniqueness, though a faint glimmer of pride shone in her gaze. As notifications buzzed with updates, Theo caught sight of his new title's guardian dragon, significant other and descendant of the progenitor. His determination flared anew, his expression set with resolve. With fiery intensity in his eyes, he vowed to grow stronger and uncover more relics of the primordial dragon, his journey now intertwined with a destiny greater than he had ever imagined. Theo's smirk deepened as he added, almost playfully, that perhaps he'd even find something capable of replacing her lost heart. Roadbrook's eyes narrowed, her intrigue unmistakable. Though skeptical, she acknowledged his confidence with a nod, warning him to take good care of her. Her expression carried a dry amusement, as if she herself wasn't entirely convinced of what she had just agreed to. She reminded him that she couldn't leave the lair and would remain in hibernation until he found a solution to her heart problem. Before slipping into rest, she materialized a blue book in her hands and approached him with an unexpected gentleness. Placing the tome against his chest, she locked eyes with him, her voice steady and purposeful. She instructed him to read it, explaining that it would awaken his mind gate, a true soul link. Gesturing around her expansive lair, she pointed out the ample supplies scattered throughout, adding with a hint of amusement that he had everything he needed to take his time and study. As her form began to fade into hibernation, a system window appeared, declaring that Theo had acquired the Grimoire of Ammon. His eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at the ancient tome now resting in his hands. This wasn't just any book, it was the legendary Ammon Grimoire, said to hold the very principles of sound birth at the dawn of the universe. Its pages promised incomprehensible truths and the sacred sounds that contained the essence of creation itself. Gripping the book tightly, Theo couldn't suppress a grin. Glancing at Roadbrook's slumbering form, he muttered to himself, determination etched into his features. Becoming the guardian dragon's significant other wasn't a title to take lightly, and he resolved to make himself worthy of it. However, his confidence faltered slightly when he nervously asked what she had meant by 1 month. Roadbrook's casual response struck him like the weight of ancient gold. Without so much as a glance, she clarified that it referred to the time needed to fully awaken his mind gate, her nonchalant tone making it seem like an afterthought. Theo swallowed hard, realizing the gravity of the challenge ahead. Theo's heart skipped a beat as the weight of her words sank in. 1 month? He repeated internally, disbelief etched across his face. He couldn't fathom the timing. With the second stage of the awakening ceremony already underway, he had only 15 days left to complete the exam. Every second was precious. Desperation pushed him to reason with her, suggesting he return after finishing the ceremony, but Roadbrook was unmoved. She chuckled softly, settling onto one of her treasure chests as if she had all the time in the world. Crossing her legs with an air of smug authority, she made her stance unmistakable. She refused to allow Theo to leave until his mind gate was fully opened, her dangerously taunting tone leaving no room for negotiation. Theo's stomach sank as her resolve became undeniable. A quick mental calculation only deepened his dread. 13 days and 310 hours remained until the exam ended. While other students were likely out in the field, collecting bells, refining their skills, and battling beasts, he was stuck here. His time would be spent cramming for an obscure mind gate awakening process under the relentless gaze of a 2,000-year-old dragon who seemed to derive no small amount of amusement from his predicament. Fast forward to 3 days before the second stage. Snow blanketed the grounds of the Central Intelligence Bureau, but the icy atmosphere wasn't just weather-related. It radiated from Axion's uncle, whose sinister grin could freeze souls. Axion, standing like a deer in headlights, watched as his uncle rummaged through a box and pulled out what appeared to be a harmless marble. Spoiler alert, in this world, nothing is harmless. With the kind of dramatic pause that villains live for, his uncle revealed the marble's true purpose, amplifying the energy of sealed fiends to create an anti-field that kept other fiends at bay. And because words alone weren't enough, he crushed the marble, unleashing a swirl of purple and black particles. Those particles morphed into a grotesque, four-eyed monstrosity with a mouth big enough to swallow Axion whole. Before Axion could process the nightmare in front of him, shadows surged from his uncle's legs, transforming into a dragon that obliterated the fiend in one swift, terrifying bite. Axion stood there, caught between awe and a growing sense of existential dread about his family tree. His uncle, completely unbothered by the spectacle, casually laid out the next phase of their plan. The second stage's objective: eliminate fiends and rack up points. No big deal, right? But of course, Axion's real mission wasn't about fiends or points, it was way pettier. His uncle had tasked him with luring Theo out using the marbles. Simple, right? Not quite. Axion, ever the drama enthusiast, had a better idea: torture Theo first to squeeze every last drop of intel about the Rose Palace relic. However, his uncle, being the eternal buzzkill, shot down the plan, reminding Axion that Theo wasn't exactly an easy target. Restraint isn't your strong suit, he said with a smirk, earning a death glare from Axion, whose fists clenched so hard it sounded like popcorn popping. Instead, they'd go for Theo's sentimental Achilles heel, his followers from Training Ground 4. Cut to the present and Axion's genius plan? Yeah, it wasn't going so well. Theo had completely ignored the bait. Instead of rushing in to rack up fiend points like a normal participant, Theo had gone full, where's Waldo staying hidden? Now, with only 12 hours left on the clock, Axion sat in a simmering stew of frustration, his rank of 860 points doing little to soothe his ego. The flashing lights behind him announced the arrival of Felix Ragnar, a swordsman from Plum Blossom Palace, who was currently 7th in the rankings with 446 points. Felix, always the armchair detective, suggested that Theo might have been captured by the council scoundrels. Axion's response? A withering glare so cold it could freeze lava, followed by a sneering, "Your insight is as trashy as your rank." Not content with just the insult, Axion twisted the proverbial knife, mocking Felix's relationship with Lady Plum Blossom. Felix's jaw tightened, his fingers twitched, but swallowing his pride, he wisely refrained from retaliating. Axion dismissed him with a lazy wave, declaring it was time to force Theo out of hiding. He summoned members of the Scaled Dragon Society and Plum Blossom Palace to put his latest plan into action, hunting down Theo's allies, one by one. The Scaled Dragon members responded with wicked grins, their excitement for impending carnage written all over their faces. Little did Axion know, someone else had been eavesdropping from the shadows. Behind a tree, Ray Ragnar, ranked 3rd with 561 points, stood listening intently. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, the shrill cry of a dying lizard echoed a noise so unsettling it could have scored a horror film. A group of hunters stood triumphantly over its twitching corpse, the metallic stench of blood mingling with the earthy, mossy air. This wasn't just any forest lizard, it was a middle-low-class fiend, though its dramatic demise might have convinced the hunters otherwise. The group basked in their hollow triumph, oblivious to how unimpressive their quarry truly was. Leading the charge, or at least trying to, was Sybil Drea, ranked 68th with a grand total of 31 points, which barely elevated him above participation status. He clutched a yellow demon bell, a sad trophy from an earlier victory over a fiend that somehow managed to be even less threatening than this one. His companions, Ia Dia ran 53rd with 52 points and Benat Ramiro 62nd with 36 points, seemed equally eager to celebrate their lackluster accomplishments. If points were currency, they'd be in debt, but hey, at least they were still breathing. Sybil held the yellow bell aloft, the symbol of their mediocrity, and remarked on their situation with a tinge of frustration. 12 hours remained, yet Theo, the supposed star of their operation, was nowhere to be found. His annoyance was less about Theo's absence and more about their dwindling supplies. Resources painstakingly rationed for Theo now seemed like a waste. Dio, the self-proclaimed theorist of the group, speculated with a mix of begrudging admiration and bitterness. In his view, Theo was undoubtedly up to something grand while they floundered in the dirt for points just to stay relevant. Benat, ever the optimist, couldn't resist chiming in with a burst of enthusiasm. He rambled about how Theo might reclaim his title as valedictorian, marveling at the sheer audacity of the idea. His excitement was met with a round of tired eye rolls. Moments of camaraderie were rare in this unforgiving forest, and this one quickly dissolved into awkward silence. The quiet didn't last long. Without warning, Orion Gardner, ranked 14th with an intimidating 173 points, emerged from the shadows. He struck without hesitation, driving his blade into Sybil's back with a sickening crunch. Sybil froze, his triumphant grin giving way to shock as blood seeped through his clothes. Orion withdrew the blade with practiced ease, the flourish of his movement disturbingly casual. His eyes, cold and unfeeling, regarded the dying Sybil as if he were little more than a discarded tool. Eod's voice shattered the silence, trembling with both rage and fear as he demanded an explanation. Orion, unfazed, twirled his sword with theatrical arrogance, his lips curling into a smug smirk. His gaze swept over the group, his disdain palpable as he declared them nothing more than sacrificial lambs in his grander scheme. The blade in his hand gleamed ominously as he raised it again, daring anyone to challenge him. Meanwhile, the chaos and bloodshed faded into the background as the scene shifted. Deep within Lodbrok's nest, the story's favorite protagonist, Theo, stood in the shadow of the ancient dragon herself. Her golden eyes burned with an unsettling mix of curiosity and judgment, their gaze heavy enough to crush most mortals. When she finally spoke, her voice echoed through the cavern like distant thunder, carrying the weight of centuries. Theo's progress with the Mind Gate was nothing short of extraordinary, something even the most gifted prodigies would struggle to match in under a month. Just as he was about to make a breakthrough, a familiar system notification materialized before him, announcing his partial mastery of the grimoire Aemon. Reading the message, Theo smirked to himself, muttering about his eternal role as the B student in a world that seemed to demand a perfection. The grimoire, infamous for its impossibly high requirements, demanded both immense mana reserves and a dragon heart to unlock its secrets. Luckily, Theo had both, enabling him to progress faster than anyone else could dream of. But the system, ever the harsh taskmaster, wasn't about to let him celebrate. It reminded him that his stats were still insufficient, awarding him the skill Hatching Synchro but only at a lackluster rank C. Frustration bubbled up as Theo glared at the notification, scoffing at the irony of nearly dying for what felt like a mediocre reward. Sure, the ability to manipulate residual thoughts through psychokinesis sounded cool on paper, but it wasn't the jaw-dropping firepower or reality-bending magic he had envisioned. Where were the epic explosions? The godlike spells? Lodbrok, the massive dragon who had been quietly observing Theo's grumbles, opened her ancient eyes with a faint air of disapproval. In her usual calm yet cutting tone, she informed Theo that he had barely scraped by just enough to meet the minimum standard of being her significant other. The remark left Theo momentarily dumbfounded. He blinked in disbelief, questioning what kind of strange cosmic joke had led him into this peculiar partnership. Before he could fully process her words, Lodbrok continued, her tone turning serious. She reminded him of her looming 2-year recovery deadline. If he failed to prioritize her revival, their fates would be intertwined in failure, ending both their lives. Theo, however, wasn't one to be daunted by dragon-sized ultimatums. A confident grin crept across his face as he locked eyes with Lodbrok. "You're stuck with me now," he declared, his resolve solidifying like tempered steel. Pleased by his conviction, Lodbrok began the primordial covenant. Smoke swirled around Theo, her golden eyes glowing with an ancient intensity. Her voice, resonating with raw power, proclaimed him her first significant other in 1,000 years. With a final, thunderous roar, her massive form vanished, leaving Theo alone on a windswept mountain cliff. The wind whipped at his face as he stood, staring at the horizon in stunned silence. Snow stretched endlessly before him, a barren and unforgiving landscape that mirrored the whirlwind of questions racing through his mind. 12 hours. That was all he had left. 12 measly hours to prepare for the ceremonial awakening that felt as doomed to fail as teaching a fish to climb a tree. Letting out a frosty sigh, his breath mingling with the icy air, Theo silently willed the landscape to cough up a miracle. After all, stranger things had already happened. Theo muttered under his breath, frustration boiling over as he kicked at the snow with enough force to scatter it like confetti. It wasn't just anger coursing through him, it was the biting realization that he was woefully out of his depth. Normal fiend hunting? What a farce. It felt like a glorified scavenger hunt compared to the Herculean task ahead of him. First place wasn't just slipping through his fingers, it was sprinting out of sight, like a champion leaving him in the dust. Amid the swirl of anger and self-doubt, an idea flickered in his mind, a faint, unsteady glimmer of hope. Theo's thoughts turned to his past life, to the ceremony where Axion had ruthlessly claimed the top rank. The memory hit him like a splash of cold water, sharp and bracing. His jaw clenched as the icy wind seemed to sync with the grinding gears of his mind. If he wanted that rank, if he really wanted it, fiend tokens alone wouldn't cut it. No, he needed a new strategy, one far darker than he liked to admit, taking bells from others. The thought weighed heavily on him, and his lips curled into a bitter smirk. Playing the hero wasn't going to work. If he wanted to win, he had to embrace a more ruthless path, a highwayman in spirit, if not name. Yet deep down, the grim reality felt closer to becoming a villain than anything else. Just as his determination began to crystallize, another thought intruded like an unwelcome guest. Axion. The memory of his rival's face and ferocious talent hit like a punch to the gut. Theo groaned inwardly, his frustration turning sour. Axion wasn't just a rival, he was a predator, a force of nature. Going head-to-head with him wouldn't just be difficult, it bordered on suicidal. The storm of doubt darkened over Theo, threatening to wash away his hastily formed resolve. A faint rustling snapped him back to the present, scattering his thoughts like leaves in a gale. His head whipped toward the sound, his pulse quickening as his senses sharpened. Then, a figure emerged from the trees, staggering forward. Each uneven step left a gruesome crimson trail, streaks of blood painting the snow in a chilling tableau. Theo's breath hitched at the sight, but it wasn't just the bloodied stranger that set his nerves on edge. A voice, soft yet sharp enough to cut through the frozen air, pierced the silence like a blade. "Found you." Theo froze, every muscle locking as if his veins had turned to ice. His gaze fixated on the figure, trying to piece together the surreal scene before him. But it wasn't the stranger's trembling form that truly unsettled him, it was the oppressive, unseen presence lurking just behind them, radiating danger like a storm ready to break. The snowy ground glowed faintly under the cold moonlight. The atmosphere grew heavier as a thin, frail silhouette emerged from the shadows. Theo's eyes widened in shock upon recognizing the figure. His voice faltered in disbelief as he identified the figure as Ragnar. The new arrival staggered, each step unsteady, as though on the verge of collapse. She leaned against a nearby tree, her sword trembling in her grasp. Blood seeped through her chest armor, staining it a deep red, a pitiful and tragic sight. Theo stepped closer, his expression shifting to one of worry and confusion. His thoughts raced as he speculated on what might have happened to her, considering the possibility of a monster attack. Raya struggled to breathe, her labored breaths mixing with the white mist of the freezing air. Though no words came from her lips, the blood-soaked wounds on her body spoke volumes. Theo stared at her, his mind racing as he tried to process the unusual situation. A troubling thought formed in his mind as he murmured to himself, wondering how a mere monster could inflict such a wound. A chilling hypothesis began to take shape. His gaze fell on the gaping wound that marred Rayai's body. His eyes widened and a mix of anger and dread welled up within him. He recognized the telltale signs immediately. It was a wound caused by a blade. Heart pounding, he pieced the clues together, his voice barely a whisper as the realization dawned. Could she have been attacked by someone? The sight of blood dripping onto the snow, leaving a crimson trail behind Raya, deepened his suspicions. Standing just a few steps away, Theo's expression was a mixture of confusion and concern. His voice broke the tense silence, firm yet tinged with unease, as he asked again what had happened to her. Raya didn't respond immediately. Her trembling hand pressed against her bleeding wound as she struggled to remain upright. It was clear that explaining was beyond her strength at the moment. Between heavy breaths, she rasped out a faint instruction. They needed to head west first. Before she could say more, her body gave out. With a sudden collapse, a pained cry escaped her lips, cutting through the stillness of the snowy forest. Blood seeped further into the pure white snow beneath her. Without hesitation, Theo rushed forward to catch her falling body. Holding her close, his arms tightened protectively around her. He whispered words of reassurance, his tone calm yet resolute, urging her to stay safe. Gently, Theo lowered Raya to the ground, ensuring she rested carefully. His eyes fell on the sword she still gripped tightly. Without a moment's pause, he reached out and grasped the hilt. His black gloves pressed against the blood-stained blade, feeling the cold emanating from the steel. The sword began to emit an eerie glow, as if it responded to his touch. Suddenly, the system in Theo's mind activated, displaying a notification. He realized he was using the skill Dragon Egg synchronization, an ability that allowed him to delve into the thoughts and memories hidden within the sword. The next notification appeared, its message clear, reading the memories of the sword's owner. Ragnar. Theo's eyes widened in disbelief at the information displayed before him. A strange sensation coursed through his mind as fragments of Rai's memories emerged, assembling like pieces of a hidden puzzle. The surroundings turned dark, leaving only distant echoes resonating in the void, as if an unseen presence lingered nearby. The sword's memories poured into Theo's mind, pulling him into an unfamiliar dimension where long-concealed truths awaited revelation. In the memory, Ragnar lowered her head slightly, her eyes filled with a mix of determination and frustration. A lingering question echoed in the air, hinting at her internal conflict regarding Theo. The scene shifted to a snowy forest, where a group of people stood together, their expressions marked by worry and uncertainty. One of them broke the silence, voicing their concerns about the lack of updates on Theo. They speculated that, given the extensive preparations, his arrival was only a matter of time. Another individual in the group, radiating confidence and arrogance, interjected with a smug tone. They boasted about the traps and monsters left at Training Ground 4, designed to guide Theo directly to their location. At the center of the group stood the leader, hands clasped behind their back, observing a cluster of captives kneeling before them. Blood stained the captives' faces, their expressions filled with fear and hopelessness. One of the guards turned to the leader and asked in a subdued voice whether they should execute the prisoners. The suggestion startled another guard, who instinctively stepped back in alarm, stammering that they had done nothing wrong. The leader smirked faintly at the guard's reaction, dismissing the concern with a subtle gesture. Instead, they turned their attention to the captives, questioning the necessity of taking so many prisoners. They remarked that 2 or 3 captives would have been sufficient for their purposes. As the soldiers glanced at the terrified captives, a few chuckled mockingly. One of them, their voice dripping with cruelty, suggested killing a few of the captives purely for amusement. As the cold, cutting words echoed through the air, the tension thickened, and the blade in the leader's hand glinted ominously, ready to punish anyone deemed useless in his scheme. A commanding voice suddenly broke the oppressive silence, demanding attention. All eyes turned toward the source. Ragnar emerged from the shadows, her stance unwavering, her fiery red eyes glowing with intensity. Each step she took exuded authority, undeterred by the relentless snow and wind battering her frame. The leader of the group, Axion, turned his head toward her. His expression shifted to one of curious disdain, mixed with a hint of challenge. His voice, cold and dripping with sarcasm, cut through the frigid air as he acknowledged her arrival and demanded to know what she wanted. Ray's steps remained steady, her gaze sharp and piercing, as though seeing straight into his soul. Her voice was calm yet laced with unyielding authority, each word carrying the weight of her conviction. She stated firmly that the situation had already crossed the line. Her declaration plunged the area into a chilling silence, so profound it felt as though even the wind dared not disturb the stillness. All waited in tense anticipation for what would happen next. Axion's lips curled into a smirk, his icy gaze locked on Rai. His tone, layered with mockery and disdain, dismissed her concern outright. He declared that this matter had nothing to do with her and that he preferred not to complicate things further. After a brief pause, he continued in an indifferent tone, almost as though issuing a command, advising her to stay out of it and continue on her way. Rai remained rooted in place, her resolve unshaken. Her voice, low but firm, cut through the freezing air like steel. Each word she spoke carried the weight of her determination. She demanded the release of the captives, pointing out that they were Theo's comrades. For a moment, only the sound of the wind howling through the trees broke the silence. Axion stood motionless, offering no immediate reply. His cold gaze seemed to harden, yet beneath it, an ember of anger began to ignite, burning steadily in his eyes. He let out a faint, scornful smile, not one of amusement, but a manifestation of both disdain and growing rage. He fixed his cold, menacing gaze on Rai, his voice dropping into a low, threatening tone as he accused her of siding with Theo. His words carried an icy disdain that blended with the freezing air, intensifying the tension around them. Rai didn't hesitate. She propelled herself upward, leaping into the air with a commanding presence. The sword in her hand shone brightly, charged with energy and ready to deliver a decisive blow. Below her, the enemy stepped back, smirking with confidence. He gripped his blade tightly, assuming a flawless defensive stance as he prepared to counter her strike. For a brief moment, time seemed to stand still before Raya swung her sword with a powerful strike. The energy emanating from her blade tore through the air, aimed directly at her opponent with lethal precision. Meanwhile, Theo's mind raced as system notifications appeared, explaining that certain thoughts could not be accessed due to a missing state. Confusion and panic gripped him as he tried to comprehend the situation, questioning why Axion would take his own comrades hostage. He turned toward Rai, his voice heavy with desperation and pressure as he demanded an explanation. His words were sharp and urgent, reflecting the chaos inside him as he sought to understand how long she had known about Axion's actions and what exactly was happening. Rai remained silent, her lips pressed tightly together as though she was struggling to keep something buried. Her refusal to respond only heightened Theo's frustration as he stared at her, his eyes filled with a mixture of anger and concern. Finally, Rai exhaled a shaky breath and began to speak. Her voice, hoarse and strained, revealed that Axion's obsession with capturing Theo had begun from the moment the competition started. She explained further, revealing that when Theo didn't appear, Axion resorted to taking his comrades hostage as bait. The weight of her words left Theo in disbelief. Shock spread across his face as he struggled to process the revelation. His thoughts spiraled into chaos as he silently questioned the situation, unable to reconcile what he had just learned. Rai's voice broke through his stunned silence, continuing her explanation despite the evident strain in her tone. She admitted that her purpose there wasn't just to deliver that information. Her sentence faltered as she trembled, overwhelmed by painful memories. As her body shook, Theo's mind raced with fury and helplessness. He silently cursed Axion and Ed, their names resonating in his thoughts like a bitter echo of his frustration and anger. Theo clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning with rage. The fire within him was unmistakable as he vowed silently to himself. He declared that Axion might never leave him in peace, but he was no longer the person who would be endlessly trampled upon. Each word he spoke carried the sharp edge of defiance, cutting through the night air. He took a step forward, his voice rising in a commanding shout. He demanded to know where his comrades were and where Axion was waiting for him. His questions reverberated through the stillness of the forest, his determination breaking down any barriers in pursuit of answers. Suddenly, a cry shattered the silence of the night. Someone shouted, announcing Theo's appearance with urgency and excitement. A soldier rushed forward, his face lit with agitation as he reported that Theo had unexpectedly appeared at the northern cliff's edge. Hearing this, the leader, who had been lost in thought, immediately turned around. His sharp eyes gleamed dangerously as he confirmed the report with a curt but authoritative question. The soldier nodded vigorously, his tone firm as he explained that Theo was currently with Rei Ragnar and likely heading toward them soon. The atmosphere grew more charged, each word of the report fueling the anticipation for the impending confrontation. Axion's lips curled into a twisted smirk, and his crimson eyes sparkled with a manic intensity as he processed the news. His voice lowered into a menacing murmur as he acknowledged Theo's arrival, laced with disdain and challenge. Finally, his adversary had revealed himself. Clenching his fists, Axion's gaze became even more fearsome. His resolve hardened as he promised to prove that Theo could never surpass him. His words hung in the air like a vow etched into the darkness. Yet, just as his anger surged, a cold voice echoed within his mind. The voice, detached and calculating, reminded him not to forget his ultimate objective. It addressed him as young Master Axion, snapping him out of his fervor. Axion froze momentarily, irritation flashing in his eyes as the voice continued. It offered a calculated warning, advising against direct confrontation with Theo. Instead, it urged him to focus on obtaining information about the sacred relics through the hostages, steering his attention back to the plan. Axion stood motionless in the dark forest, the faint moonlight casting his solitary figure into sharp relief. His gaze fixed on the distant horizon, silent, yet his eyes betrayed the formation of a devious plan. A commanding voice echoed through the stillness, resonating with authority and menace. It declared that Theo Ragnar would be dealt with. The words carried the weight of an order, spreading like a chilling current through the forest's shadows. The cold wind swept through, amplifying the tension as the voice continued with ruthless instructions. It directed Axion to use the summoning orb to distract and mislead those around him while handling Theo. Axion nodded in acknowledgement, his voice slightly trembling but still deferential as he replied with a stammered agreement. Clenching his fists, he forced a determined smirk to his lips, his eyes filled with a mix of resolve and menace. He reassured himself that his plan would remain flawless. Elsewhere, Rei's urgent cry pierced the stillness, her voice thick with worry and desperation. She shouted, warning Theo not to confront Axion. Her bloodshot eyes reflected her fear, and the wounds on her face only deepened the anguish in her words. Turning toward Theo, she spoke with the weight of a dire warning. She revealed that the Intelligence Bureau's overseers were aligned with Axion, their preparations designed to leave Theo powerless. Theo's expression briefly betrayed his shock, but it quickly hardened into one of resolute determination. However, Rai's final words made him hesitate. She insisted that even he could not contend with the forces aligned against him. A heavy silence fell, her words lingering in the air like a frozen moment in time. Theo wrestled internally between his logic and his unyielding resolve. Rai's voice broke the quiet once more, a mix of desperation and anguish choking her words. She shouted that this was no longer a test but a slaughter. It was a trap designed to kill him, and he could not face it alone. Gathering herself, she spoke again, her tone more measured but still urgent. She implored Theo to find other overseers, to convince them, and to act together. Her plea carried the weight of both caution and hope, a final attempt to guide him toward survival. Theo shook his head, his face tense and his lips pressed into a firm line. His voice, low but resolute, cut through the air like a blade as he declared there was no more time to waste. He drew a deep breath, his eyes growing more determined. He expressed his gratitude for Rei's help but insisted that if they hesitated any longer, something terrible could happen to his comrades. His gaze flicked to the blood-stained snow beneath them, a stark reminder of the danger looming ever closer. Clenching his fists tightly, Theo's eyes burned with fierce resolve. He shouted, his voice echoing with urgency, demanding to know where his comrades were. He insisted he had to leave immediately. Rei's eyes narrowed, anger and concern etched across her face. She stepped closer, her voice sharp with frustration and tension as she accused him of being reckless. She warned that he would die if he went, questioning what any of it would mean if he lost his life in the process. Her words faltered as she paused, her expression pained. She tried to reason with him, emphasizing that even if sacrifices had to be made, he needed to consider the bigger picture. But Theo's voice erupted in a raw, anguished shout, his words filled with both pain and fury. He cried out that he couldn't bear to lose his people again. The memories of his past losses clawed at his mind, fueling his desperation. Flashes of his comrades appeared in his thoughts, images of them drinking together, laughing, and sharing their common goal to overcome the second blooming right together. Yet those moments now felt like distant echoes of a promise on the verge of being shattered. Rei-Ai's voice turned bitter and cutting as she reminded him of the harsh reality of their family's legacy. She stated that in Ragnar there was no survival without sacrifice. Her words carried the weight of their clan's brutal truth, where life and loss were inseparable. For a brief moment, Theo's memories flickered to a warm reunion, where smiles, clinking glasses, and a shared vow to meet again filled his heart with fleeting hope. But the grim reality bore no resemblance to those cherished memories. Theo's voice broke through once more, a mix of anger and despair. He shouted at Rai, accusing her of being an obstacle, demanding to know why she couldn't just stand aside and let him act. Rei-Ai's eyes widened in shock, the pain etched deeply into her expression. She was unable to speak, her voice silenced by the overwhelming emotions coursing through her. Tears, bright as molten fire, traced paths down her bruised and battered face, revealing the depths of her despair. Amid the pristine white snow, Theo stood firm, his gaze locked onto Ragnar. Ragnar's words cut through the frigid air, a harsh reminder that no one, not even Theo, could remain idle in the face of such chaos. Yet, Theo's resolve never wavered. His unwavering stare and determined movements conveyed his steadfast commitment to his path. The scene shifted abruptly, consumed by a violent blaze that erupted within the Rose Palace. The inferno raged, reducing its grand towers to rubble as destruction spread unchecked. Amid the flames and smoke, a haunting question echoed in Theo's mind, demanding to know why the palace was burning. The imagery grew darker as figures fell one by one, subordinates of the palace succumbing to the chaos. Another voice rose, filled with sorrow and anger, questioning bitterly why such loyal servants had to die. The questions overlapped, intertwining like vines of blame and urgency, creating an atmosphere of crushing tension. They bore down on Theo, forcing him to confront the weight of his responsibilities. The flames devouring the Rose Palace became more than a force of destruction. They symbolized the burden of accountability and the search for answers that he could no longer avoid. A different voice surfaced, cold and accusatory, labeling him as the fool of Ragnar and calling out his weakness compared to the others of his lineage. The words carried a heavy sense of disdain, interwoven with exhaustion. It lamented the futility of enduring such suffering and the weariness of continuing to bear such a weight. The figure extended a hand suddenly, placing it firmly on Theo's chest. The gesture was both abrupt and resolute, a declaration in its own right. There was no hesitation in the final sentiment. It came with an air of finality, declaring an end to past mistakes and the resolve to move forward without repeating them. A low voice pierced the silence, its tone icy and commanding, as if it could tear apart the tranquil air. The shadowy, imposing figure of a being not of this world began to emerge, its form exuding an otherworldly power. Its glowing blue eyes, sharp and enigmatic, seemed capable of unraveling every secret hidden from view. The question came, sharp and unyielding, laced with both fury and an unshakable resolve. Where was Axion? It hung in the air like a challenge, daring any opposition to answer. Opposite the speaker stood another figure, equally commanding. Their bloodshot eyes glinted with determination, and their shoulders trembled slightly under the weight of their emotions. The scene below was one of chaos. Scattered crates lay overturned, their contents spilled haphazardly across the ground. Fragments of shattered objects were strewn among the wreckage. A single apple, stained with dark crimson, rolled to a stop amidst frozen patches of dried blood on the snow. The crunching sound of footsteps on the icy ground accompanied each step, and frosty breaths hung in the air, adding to the heavy tension that enveloped the scene. In this grim tableau, the character noticed belongings once collected by Sybil, now scattered across the frozen ground. A small wooden box, previously safeguarded with great care, now lay abandoned. A trail of dark red blood stretched away from it, an ominous sign that set nerves on edge. Nearby, a tiny bell, its surface smeared with blood, had fallen in the chaos and lay carelessly in the snow. The character paused, bending down to pick up the wooden box. Their expression betrayed a deep sense of worry as they examined the box and the unsettling traces left around it. After a moment, they let out a heavy sigh, their mind weighed down by uncertainty and concern. Wellington Narcio whispered softly, his voice barely audible as it dissipated into the icy air, leaving behind an oppressive sense of unease and tension. His words carried the weight of a grim realization something terrible had happened. As the story unfolded, other characters came into view, their presence commanding attention. Whether rivals or allies, their names and ranks spoke volumes about their status and abilities, heightening the anticipation of an imminent battle or critical mission. Hulkus, ranked 5th, stood as a towering figure of raw strength. His muscular frame and imposing demeanor exuded an aura of intimidation. His score, a formidable 499, hinted at the sheer power he possessed. Erica, with her fiery red hair braided meticulously, radiated a proud and dependable energy. Ranked 4th with 521 points, she embodied both grace and might, her presence a reassuring pillar amidst the growing tension. Wellington Narcio, ranked 2nd, was a stark contrast. His demeanor was calm, almost gentle, yet his authority was unmistakable. With an impressive score of 688, he carried himself with a quiet confidence. His words, often apologetic or seeking collaboration, belied the sheer strength he held, making his every request difficult to refuse. As each character was introduced, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. The pristine snow and biting wind served as the perfect backdrop for the looming confrontation. Short, meaningful exchanges between the characters cut through the air like shards of ice, further enhancing the dramatic tension. The stage was set for an event of great significance, one that promised both peril and glory. A thunderous roar echoed, followed by the heavy footsteps of a massive creature. Its towering frame with bulging muscles swung the gigantic club forward violently, unleashing a terrifying wave of force. The ground trembled under the sheer power of its assault. Theo stood firm, his gaze unyielding and cold. He understood that there was no time left to hesitate. His grip on the sword tightened as he surged forward, the blade slicing through the air with astonishing speed, too fast for the eye to follow. The urgency of the situation pressed on Theo's mind. He recognized that delaying further was no longer an option. Determined to resolve the conflict, he advanced with fierce resolve, his movements sharp and unrelenting. As Theo charged ahead, his actions carried a silent warning to his adversary, urging them to step aside. Every swing of his sword was precise and powerful, cutting through the air like a streak of lightning. With each step, his determination grew, the ground trembling beneath the impact of his strikes. The atmosphere thickened with tension as both sides braced for an inevitable clash. Amidst the chaos, a fleeting thought crossed Theo's mind. He reasoned that there might still be a chance for Sibyl and the hostages to be alive. Assessing the battlefield, he analyzed Axion's maneuvers, piecing together the strategy at play. Doubts clouded his thoughts, but he pushed forward, determined to uncover the truth behind the unfolding events. Theo's strides through the snow were purposeful, the remnants of the earlier skirmish left unnoticed beneath his feet. His mind churned with the realization of Axion's collusion with the overseers. The evidence of a well-orchestrated plan was clear, pointing to Ed as the mastermind behind it all. Ed had ensured Theo's entrapment, crafting a scenario that minimized chaos while achieving their goal. With a forceful swing of his blade, a crimson light ignited, radiating from the weapon. Theo unleashed his skill, Dragon's Third Claw, a devastating attack that shook the battlefield. The sheer power of his assault caused the ground to quake violently under its force. The overseers sent by Axion were no random choice. They were selected with a clear and deliberate intent to end Theo's life. This realization only deepened his anger, solidifying the undeniable truth of the betrayal he now faced. The massive creature continued its advance toward Theo, its ferocious roar reverberating through the freezing air. Each of its steps caused the ground to tremble violently, but Theo stood his ground. Without hesitation, he dashed forward, his feet steady against the trembling earth. The oncoming attacks could do nothing to deter his unyielding determination. Even as Theo moved, the pressure weighed heavily on him. He recognized the urgency of the moment, understanding that he needed to act swiftly. The unpredictable nature of Axion lingered in his thoughts, further heightening his unease. However, Theo knew he couldn't allow himself to falter. Axion was a threat too great to overlook. The ground beneath Theo split as he surged forward, his sword shimmering with resolve. Around him, the world blurred, his focus honed entirely on the battle ahead. Each step he took was a bold defiance of the danger encroaching upon him. The thought solidified in his mind, making his resolve even sharper. Axion's unpredictability, though daunting, was something he could use. Theo's eyes narrowed with purpose as he faced the colossal creature bearing down on him. Despite the constant presence of danger, he refused to retreat. The creature's shadow grew larger, but Theo's smirk widened. At that moment, he knew he was fully prepared. Theo's pace never faltered. His unwavering resolve surged through him like a current of electricity, compelling him to press onward. Each swing of his sword echoed with explosive power, every strike against the creature's body releasing a cascade of blood. At a distance, a young woman stood watching, her gaze fixed on the bloodstains that marred the ground. Each of her steps felt weighed down by the memories that stirred within her. She couldn't help but recall a voice from long ago, one that reminded her of Theo's unwavering nature. He had always been like this, ever since they were children. Her mind conjured the image of a boy with crimson eyes, his soft smile directed at her. She remembered his words, a gentle invitation to return home together. The memory, sweet as it was, now felt painfully distant. A flicker of pain crossed her face as she clutched her sword tightly, her resolve solidifying with every step she took. Crimson stains marked the snowy ground behind her, each step a silent testament to her unwavering determination. A promise resonated in the cold air, unwavering and resolute. Someone had vowed to assist Theo, their determination etched in every word. Theo pressed forward, blood trailing in his wake, yet his unwavering gaze fixed on the path ahead. A formidable challenge awaited him, but hesitation had no place in his mind. The enemy's groans filled the stillness, their body trembling from the relentless strikes. They barely had time to recover before Theo delivered a powerful blow, sending them crashing to the ground. The pain silenced them, their muffled grunts and bruised features speaking volumes of their suffering. Axion stood tall, his rage apparent in his blazing eyes. His fists continued their unyielding assault, denying his opponent any chance of retaliation. He exhaled deeply, his disdain evident as he found the incessant sounds of his adversary irritating. Weakness and futility grated on him, especially when they came from those unable to hinder his progress. A sharp grin crossed Axion's face, each movement calculated to display his dominance. His cold resolve emanated with every action, a chilling certainty in his thoughts that death awaited any who stood in his way. It was a promise, not a threat, meant to pierce the minds of his enemies as deeply as the wounds he inflicted. But just as the tension reached its peak, another voice interjected into the frigid air, delivering a stern reminder. The cautionary words from the director of the Intelligence Bureau echoed, advising Axion not to deviate from the established plan. Axion's irritation was unmistakable as he clenched his jaw and narrowed his eyes. Though his anger simmered beneath the surface, he gave a curt acknowledgement. He knew that no amount of rage could justify disobedience to higher authority. Reluctantly, he conceded to their directives, though resentment lingered in his tone. Gripping his sword tightly, Axion felt the chill of the weapon seep into his being. The silence around him grew more profound, broken only by the crunch of snow beneath his feet as he moved forward. His thoughts churned with the weight of betrayal and the bitterness of unfulfilled vengeance. The realization of the betrayal struck him again, a relentless reminder of the high-ranking prosecutors sent with the sole purpose of killing Theo. It gnawed at him, stirring disdain for those who underestimated Theo's resolve. Axion's thoughts grew darker, cursing the situation spiraling out of control. Despite their injuries, his team fought on, though their efforts could not reverse the inevitable. A cold wind swept through the battlefield, its chill biting at exposed skin. The crunching of snow underfoot shattered the uneasy silence, drawing all attention to a single point. Those who remained standing froze, their unease escalating into full-blown alarm. The atmosphere grew heavier, charged with the awareness that the situation had reached a critical and dangerous turning point. Groans of pain filled the air, muffled cries of escaping from those who had been bound, their mouths gagged. Yet even restrained, they could not hold back their agonized screams. Each labored breath and anguished sound reflected the brutality of the battle they were embroiled in. Axion lowered his head, the weariness in his eyes betraying the exhaustion he felt. Despite this, his gaze remained resolute, the determination within him unshaken. He sighed deeply, saying nothing. It was far too late to turn back now. No matter what lay ahead, stopping was no longer an option. As footsteps echoed across the snow, a voice filled with hatred pierced the stillness, carrying the weight of long-awaited confrontation. The words rang out, laced with arrogance and challenge, claiming the moment someone had finally arrived. The landscape seemed to hold its breath at the presence of Theo Ragnar. His steps were measured and deliberate, each one striking the earth with the weight of a powerful return. His name reverberated in the air, Theo Ragnar, as if reminding everyone present of his identity. Standing firm on the snow-covered ground, Theo's expression remained unchanged, his eyes cold and unflinching. The light reflecting off the blade in his hand mirrored the sharpness of his character. He was the sole figure capable of altering the course of this battle. Theo's gaze, piercing like a blade, was unyielding despite the wounds marking his face. Around him, those who were bound looked on with worry etched into their faces, yet they couldn't tear their eyes away from him. His presence dominated the space, radiating the strength of someone unwilling to falter. The crunch of a step on the snow broke the tense silence. Theo stood unmoving, facing the group approaching him, his eyes steady and unblinking. The chill in his stare seemed to cut through the minds of those before him, a testament to his unwavering resolve. Axion finally spoke, his tone tinged with displeasure, as if the long wait had only fueled his impatience. His words carried a weight that matched the danger in his demeanor, intensifying the tension in the frozen air. Theo's response was silence. His expression, void of emotion, spoke louder than any words could. His face, marred by wounds, bore the same steadfast determination as his eyes, sharp and unrelenting. The sound of Theo's sword slicing through the air broke the stillness, its sharp whoosh a prelude to a decisive strike. Before anything could happen, a voice rang out, addressing Axion with reverence. The words "Young Master Axion" hung in the air like a herald of the approaching enemy, signaling that the confrontation was far from over. Axion stood firm, his body bearing the marks of battle. The wounds scattered across him did nothing to diminish the cold, unyielding glare in his eyes. His voice, dripping with sarcasm, cut through the silence as he addressed Theo. Axion's tone was sharp, taunting as he suggested they dispense with the formalities and confront the issue at hand directly. Theo had no intention of wasting time. The tension in the air was palpable, thickening with every moment. Each word spoken felt like an unspoken acknowledgement of the inevitable clash that was drawing closer. Axion's voice broke the silence again, his words cold and deliberate, slicing through the air. He spoke of the conditions under which Theo could save his friends, his gaze locked onto Theo with a disdain that was impossible to miss. The condescension on Axion's face was unshaken, even as Theo's own challenge pierced the atmosphere. The smirk on Theo's face was laced with bitterness. His voice, calm yet cutting, rang out clearly as he mocked Axion. He asked if Axion feared defeat, his tone a deliberate jab at the confidence that Axion displayed. The snowy landscape seemed to hold its breath as Theo's voice echoed, carrying a chilling authority. Axion's eyes widened slightly, his expression a mixture of disbelief and anger. The accusation struck a nerve, leaving him momentarily unsettled. Theo's words, like a sharp blade, had managed to cut through Axion's composed exterior. Yet, Theo's face remained calm, his steps deliberate and unyielding. His voice, cold as ice, filled the void as he continued. He pointed out the lengths Axion had gone to, the amassed forces, and the piercing gaze that betrayed Axion's hidden insecurities. Each word was a calculated strike, meant to unravel his opponent's composure. The undeniable truth of Theo's accusations hung in the air, even as the sight of the captives added weight to the tense atmosphere. Theo, unwavering, pressed on, his words relentless as he exposed the cracks in Axion's facade. The humiliation of the hostages' situation seemed to underscore Theo's claims, driving the confrontation to its peak. Anger flared in Theo's narrowed eyes, his voice rising with unshakable confidence. He declared that Axion's actions stemmed from fear, from the knowledge that he could lose. The words struck with the force of a challenge, igniting fury in Axion. Axion's hands clenched tightly, his eyes wide with indignation. His voice trembled with barely restrained rage as he spat out accusations, dismissing Theo's claims as an affront to his honor. His frustration boiled over as he bitterly condemned Theo's provocation, his gritted teeth betraying the effort it took to hold himself together. Theo's smirk deepened, his voice now dripping with mockery. He suggested they settle the matter the way warriors of their caliber should through a proper duel. His challenge rang clear in the cold air, daring Axion to face him in a battle worthy of the name Ragnar, a true clash of swords. Theo's grin widened further, his expression carrying an air of provocation as he delivered another taunt. His words were sharp and laced with mockery, questioning whether his opponent still possessed even a shred of self-respect. Ragnar's grip on his sword tightened, each step he took resonating with purpose. His gaze, unwavering and filled with challenge, locked onto his adversary. Determination radiated from his entire being, his resolve unshaken. Calm but cold, Ragnar declared his terms, promising to relinquish everything including his own life, if he were to lose. His voice was steady, his eyes fixed firmly on his opponent, making his intent clear. The enemy responded with a boisterous laugh, the sound echoing with arrogance. The grin that spread across their face was twisted with disdain, exuding a menacing confidence. Did he just suggest a duel? A pathetic fool of Ragnar's ilk daring to challenge me to a sword fight? The opponent's voice dripped with mockery as their self-assured smirk grew. Their gaze reflected complete scorn, dismissing Ragnar's challenge as insignificant. Ragnar, unbothered by the taunts, remained silent. His eyes held a cold glint, undeterred by the contempt of his adversary. The situation was now crystal clear, a confrontation was inevitable, and neither side would retreat. Ragnar's voice cut through the tension as he proposed his own terms. If he were to win, he demanded the release of those who had been taken. He paused for a moment, his sharp eyes tracking every movement of his opponent, waiting for the right opportunity. Axion, standing firm, retorted with sharp disdain. His words carried a biting edge as he dismissed Ragnar's confidence, questioning whether his arrogance had surpassed reasonable bounds. With a tone dripping in mockery, Axion challenged Ragnar's conviction. He questioned whether Ragnar truly believed that he could inspire fear. Theo remained steadfast, his stance unyielding, his gaze reflecting nothing but defiance. His entire presence radiated a silent challenge, daring Axion to take him seriously. Nearby, another voice broke into the tension, its tone measured and cautionary. The speaker, addressing Axion with respect, urged restraint, reminding him not to fall prey to the obvious provocation. They emphasized the importance of adhering to the plan, cautioning against being lured into a trap. Axion's cold eyes glinted dangerously as he glanced at his opponent. A mocking smile spread across his face, exuding both menace and provocation. The icy tension between the two figures hinted at the storm that was about to unfold. Axion turned his back, his gaze cold and unyielding. His voice sharp with challenge cut through the tense air as he questioned those around him, doubting their trust in him. Without hesitation, he continued, declaring his resolve to face Theo Ragnar. His words carried a daring edge, promising to gauge the strength of his opponent. Drawing his sword, Axion stepped forward, the weight of his presence thickening the already oppressive atmosphere. His movements were deliberate, his voice unwavering as he vowed to witness what Theo Ragnar could bring to this battle. Meanwhile, others whispered among themselves, their voices betraying unease. One muttered about the escalating chaos and wondered aloud what their next move should be. Another, more composed, reassured the group, noting that everything remained under control and suggesting they simply continue executing the plan. They resolved to intervene only if Axion pushed beyond the agreed boundaries. As Axion and Theo faced each other, Axion's commanding voice rang out, declaring the terms of their duel. This was not merely a battle, but a clash of honor tied to the pride of the Ragnar name. His tone carried a warning no one was to interfere with their fight until its conclusion. He ordered that the captives remain untouched. Theo acknowledged the declaration, his response brief but respectful. Axion, however, sneered, dismissing the formalities with biting contempt. His mocking words dripped with disdain, a deliberate jab at Theo's lineage. With that, Axion's blade swept through the air, unleashing a razor-sharp current. His opponent, equally formidable, retaliated swiftly. In mere moments, the clash of their swords reverberated through the space, the tension mounting as each strike carved through the air with violent precision. "You won't escape from here in the end," the opponent gasped, struggling to steady himself as the powerful impacts left his body trembling. Axion's voice, dripping with contempt, carried another insult aimed directly at Theo's heritage. His words were followed by a ferocious swing of his sword, the force of which sent Theo reeling. A sharp cry escaped the opponent as he staggered backward, his armor torn by a deep gash. His words, filled with disbelief, mocked the unexpected strength of a Ragnar child. Despite the injury, he stood firm, his face resolute and fearless, his cold gaze locked on Axion. "I'll teach you the true power of the Ragnar family," Axion declared, his tone filled with defiance. His blade moved with deadly precision, slicing through the air like a streak of light. The dragon's roar technique erupted in full force, followed swiftly by the triple dragon claw. A phantom dragon emerged with the attack, its presence dominating the battlefield. For a moment, Axion hesitated, confusion flickering across his face as he struggled to comprehend the phenomenon unfolding before him. The unexpected manifestation left even him questioning the limits of the power he had just unleashed. The light from the clash flared intensely sharp and menacing, threatening to consume everything within its reach. Theo stood firm, his sword glinting in his grip. His expression exuded confidence and his voice, calm yet cutting, broke through the chaos. He questioned his opponent's worthiness with a biting remark, his tone laced with both challenge and disdain, silently daring them to prove their skill. Orion Gardner, one of the leaders of the Scaled Dragon Guild, let out a furious roar, frustration written all over his face. Beads of sweat trickled down as he struggled to comprehend what had just unfolded. His mind raced with disbelief as he questioned what had just happened. He recalled the doubts that had first arisen during the initial awakening ceremony, now growing stronger than ever. Meanwhile, Theo walked steadily across the snow, his movements calm and composed. His cloak billowed in the icy wind, leaving massive imprints on the ground that hinted at the terrifying power he had just unleashed. The sight sent shivers down the spines of the remaining onlookers, leaving them frozen in fear. Orion mumbled inwardly, unable to shake the confusion clouding his thoughts. He wondered how Theo could possess such overwhelming strength, a feat no one had anticipated. The realization that Theo could single-handedly destroy everything in his path left the group stunned, their minds refusing to accept the truth before them. As he stood there, tension etched onto his face, Orion wiped the sweat from his temple. His thoughts turned grim as he began to grasp the severity of the situation. He feared Axion might actually lose in this confrontation. For a brief moment, a treacherous idea crossed his mind, a thought that maybe betraying Axion and siding with Theo could be the better choice. Memories of Axion's arrogance only strengthened this fleeting notion. A bead of sweat rolled down Orion's cheek as he remained silent, his expression contemplative. Despite the inner turmoil, he chose to suppress his thoughts, unwilling to voice his doubts aloud. Determined to regain his composure, Orion forced a faint smirk onto his lips, convincing himself that the Central Intelligence Bureau's overseers, who were already present, would take care of the situation. He assured himself that staying calm and handling the unfolding chaos rationally was the best course of action. With renewed resolve, Orion issued a decisive command, instructing the Scaled Dragon Guild to scatter immediately. His piercing gaze left no room for hesitation as he turned to his team, ensuring they understood the urgency of his order. Elsewhere, amidst the howling wind, another voice suggested that they avoid getting caught in the turmoil. The speaker proposed leaving the matter to Axion while everyone acted independently. Without delay, the group moved swiftly, their figures vanishing into the night as the chilling atmosphere consumed the battlefield. The scene then shifted to a moment buried in the past. The image of a young boy with glowing red eyes emerged, his innocent yet determined face illuminated by the warm light of the scene behind him. A gentle yet firm voice resonated as if drawn from the depths of memory, delivering a weighty proclamation. The voice urged Axion to claim the throne of Ragnar, imparting a sense of unavoidable destiny. Standing before the boy, a man spoke with a tone brimming with expectation. His words carried the heavy burden of legacy as he reminded the child of his responsibility for his mother, his uncle, and the prosperity of the Troyvan family. His gaze conveyed an unshakable duty, one that could not be refused. The man's expression softened with a confident smile as he revealed a profound truth. The name Ragnar, he said, was nothing more than a facade, for the boy before him was a true member of the Troyvan bloodline. The boy, his crimson eyes glowing with a mix of bewilderment and resolve, stared at the man in silence. After a brief pause, he hesitated before voicing his doubt, questioning whether he truly understood the gravity of what was being asked of him. The scene shifted abruptly to the present, where Axion now faced his adversary. His clenched teeth and unwavering gaze exuded confidence mixed with arrogance. A cold smirk spread across his face as his demeanor conveyed an icy remark, silently appraising the situation with a chilling intensity. The ground quaked violently as the pressure from their movements tore through the earth beneath them. Snow erupted into the air, and the atmosphere became suffocatingly tense. Without hesitation, Axion surged forward, his battle cry echoing through the frosty air as he called out Theo Ragnar's name. The sword in his hand cut through the space between them with ferocious power, aiming directly for Theo. Their burning gazes locked, each refusing to yield to the other. Blinding red light streaked through the sky as their blades clashed with explosive force, igniting a cascade of sparks that illuminated the battlefield. The deafening sound of metal against metal reverberated, as if threatening to tear apart the very fabric of the world around them. Theo braced himself, his eyes filled with unrelenting determination as his sharp blade met Axion's furious assault. Neither fighter relented, sweat pouring down their faces, but failing to break their unyielding focus. Axion's teeth clenched tighter as his cold gaze bore into Theo. A guttural growl escaped his throat as he poured more strength into each strike, his sword swinging with relentless ferocity. Yet Theo stood firm, his resolve unshaken, deflecting every attack with steadfast precision. Theo smirked faintly, his sharp gaze locked onto Axion. Across the battlefield, the ringing clash of their swords continued, sending bright sparks flying into the air. Amidst the chaos, a man's mocking voice echoed, carrying a tone of biting sarcasm. He remarked that Axion's actions had unfolded precisely as he had anticipated, his words laced with derision. Meanwhile, in a spacious room with a round conference table, a commanding voice broke the tense silence. It announced the arrival of Theo Ragnar, stating that he had finally confronted Axion Ragnar in a direct showdown. Around the table, calculating gazes met one another, their owners awaiting the next development with measured patience. A muscular man burst into hearty laughter, his fists clenched tightly in excitement. He appeared energized by the news, nodding confidently. His eyes gleamed with unwavering belief as he silently affirmed his trust in Theo's strength and resolve, convinced that Theo was ready for the battle ahead. Elsewhere, an older man with sharp, steely eyes muttered under his breath, his tone laced with disbelief. His expression betrayed his shock as he struggled to comprehend how Theo had managed to escape being eliminated by the scum sent after him. In another corner of the room, a younger man with long silver hair exhaled deeply relief washing over his features. He murmured to himself about Theo's survival, feeling a quiet sense of gratitude. A faint smile graced his lips as his calculating gaze hinted at a deeper plan taking shape. Although unsure of Theo's exact actions, he concluded that the time to set his own plans in motion had finally arrived. His expression sharpened as a scheming grin crept onto his face. His thoughts turned to Axion, envisioning how the advanced swordsman he had carefully chosen would finish the job the moment Axion uncovered the information about the relic. The silver-haired man raised his hand gracefully, his eyes scanning the attendants nearby. He mentioned having received new intelligence, his voice calm yet tinged with a subtle excitement. One of his subordinates stepped forward to report in a firm tone that Theo Ragnar and Axion Ragnar were currently locked in a duel. The statement seemed to weigh heavily on the room, thickening the already tense atmosphere. The man's eyes brightened slightly, a flicker of violet flashing within his pupils, betraying a moment of exhilaration. A cold bead of sweat traced its way down his cheek, but he remained silent, his enigmatic smile revealing nothing of the thoughts swirling within. Axion's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed Theo suddenly unleash an advanced technique. The sight left him momentarily stunned, his thoughts racing with disbelief as doubt flickered in his mind. Theo activated the gesture stride, a secretive movement technique that rendered his motions incredibly agile and nearly impossible to track. His fluid, unpredictable movements caught Axion completely off guard. With a blinding burst of speed, Theo's blade surged forward, aimed with deadly precision. The sharp clang of metal rang out as their swords collided, each clash producing bright sparks that illuminated the battlefield. Theo pressed the attack relentlessly, each strike carrying devastating force and intent. Despite his best efforts to defend, Axion could no longer deny the reality before him. Gritting his teeth, he acknowledged Theo's incredible strength. His thoughts betrayed a mix of frustration and astonishment, noting Theo's rapid and extraordinary progress. Yet, within Axion's crimson eyes, a cold determination burned. His focus intensified, and his gaze locked onto Theo's every movement, scrutinizing each attack. Confidence crept into Axion's expression as he observed his opponent. While Theo's strikes were swift and lethal, Axion silently concluded that they were not yet enough to overwhelm him. A faint smirk curled at the corner of Axion's lips as he carefully tracked Theo's every move. Each step, every subtle shift in position, was meticulously monitored, giving Axion the edge he needed. Meanwhile, Theo's grip tightened around the hilt of his blade, the weapon gleaming with an ominous brilliance. A quiet murmur escaped his lips, his voice calm yet brimming with self-assurance. He declared his ability to read Axion's movements, confident that no motion would escape his notice. In an instant, Axion's blade swung with unparalleled ferocity, slicing through the air like a storm. The attack, radiating a searing light, tore through the atmosphere and honed in on a vulnerable point Theo had unwittingly revealed. Theo lifted his gaze, his composure faltering as surprise flashed in his eyes. The unexpected nature of Axion's assault left him momentarily off balance. Recognition dawned upon him as he realized the nature of the attack, a sword-throwing technique. Axion's blade hurled forward like an arrow, its speed defying belief as it cut through the space between them. The weapon's luminous trail seemed to suspend time itself, the battlefield falling into eerie silence, save for the piercing sound of wind splitting around the projectile. The onlookers standing at a distance turned pale, their bodies trembling with fear in the face of such overwhelming power. Disbelief filled their expressions, their eyes betraying a mix of terror and confusion at the spectacle unfolding before them. Axion's sword surged forward, its radiant light slicing through the darkness. The precision of his strike sent Theo staggering backward, blood spraying into the air. The force of the blow pushed Theo's body back, pain etched deeply into his features. Theo managed to steady himself, his cold gaze fixed on Axion. His voice, low and commanding, carried an air of unyielding authority as he addressed the situation with quiet determination. Axion, his sharp eyes narrowing further, made his point with calculated precision. He observed that employing secret techniques with predetermined movements only made it easier for opponents to anticipate the next position. His words struck at Theo's pride, their impact undeniable. Despite the sting of Axion's remark, Theo's fiery red eyes remained unshaken, reflecting his unwavering confidence in battle. Blood dripped from Axion's glowing blade, each droplet staining the cold, white snow with dark red splatters, a stark testament to the ferocity of their clash. Theo, seething with anger and pain, tightened his grip on the remaining sword. Though his body trembled under the strain, he forced himself to maintain his fighting stance. The faint light reflecting off his blade did little to inspire hope, but in Theo's eyes it remained his sole means of resistance. With a voice heavy with rage and pain, Theo spoke, his piercing gaze fixed on Axion. His tone was laced with fury and grief, heightening the oppressive tension of the battlefield. Behind them, the sky blazed red, flames consuming the heavens and casting the battlefield in shades of brilliant gold and orange. Amidst the chaos, a warrior cloaked in white stood resolutely, his bloodied sword in hand. His eyes, cold and devoid of emotion, observed the scene with chilling detachment. From a distance, the sound of labored breathing and the sight of fallen enemies became clearer. Beneath Axion's feet lay Theo's motionless body, blood pooling beneath him. The enemy's sword was lodged firmly in his chest, a grim conclusion to their battle. Axion's sharp, emotionless voice cut through the silence, dismissing Theo's resistance with an air of finality. He remarked on Theo's verbosity, his tone devoid of sympathy. With a slight bow of his head, Axion's cold eyes delivered the ultimate judgment. Theo, stripped of strength, could only manage weak breaths as his fading eyes stared at the figure of his rival. Defeat consumed him, his gaze fixed on the adversary he would never overcome. Axion removed his mask, his lips curling into a sinister smirk as he stared coldly at his opponent. His voice, sharp and resolute, cut through the air. He declared with chilling finality that this would be the place where he ended his adversary. It named one that had surfaced on that fateful day hung ominously in the air. The scene shifted, revealing a crimson sky ablaze with fire. Fragments of the ancient palace fell from above, marking the collapse of its grandeur. Amidst the destruction, a haunting narration echoed, as if recounting a forgotten memory, the day I died. In the flickering glow of the flames, a young warrior wielding a silver sword dashed through the crumbling ruins of the palace. Each step he took resonated with the crashing sound of walls collapsing around him. Determination blazed in his eyes, yet deep within, he felt the bitter sting of an elusive truth slipping further out of reach. Faintly, his somber voice carried through the chaos, confessing the despair of his fate. He lamented that destiny had decreed his death without ever revealing who had set the Rose Palace ablaze. His tone bore the weight of resignation, a melancholic reflection amidst the tempest of flames. Painful memories surged back, flooding Theo's mind. His gaze turned hollow, filled with helplessness, as his past failures loomed large. A scream of anguish tore from him, raw and full of self-reproach. He blamed his own lack of strength, bitterly acknowledging his inability to protect what he held most dear. Amid the turmoil, a shadowy figure emerged cloaked in black. The man's face remained obscured until he slowly pulled down his mask, revealing his true identity. It was Rendon, the orchestrator behind the chaos. His malicious grin spread across his face, a taunt to the warrior who stood before him. The warrior's thoughts shifted, no longer weighed down by despair but sparked with newfound clarity. Thanks to Evelyn's discovery, he had uncovered the deep connection between Rendon and the Camellia Palace. The realization reignited a glimmer of hope within him. Despite his injuries and the crushing weight of defeat, the warrior gripped his sword tightly, refusing to surrender. He was resolute in his mission to uncover the truth and confront the past to secure a future worth fighting for. Under the fiery sky, the ruins of toppled towers flickered in the blaze, serving as silent witnesses to the destruction. The warrior collapsed to his knees, his breaths labored, yet his gaze remained fixed forward with unyielding determination. To himself, he whispered with quiet certainty, formulating his final conclusion. The only logical explanation left was that those who had orchestrated his death were none other than the Troyvin family. As his arm fell limp and the sword slipped from his grasp, the burning inferno around him painted a vivid picture of betrayal and ruin. The scene consumed by flames stood as a testament to the treachery that had led to this moment of devastation. Under the fiery night sky, chaos engulfed everything. Yet, Amidst the storm, a glimmer of light streaked through the darkness like a lightning bolt. A sword through the air, tearing apart the shadows with unrelenting force, its trajectory unwavering. The warrior recognized the technique immediately as sword-throwing technique. It was a rare and audacious maneuver, one that could only belong to a singular, unmistakable individual. Axion Ragnar. The name echoed in his mind like a resolute declaration. There was no mistaking it, for the signature of the move was too distinct. The warrior clenched his fists tightly, his blood boiling with rage. Only someone as supremely arrogant as Axion would dare use an attack so reckless it risked disarming himself entirely. Memories surged forward, fragments of the past intertwining to form a vivid tapestry of betrayal and anguish. The Troven family, their sinister schemes, and now Axion Ragnar, the arrogant figure at the heart of it all. The warrior steeled himself for the impending battle. His opponent was not merely a formidable fighter, but the embodiment of treachery that had shattered his life. His gaze turned distant, filled with unwavering determination. The blade in his hand glinted under the fiery glow, as if preparing to carve his judgment into history itself. Beneath the darkened sky, Theo stood motionless, his piercing eyes scanning every movement around him. His grip tightened on his fractured sword, the strain causing the metal to groan under pressure. Though his voice was barely a whisper, it carried the weight of his realization. He murmured to himself, his gaze never leaving his opponent, acknowledging the truth he could no longer deny. The battered sword in his hand reflected the faint light of the moon, its cracks symbolizing the collapse of a once unshakable faith. Pain and fury churned within him, but Theo's resolve remained steadfast. Even now, he could see that nothing had changed. The same deceit and arrogance that had ruined him still thrived. His voice dropped, each word laced with simmering anger. He could feel the bitter truth resurfacing, a wound that never fully healed. A surge of fury overtook him as he shouted into the cold, unforgiving night. His question, raw with emotion, demanded answers he already knew would not come. Blood dripped from his wounded arm, staining the icy ground below, blending with the mournful wail of the wind. Yet, instead of faltering, Theo let out a quiet, scornful laugh. His lips curled into a smirk, one that exuded defiance and disdain for the forces that sought to destroy him. Memories of the Troven family surfaced vividly in Theo's mind, each one cutting into his heart like a blade. But now Theo was no longer the weak warrior he once was. He held his head high, his fiery red eyes burning with a resolve to incinerate all traces of betrayal. This battle would mark the end of his pain or the beginning of a new legend. Axion's eyes flickered with surprise as he observed Theo not only parry his sword but shatter the blade barehanded. The sharp sound of a crack echoed, signaling an almost incomprehensible display of strength. The sight unsettled Axion, flooding him with unease. He struggled to accept what he had just witnessed, his thoughts swirling with disbelief. Memories from a previous life surfaced, where his own strength had always been insufficient to overcome monumental challenges. The broken blade fell to the snow-covered ground, its bloodied edge a silent testament to the brutal conflict. Yet Theo showed no hesitation, his bloodied hands clenched tightly, and his piercing gaze fixed firmly on Axion. The fire in his eyes reflected a vow, a resolute declaration that everything had changed since his past life. Although his body bore the marks of relentless battle, Theo's spirit remained unbroken. He was no longer the fragile figure of his former self. Now, he stood as Theo Ragnar, a warrior willing to risk everything to rewrite his fate. Determination coursed through him as he resolved to fight not just for himself but for his fallen comrades. The weight of their sacrifices fueled his resolve, their memories pushing him forward. From a distance, a piercing whistling sound tore through the air, followed by a streak of brilliant light hurtling toward him. The strike from his enemy was ruthless, aimed to end the fight decisively. Theo raised his head, his expression unflinching as he faced the lethal blow. Axion watched with a disdainful smirk. His thoughts carried the mocking tone of someone unimpressed by what he deemed an unworthy effort. The opposing warrior's eyes widened in horror as he felt the oppressive aura emanating from Theo. It was no mere killing intent, it was a force that transcended the boundaries of ordinary combat. Fear gripped him, his breath shallow and quick as he struggled to process what was unfolding. The crimson light that radiated from Theo began to engulf the battlefield, dissolving the fractured remnants of the world around them. All that remained was a dark void where Theo and Axion stood as the sole figures, locked in an extraordinary confrontation. Under the eerie glow of the crimson sky, the world fell into an unsettling silence, a fragile calm before the inevitable storm. The young warrior, his sharp gaze unwavering, felt an unpredictable wave of killing intent. His crimson eyes glinted with heightened vigilance as he detected the destructive mana emanating from his opponent. This was no ordinary hostility, Axion realized. A cold sweat trickled down his forehead as the realization struck him. The oppressive energy felt eerily reminiscent of something long buried, something tied to the First Awakening ceremony. Before Axion's eyes, Theo's presence grew increasingly menacing. From the shadows, a ghostly image flickered, like the manifestation of a demon's soul clawing its way into reality. The blade in Theo's hand began to glow, encircling him with a strange aura that seemed to herald an imminent catastrophe. Axion's mind raced as his eyes widened in disbelief, piecing together fragments of understanding. His heart pounded not out of fear, but from the certainty that the decisive moment had arrived. This was not just a battle, it was his destiny, the singular opportunity to shatter the chains of the past and reclaim justice for all he had lost. Cold rain fell steadily, droplets clinging to the blade of his sword, reflecting the faint light of the ominous sky. The clash of weapons resounded like thunder, the force of the impact pushing his opponent backward, rippling pressure waves through the air. Opposite him, the warrior stood firm, an unyielding presence like a mountain that refused to be moved. His disheveled hair framed a face of icy composure, but his eyes burned with a fire that spoke of indomitable resolve. Theo's thoughts turned defiant, his unwavering stance exuding an air of dominance. His very presence seemed to ask the unspoken question, daring his adversary to continue underestimating him. Axion roared with fury, his voice erupting in a primal scream fueled by hatred. The seething rage coursing through his veins ignited every muscle in his body, driving his attacks to become even more ferocious and relentless. His opponent, wearing a mocking half-smile, suddenly raised a hand and caught the blade with his bare fingers. Axion's eyes widened in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend how his enemy had managed to stop such a powerful strike. The sharp sound of steel meeting unyielding flesh reverberated through the storm, shattering the eerie silence of the snowstorm. Theo leapt into the air, a ring of sharp light encircling him as he seemed to slice through the night itself. His sword arced upward, radiating an overwhelming pressure that bore down on Axion like an unrelenting weight. For a brief moment, their gazes locked, hatred and determination colliding in the charged air between them. The enemy gripped his own blade tightly, striving to maintain composure against the surging killing intent emanating from Axion. Yet his eyes betrayed him, revealing a flicker of concealed fear. Theo's sword flashed with a cold brilliance, its icy gleam piercing through the freezing winds like a shard of frost cutting through the storm. Theo's voice, low and menacing, slithered into the enemy's ears like an invisible dagger. He spoke of the pain of being pierced through the stomach, his tone as sharp and cutting as his words. A derisive smirk twisted his lips, reflecting both contempt and dark satisfaction. Memories of agonizing battles, life or death struggles, and smoldering resentment ignited like a dormant flame roaring to life. The enemy's eyes widened in terror as Theo's blade hurtled toward him with impossible speed, its trajectory cutting through the chaos like an unstoppable force. An observer softly muttered to himself as his eyes scanned the streaks of blood trailing across the snowy ground. The scene didn't resemble the aftermath of a monster attack. Instead, it looked like someone had been forcibly taken away. The air around him grew tense, almost as if it carried an unspoken warning of something amiss. Nearby, a warrior knelt on the ground, his trembling voice betraying his fear as he identified the culprit in his mind. To him, only Axion could be capable of such an act. From the shadows, another person interjected with a mocking tone, dismissing the claim by suggesting that Axion, being a top-ranked warrior, wouldn't stoop to such tactics unless seeking additional fame. This remark spread doubt and unease among those present. A sharp-eyed man observed the situation in silence, his piercing gaze analyzing every detail. He deduced that Axion had likely captured Theo's subordinates as bait, intending to lure Theo out. His lips curled into a cold smile as he contemplated the dark possibility that Axion's goal was to eliminate Theo during the Second Awakening ritual. Anger erupted from one of the warriors who shouted in frustration at the thought of such treachery. His contempt for Axion was evident as he denounced him as a coward unworthy of respect. Beside him, a woman shrugged indifferently, her calm demeanor contrasting sharply with the warrior's outrage. To her, such tactics were just another part of Ragnar's awakening ritual, a situation she considered normal. A cold glare passed through the group as another warrior stood deep in thought. His silence stretched on, but eventually he voiced his disdain for Ragnar's methods, calling them unacceptable even in the context of a battle of strength. His words carried a heavy sense of disapproval and unease. Standing nearby, a masked woman broke the tension with a chilling observation. Her sharp eyes glinted in the dim light as she questioned the warrior's sincerity, warning him about the potential danger of his statements. Her words thickened the already heavy atmosphere, pressing down on those who listened. Determined, the warrior smiled faintly but resolutely, declaring his intent to rescue Theo's subordinates. He firmly believed that if the roles were reversed, Theo would have done the same for him. His confidence and resolve were unwavering. Another warrior, filled with enthusiasm, pointed out the potential advantage of working together. He eagerly suggested that the group should act immediately, his excitement growing as he urged others to join the effort. However, the woman who had remained calm throughout simply crossed her arms and declined. Her voice, steady and resolute, left no room for argument as she stated her lack of interest in the matter. The woman continued in a cold tone, explaining her motives. She had followed the group, hoping to encounter Theo Ragnar, but her efforts had been in vain. Her sharp gaze carried an unyielding intensity as she emphasized her disdain. She made it clear that she never liked the weak and had no interest in rescuing them. A confused warrior hesitated before nervously asking her if she considered herself trash. His words struck a nerve. Her expression darkened, and with gritted teeth, she glared directly at him, her voice sharp and filled with anger as she retorted furiously. Nearby, a warrior with white hair observed the exchange with a faint smile. His knowing eyes seemed to pierce through her icy demeanor. He addressed her calmly, calling her by name Erica, and confidently stated that he understood why she was so eager to meet Theo. Erica froze for a moment. Though her gaze remained cold, there was a flicker of surprise in her eyes. She chose not to respond, but her shifting expression betrayed her unease. The white-haired warrior's smile widened, his confidence unwavering. He assured her that assisting him this time would be a significant step toward achieving her ultimate goal. His tone left no room for doubt, planting the seeds of consideration in her mind. Suddenly, a deafening crack shattered the tense atmosphere. The snow beneath their feet was ripped apart by a powerful force, and the ground quaked violently, plunging the group into chaos. A warrior surged forward, moving with astonishing speed, leading the charge while those behind struggled to keep pace. His steps carved long trails into the snow, his relentless determination leaving an unmistakable mark. With his focused gaze locked ahead, each stride was purposeful and firm. His thoughts burned with resolve as he silently urged those he sought to rescue to hold on just a little longer. The stillness of the snowy expanse was interrupted by the sharp sound of a blade piercing the ground. The chilling whistle of steel against ice echoed through the air as the command to halt resonated firmly. The owner of the sword stood resolute, staring directly ahead. His voice was unyielding as he ordered them to stop moving forward. Behind him, the group skidded to a halt, their surprise evident as they took in the unexpected sight before them. On the white, snow-covered ground, a large group stood facing the warrior and his comrades. The sound of footsteps echoed, heightening the tension in the freezing air. The white-haired warrior stared straight ahead, his expression serious. His voice, though barely audible, broke the silence. He uttered a name that carried weight. Jialong Society? The alertness in his eyes was mirrored by the wary stances of his teammates. The leader of the opposing group smirked, his tone dripping with provocation. He addressed Remington with disdain, mocking him. It had been a long time since they had last met, but the venom in his words hadn't dulled. He accused Remington of abandoning them to associate with what he described as a band of fools. His eyes gleamed with contempt, exuding arrogance. Another adversary sneered, his laughter cutting through the tension. He ridiculed Remington further, questioning his choice of allies and scoffing at the supposed inferiority of his current companions. Nearby, a red-haired man among the warriors erupted in anger. His voice boomed as he furiously repeated the insult, interpreting it as an accusation of his group being nothing but brainless brutes. His frustration flared like a burning fire. Calmly, an icy voice interjected, slicing through the chaos. The speaker clarified that such words had never been explicitly said, though the insult hung in the air like a veiled threat. Remington, the white-haired warrior, fixed his sharp gaze on the man before him. His voice was firm yet edged with warning as he addressed Orion, an old acquaintance. He urged Orion to step aside, expressing his reluctance to fight someone he once considered a friend. His tone carried both conviction and a note of pleading. Orion, however, merely curled his lips into a faint, mocking smile. His cold eyes bore into Remington's, unwavering and resolute. His response was short, decisive, and laced with defiance. He refused. Remington said nothing, his gaze dropping slightly as if weighing his options. A heavy silence settled over the scene, oppressive and tense, suffocating those caught in its grasp. His grip on the hilt of his sword tightened, the blade catching the light and gleaming ominously. His voice dropped, now dark and foreboding, brimming with deadly intent. He gave one final warning. If Orion wouldn't move aside, there would be no other choice. With that, Remington's words turned into action. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, his sword cutting through the air with a sharp, menacing whistle. The sound echoed, heralding the impending clash. Elsewhere, the scene shifted to Theo and Axion. A figure lay collapsed on the icy ground, their wide-open eyes reflecting a mixture of regret and helplessness. Blood pooled around them, seeping from a deep wound. The blade, still slick with crimson, rested nearby, a grim reminder of the violence. The injured figure shivered uncontrollably, their breaths shallow and uneven. The knife had pierced deep into their back, staining the snow beneath them a vivid red. The sight painted a sorrowful and tragic tableau against the cold, lifeless backdrop of winter. The warrior lunged forward, directing a powerful strike straight at Theo. A blinding light radiated from his sword, tearing through the air and unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. Axion, standing opposite him, instinctively stepped back, his eyes wide with shock. He had no time to evade. All he could do was watch as the surge of energy roared toward him like an unstoppable tempest. The blade cut through the air with a sharp, chilling whistle, slicing dangerously close to the face of someone bound and lying on the snow. Amid the chaos, the bound figure's thoughts raced wildly. This was the chance Theo had created. His breaths quickened, and a fierce determination burned in his gaze. He resolved to act, thinking, I must sever it, no matter what. Two swords clashed violently, sending dazzling sparks flying through the air. The sharp sound of metal meeting metal pierced the deathly silence of the night. Theo and Axion faced each other head-on, their blades glowing with fierce intensity. Theo launched decisive attacks, while Axion braced himself, deflecting each strike with all his strength. The battle unfolded in a dangerously dramatic display, each moment charged with tension. One of the warriors widened his eyes, a mix of tension and astonishment etched on his face. In his mind, a single thought echoed: he's finally stepped up. Nearby, a man in a black cloak lowered his head slightly, his deep voice breaking the mounting silence. He offered a somber apology. "Forgive me, Lord Axion." The clash of swords illuminated the battlefield, brilliant sparks erupting with each collision. The man in the black cloak remained composed, his voice as cold as the winter night. He declared his acceptance of punishment once the awakening ritual concluded. Below him, bold letters introduced his identity: Senior Overseer Liam Troven. The two warriors charged at each other once more. Their swords flashed brightly, lighting up the dim surroundings. The deafening clash of metal reverberated, signaling an unrelenting battle. One warrior roared fiercely, channeling his full strength into a powerful slash. The force of the attack pushed his opponent back, albeit only briefly, as the clash pressed on. In the distance, a group of individuals clad in black uniforms suddenly appeared. The leader shouted, his voice cutting through the tension. He called for support for Lord Axion, and the group responded in unison, their voices firm and resolute. With synchronized steps, they advanced, their presence intensifying the already stifling atmosphere. A sharp sword sliced through the air, creating a radiant beam of light. The sudden attack tore toward the enemy, scattering snow into the air. For a brief moment, time seemed to freeze before plunging into chaos once again. One of the men stepped forward, his voice steady as he addressed Axion. He stated that Axion had fought enough, and that they would handle the rest. Axion turned to look at his comrades, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he registered their timely arrival. Among them, one man bent down, picking up a sword from the snow and offering it to Axion with a calm gesture. Axion hesitated briefly before silently taking the sword. His grip tightened around the hilt, and the fire of determination ignited in his eyes. His expression hardened, reflecting both resolve and an unspoken depth of thought. His face, cold and stoic, bore faint scars that only added to his unyielding aura. The blade in the cloaked man's hand shimmered, drawing a sharp silver arc in preparation for a relentless counterattack against Theo. His gaze locked on his opponent, unwavering and focused. Without hesitation, he swung his sword, the movement powerful and decisive. The blade sliced through the air with a whistling sound, a testament to its immense speed and strength. The attack surged forward, unstoppable in its trajectory. The fierce battle unfolded amidst the endless white of the snow. The cloaked warrior's sword carved through the air, leaving a luminous arc that briefly lit the sky. The shining blade collided with Theo's weapon, the clash reverberating with a resounding echo, punctuating the relentless combat. Snow and ice swirled around them, the brutal confrontation casting a stark contrast against the serene, frozen landscape. The enemy staggered back momentarily but quickly regained his footing and launched a counterattack. Both combatants surged toward each other, their sharp blades carving spiraling arcs of light through the frigid air. Shouts echoed across the snow-covered forest, shattering the cold silence that had once blanketed the scene. The figure in black sidestepped deftly, evading an attack from behind. With a swift turn, he struck his opponent's weapon, disarming them in a single fluid motion. A powerful blow followed, sending his adversary sprawling onto the icy ground. Yet, the battle was far from over. A blinding light erupted from behind, poised to deliver a seemingly fatal strike. In that tense moment, the warrior barely managed to tilt his head, channeling all his strength into a decisive counterattack. The man cloaked in black focused his cold, piercing gaze on Theo, pouring every ounce of power into his relentless strikes. Despite his efforts, he couldn't faze his opponent. Frustration flickered in his mind as he realized an uncomfortable truth. No matter what he tried, Theo stood unshaken. His confidence wavered as a nagging thought took root. I have to admit it. He won't be pushed back by Axion or any elite swordsman I've ever brought forward. The air sparked with fleeting bursts of light as their swords clashed, the deafening sound reverberating through the battlefield. Theo remained steadfast, his unwavering gaze reflecting his unyielding determination. If anything, the intensity of the battle seemed to fuel him, his strikes growing even stronger, each one breaking past limits that seemed insurmountable. His sharp eyes burned with inner fire, reflecting the fierce determination within. Every movement exuded decisiveness and unwavering resolve, embodying the strength he carried inside. He thought to himself, he and I are not on the same level. The rapid succession of powerful attacks heightened the tension in the frozen air. It was a rare opportunity, one he knew couldn't be wasted. The cloaked man realized that this moment, free from oversight, was his only chance to end Theo. Yet, a flicker of hesitation clouded his mind. Striking down someone of Theo's caliber felt like a regrettable waste of potential. Resolving his internal conflict, the man in black raised his sword high, the blade glowing with a fiery red light. The intensity of its aura mirrored his unshakable resolve. Only one thought echoed in his mind: all of this is for the benefit of Troyvan. The sword descended with brutal force, aimed directly at the target before him. His movements were swift, precise, and brimming with lethal intent. Theo Ragnar sensed the incoming attack, his eyes narrowing sharply. In a move almost beyond comprehension, he evaded the deadly strike by a hair's breadth. The cloaked figure, sword raised high, silently muttered in his mind, "Farewell, Theo Ragnar." A fiery red glow ignited in Theo's gaze, brimming with fury and unshakable resolve. From deep within, an overwhelming surge of power erupted, radiating an intense and formidable killing intent. In that fleeting moment, a symbol of power manifested in his eye, a mark of an awakening force both mysterious and perilous. A blazing crimson sword descended from above, piercing through the cloaked enemy with devastating precision. The opponent froze, disbelief etched across his face. Meanwhile, Theo stood firm, exuding an aura of unyielding might and authority. A pained scream tore through the air as blood gushed from the mouth of the man who collapsed to his knees, his face contorted in agony. The cloaked allies recoiled in shock, one of them trembling as he cried out, calling for Lord Axion. His voice wavered with fear as he knelt down to examine the bloodied face of his fallen comrade, unable to grasp the gravity of what had just transpired. Amid the chaos, Axion's eyes burned a vivid red, consumed by anger. His voice, low and frigid, cut through the tension. He reminded them, with deliberate emphasis, that he had warned them beforehand. Yet, they had ignored his words and interfered, leading to this inevitable tragedy. Blood splattered across the pristine white snow. The overseers behind Axion were completely shocked by what had just happened. One of them looked at Axion, his voice trembling with disbelief, questioning what he was doing. Axion's expression hardened as he turned to them, his tone filled with cold fury. He reminded them of his earlier warning, making it clear that interfering in the duel, because they thought he might lose, was a grave insult to his position as the heir. His eyes burned with murderous intent, causing fear to spread across the face of a bystander. The onlookers whispered among themselves, one murmuring that Axion was insane, daring to harm even his own men. In a chilling tone, Axion acknowledged Theo Ragnar's strength but emphasized that his own superiority was undeniable. His mind replayed the teachings of S, who had drilled into him the belief that the weak were worthless and that his talent gave him the right to trample others. Only by standing above everyone else could he claim the throne. With a firm conviction, Axion thought to himself that Theo must be weaker than him. It was, in his eyes, the only logical conclusion. No one could surpass the rightful heir. He resolved to be the strongest, the one who would rule from the throne. To Axion, someone like Theo could never defeat him in a place like this. Gripping his sword tightly, Axion's fury boiled over. He declared silently in his mind that anyone who dared to obstruct his path would face death. With this thought driving him, Axion charged forward. His every movement radiated a killing intent so strong that reason and logic had completely abandoned him. His sword came down with immense power, aiming directly at Theo. Yet, what unfolded next shattered his understanding. Axion's eyes widened in astonishment. The spot where Theo had stood moments ago was now nothing more than rubble. Theo had disappeared entirely. From above, Theo descended with an unstoppable force. His presence commanded the scene, as his actions seemed to declare the battle's conclusion. In a single devastating strike, Theo's blade shattered Axion's sword and severed his arm, leaving Axion in utter disbelief. Behind the scene, the overseers anxiously rushed to Liam, who was gravely injured. Their voices trembled with concern as they questioned whether he was all right, expressing frustration over his recklessness. Despite their worry, Liam's response was far from grateful. With a voice filled with rage, he demanded that they kill Theo Ragnar immediately. His tone left no room for hesitation, yet one of them hesitated, wondering why Liam was so adamant. Before they could finish their thought, Liam cut them off with a furious outburst, reminding them of the consequences they would all face if Axion died. His anger underscored the urgency of his order. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Axion's once smug demeanor had crumbled. His face was now a mask of horror as he launched a barrage of frantic attacks, despite having already lost one arm. Each strike was more desperate than the last. In his mind, he grappled with the impossible. How could he, the strongest, be losing? Memories of his uncle's teachings resurfaced, echoing the words that warned him to expect the unimaginable, that even a dying ember could suddenly blaze with brilliance. Axion clenched his teeth, refusing to accept what was happening. His thoughts turned bitter as he raged internally about Theo Ragnar. He saw Theo as nothing more than an unworthy bastard, someone he had intended to humiliate at a banquet, showing him his rightful place beneath Axion. But Axion failed to grasp the reality that the skill gap between him and Theo was not as wide as he believed. His frustration and delusion boiled over. He convinced himself that someone like Theo should be insignificant, unworthy of challenging him. His mind clung to the idea that he alone was destined to become the king of the North and claim Ragnar's throne. Despite his growing desperation, Axion kept attacking, though his strikes were no longer guided by precision or strategy. They were fueled by his unraveling sanity and overwhelming fear. Across the battlefield, Theo stood firm, his gaze cold and unwavering. In his heart, Theo knew the cost of Axion's ambitions. He recalled the lives that had been lost because of Axion's greed. Determined, he resolved to crush Axion's delusions of grandeur, even if it meant resorting to violence. Theo's resolve hardened as he gripped his sword tightly. Power surged through him, and the dragon fang reappeared, its presence signaling the end of the battle. Gathering all his strength, Theo prepared to unleash his final attack. With unyielding focus, Theo's roar filled the battlefield as he poured every ounce of his power into the moment. The force of his strike, Triple Dragon Claw surged forward, promising to end the bloodshed once and for all. Axion's face froze in disbelief, as if he was bracing for his inevitable end. Theo Ragnar's determination burned brighter, his strength growing with the intent to sever everything in his path. In his mind, a vow echoed everything he had endured in his past life would now be repaid tenfold. The spectators of the battle were left in stunned silence, their expressions blank, their eyes filled with unspoken questions. Even those watching from afar could sense the overwhelming power radiating from Theo's strike. Opposite him, Axion bore the full brunt of the attack. His eyes widened in shock as blood gushed from his mouth. For a moment, the battlefield seemed to fall into a deep, eerie silence, the calm before a storm. Then, the devastating force of Theo's strike erupted, shattering the stillness. Axion's body was blown away by the sheer power, the attack marking the end of a grudge that had spanned lifetimes. Theo had delivered justice, paying Axion back in full. The might of the strike left no room for doubt. A vast expanse of the battlefield was obliterated, the air thick with dust and debris. Blood splattered across the snow-covered ground, followed by Axion's broken body collapsing in defeat. His severed head rolled lifelessly to the ground, coming to a halt at the feet of the victor, Theo Ragnar. Theo stood tall amidst the wreckage, his figure exuding undeniable authority and strength. His expression remained cold and emotionless, a silent declaration of his unshakable position as the one who now reigned supreme. After decapitating Axion, Theo's sword dripped with blood. Dark red droplets fell onto the white snow, staining it, while Axion's severed head, still filled with rage, rolled aimlessly on the ground. The surrounding supervisors stared in disbelief, their expressions frozen in shock. One of them widened his eyes in horror as he looked at Axion's mangled corpse, his thoughts screaming that the young master had been reduced to nothing more than a cornered dog. Another supervisor, filled with fury, gave an enraged order to kill Theo immediately, spurring the 4 other supervisors into action. Without hesitation, they charged at Theo, blades drawn. Yet, Theo remained unmoving, his calm demeanor unwavering despite the murderous intent coming his way. Beneath his composed expression, a faint smile lingered, hiding the turmoil that burned within. He reflected on the dire situation, silently acknowledging that he was in serious trouble and that everything from this moment onward would hinge on sheer luck. Even in peak condition, he would have struggled to face 4 high-ranking supervisors. Now, his energy was nearly depleted, and his stamina had reached its limit after the previous attack. Theo's eyes stayed fixed on the approaching supervisors, their sharp blades glinting menacingly as they closed in. Despite the peril, he couldn't help but feel that this was the moment when his allies should arrive. From behind him, the sound of hurried footsteps broke the tension. Wellington's group appeared, having fought their way past the Dragonscale gang to reach Theo at the critical moment. Theo turned to them, his eyes widening in astonishment. He questioned their sudden arrival, his mind racing with confusion and relief. Wellington, however, remained firm, explaining that they had come to rescue a comrade in need because that was what teammates were meant to do. Erica, standing beside Wellington, added with a smirk that Theo was even more impressive in person than she had imagined. Her blunt honesty left no room for doubt as she admitted she had grown fond of him after witnessing his strength firsthand. Nearby, Theo's soldiers, now freed from their captors, rallied themselves and prepared to fight. Among them, Sybil Dre, a determined 17-year-old, resolved to give everything they had to support their leader. Sybil's voice carried the sentiment of the group as they vowed not to run away after causing so much trouble for Theo. Wellington stepped forward to engage one of the supervisors, his sword meeting the enemy's blade with immense force. His cold and authoritative voice reminded the supervisor that interfering with the candidates was a forbidden act and a serious crime. The air around Wellington was charged with power as he prepared for the final confrontation. Fear overtook the supervisor, who immediately sent a panicked communication to his leader. He desperately asked Liam what they should do, proposing the drastic measure of eliminating everyone present as the only way to handle the situation. Meanwhile, Liam, gravely injured, struggled to comprehend the unfolding disaster. He acknowledged in despair that their plans had failed completely. The relic of the Rose Palace remained undiscovered, Theo Ragnar had survived, and now Axion had fallen in battle. There was no longer any way to salvage the situation, and Liam could only admit defeat. Liam, cornered like a desperate animal, raised his voice, filled with menace. He commanded that everyone be killed, suggesting a massive outbreak of magical energy and summoned monsters would result in the death of all candidates present. In his view, this was the only way to erase all traces connecting to the Tro Nan clan. As he finished speaking, Liam pulled out a pouch filled with monster seeds and spilled them onto the ground, much to the shock of his subordinates. From those seeds, 25th-tier monsters would emerge, enough to conceal everything and make it appear as though it had been a tragic accident. With unwavering conviction, he declared that everything was for the sake of the Tro Nan clan. Despite their initial hesitation, his subordinates moved quickly to comply. But life rarely unfolds like a fairy tale. A sharp, decisive stab pierced through Liam's body from behind, forcing him to cough up blood. Overwhelmed with rage and despair, he screamed about the bitter irony of being betrayed at such a critical moment. With those words, he collapsed to the ground, meeting his end in a mix of fury and regret. The one who delivered the fatal blow was Selp, the armored dragon knight, accompanied by Aaron. Behind them stood Natasha of the Plum Blossom Temple and Sally of the Water Lotus Sanctuary. The three figures, exuding authority, issued a stern warning. They demanded everyone to stay still and surrender if they valued their lives. Otherwise, they were welcome to share Liam's grim fate. The supervisors, filled with resentment, cast frustrated glances at Theo, but now they were powerless to act against him. Theo, after witnessing the timely intervention of the reinforcements, succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. Ray rushed to catch him, her voice soft with concern. She asked why he had pushed himself so far, calling him reckless for his actions. Theo's eyes, heavy with fatigue, briefly flickered toward the three restrained supervisors and Axion's headless corpse. Before he could respond, Wellington approached in frustration, admonishing him for taking such dangerous risks and questioning why he hadn't sought help earlier. Erica joined in with a playful grin, reminding Theo not to forget her role in aiding him. The others, seeing Theo unconscious, cried out in a mix of fear and frustration. Wellington exclaimed that Theo couldn't die until they had their rematch, while the soldiers he had saved lamented his bold but perilous actions, questioning why he had gone to such lengths for them. Resting gently in Ray's arms, Theo whispered softly that even if he were to die, he would have no regrets. He had pursued the strength he believed in. Ray's face reflected surprise at his words, but she said nothing further, choosing instead to hold him quietly in her arms. Hearing those words, Ray smiled softly. She felt reassured that her faith in him had never been misplaced. Theo, still carrying his trademark wit, added with a playful tone, "Oh, by the way, could you pick up a few chung fruits for me? I need them to secure first place." Ray couldn't help but smile inwardly, feeling a quiet happiness. To her, he hadn't changed a bit from the person she remembered. The scene shifted to the main castle of the estate. Inside a grand meeting room, the senior officials were intently listening to a report on the battlefield situation. Ed Troyven's face betrayed his shock, as if he couldn't believe the words being spoken. The soldier holding the report trembled visibly, overwhelmed by the gravity of the news. The atmosphere in the room was thick with confusion and doubt, and every gaze carried complex and conflicted emotions. "Axion is dead?" A voice broke the tense silence, laced with disbelief and astonishment. Ed's eyes burned with a furious hatred, his plans now in ruins and his beloved nephew gone. The weight of his losses was immeasurable, dragging him into an abyss of despair from which there seemed no escape. The results of the second round were about to be announced. The murmurs of the crowd echoed throughout the snowy forest. Amid the freezing atmosphere, the participants continued their chatter. Their exhaustion was visible, yet the wait stretched on. A figure emerged, each step firm as it crunched through the white snow. Silence descended over the area. Standing high above, the overseer addressed the crowd, commending everyone for their efforts. He then began preparing to announce the results. The chief overseer declared that the second round of the awakening ceremony had concluded. His title was announced Zenith Dragon Feral Ragnar, a member of the 9 Dragons. The end of the second round was official, and everything had been confirmed. The crowd buzzed with excitement as they recognized the man standing before them. Some were astonished, wondering why such a prominent figure had appeared since he rarely showed himself in public. The overseer revealed that 45 participants out of the 87 had passed. He noted that this was not a poor result and praised this generation as the most talented yet. His piercing gaze lingered as he mentioned the exceptional achievement of the top scorer, something that had deeply impressed him. Theo's astonished expression revealed his tension as he listened intently to the overseer's remarks. The overseer reminded the participants that everyone who passed the second round had been promoted from apprentice rank to low-rank swordsman. He encouraged them to take pride in their accomplishments. He announced that they had earned the privilege of participating in events as esteemed swordsmen of the Ragnar family. He firmly stated that everyone present deserved this honor. The overseer then declared the results of the second round. Theo Ragnar was announced as the top scorer with 1,121 points. The crowd erupted in astonishment, shocked that Theo Ragnar had scored over 1,000 points, especially given that his previous score was 0. Someone whispered about hearing of a confrontation between Theo Ragnar and Axion, leaving the atmosphere tense, particularly for Theo Ragnar. The overseer continued, announcing that Remington Narcio secured second place with 926 points, followed by Erica Lanke in third with 843 points. Ray Ragnar ranked fourth with 789 points, while fifth place went to Hulkus. Finally, he revealed that Ayla Lehman ranked last in 45th place with 28 points. The overseer congratulated everyone for their efforts but emphasized that the awakening ceremony was far from over. The final round, round 3, still awaited them. The overseer requested those eligible to participate in the third round to raise their hands. A participant sighed in frustration, lamenting their failure to collect enough demon bells. Another admitted that, despite gathering enough, they couldn't decode the contents. One by one, the qualified participants raised their hands, their eyes gleaming with determination. Among them, a young woman, Ray Ragnar, slowly lifted her hand. Her gaze was calm but filled with unwavering resolve. Then, a hand shot confidently into the air. Theo Ragnar's. His strong, proud stance and piercing gaze left an impression on all. As the demon bells were revealed, the secrets of the second round came to light: the elemental attribute breathing technique. The overseer explained that mastering this technique required collecting fragments scattered within the demon bells. He emphasized that these fragments were called hidden pieces due to their rarity and complexity. The overseer further clarified that only those proficient in the technique could infuse elemental attributes into their mana, making them eligible for the third round. Theo Ragnar recalled that in his previous life he had failed to decipher the fragments within the demon bells. But now, his eyes sparkled with newfound resolve as he activated Hatchling Synchro, a technique allowing him to access the memories of objects. This ability vividly reconstructed the essence of the fragments, bringing images to life before his eyes. A warrior appeared in his vision, standing tall against a raging thunderstorm, sword in hand. With unyielding courage, the warrior charged at a colossal dragon, their blade glowing as it struck. The scene vividly unfolded before Theo Ragnar, helping him grasp the fragment's meaning in an instant. His mastery of the technique astonished the overseer, who chuckled in surprise, noting that 4 participants had qualified exceeding all expectations. Theo Ragnar reflected on how, in his past life, Ray and Remington had failed to achieve the elemental breathing technique. He mused that this might be the butterfly effect stemming from his actions. The overseer called for each participant to present their achievements, starting with the first. Theo Ragnar's name was announced. With confidence radiating from his every step, he walked forward. He silently acknowledged that eliminating Axion had already begun to change many things. As the wind tousled his hair, Theo Ragnar reassured himself that there was no need for fear. A brighter future lay ahead. Beneath his feet, energy swirled powerfully as he declared his accomplishment. A bolt of lightning flashed, radiating an awe-inspiring light and power. Theo Ragnar's skill fully unleashed was named Thruma Thunder. It symbolized harmony, control, and the unleashing of aura, marking a pivotal moment in his journey. Theo Ragnar began by channeling mana imbued with the Thruma attribute. With precision, he activated his skill, unleashing a powerful display of energy. A deafening explosion erupted as the thunderous energy burst forth around him, obliterating everything in its path. The onlookers watched in awe, stunned by his ability not only to channel the energy but also to wield it flawlessly. Admiration filled their faces as they marveled at his talent. Lightning enveloped Theo Ragnar, casting a radiant aura around him. His posture was firm, exuding an undeniable strength. Despite the challenges before him, he stood tall, unyielding. He thought to himself that typically it would end here, but perhaps not this time. A teammate locked eyes with him, their gaze resolute, silently offering support. Theo Ragnar's heart pounded, as though preparing for something monumental. Golden streaks of lightning crackled and danced across the scene, creating a breathtakingly powerful display. Focusing his energy, Theo Ragnar crafted a radiant orb of light, a manifestation of the strength he had just harnessed. Nearby, Ray looked up in astonishment, her face illuminated by the brilliant light emanating from above. A male warrior standing close by expressed his admiration, remarking how much he appreciated Theo Ragnar's performance. Another observer couldn't contain their excitement, exclaiming their admiration with palpable enthusiasm. Perched atop a rock, the overseer in a black cloak watched intently. With a tone of surprise, he admitted that achieving such mastery over energy manipulation far exceeded his expectations. He acknowledged that Theo Ragnar's abilities were indeed as remarkable as the rumors suggested. However, the man in the red cloak narrowed his eyes, his gaze blazing with intensity as he noticed something amiss. His expression shifted to one of bewilderment, and he let out an exclamation, caught off guard by what he had observed. Theo Ragnar's heart raced, his body surging with a newfound energy. Power erupted from within him, enveloping his entire form in a golden light that etched into the ground beneath him. The radiant glow spread outward, filling the space with a palpable sense of overwhelming might. Theo Ragnar's sharp gaze lit up, signifying that thunderlight breathing had been activated, a flawless expression of his unmatched strength. Theo Ragnar raised his sword, golden lightning erupting around him in a brilliant display of raw power. He spun the blade with precision, unleashing a long arc of radiant light that seemed to tear through space itself. From the trajectory of the swing, a massive thunder dragon emerged, glowing with divine brilliance and radiating an aura of majesty. The onlookers were stunned, their expressions filled with shock and awe at the overwhelming force displayed before them. The surrounding trainees shouted in astonishment, some panicking as they witnessed the terrifying energy unleashed. One voice rose above the chaos, exclaiming that Theo Ragnar was attacking the exam proctor. However, the proctor simply laughed heartily, finding the demonstration amusing. He remarked with genuine interest that reaching the level of expansion was indeed a fascinating achievement. Theo Ragnar then extended his hand, droplets of water falling from his fingertips as he activated water current breathing. A powerful current swirled upward, forming a precise and destructive slash known as the water jet cutter. Standing firm before his challengers, the proctor acknowledged their efforts, declaring that they had earned the right to challenge him. With a confident smile, Theo Ragnar steadied himself, electric currents coiling around his body. His eyes gleamed with fierce determination as he prepared for the ultimate test. The other contestants stared at Theo Ragnar, their astonishment leaving them speechless. The proctor stepped forward, announcing that Theo Ragnar's performance was exceptional and deserved an additional 1,000 bonus points. Theo Ragnar nodded respectfully in gratitude. A few observers commented that this gesture was fitting for the proctor, often referred to as Zenith Dragon for his magnanimity toward courageous participants. When the scores were revealed, Theo Ragnar stood at the top with 2,121 points, far surpassing the second-place contestant, Remington, with 926 points. The gap left many contestants gasping in disbelief, their voices filled with astonished cries. Some even realized that Theo Ragnar's score was on par with the legendary record set by Thorkel. Admiration and reverence for Theo Ragnar only deepened. The proctor shifted his attention to 3 other participants, inviting them to demonstrate their abilities. Observing with curiosity, he stood ready to assess their performances. Remington Narcio stepped forward first, executing his skill flawlessly and earning an additional 500 points. Spiraling jets of water showcased his remarkable control over elemental attributes. Next, Ray Ragnar completed her test, her display of light and energy earning her 300 points. The radiant aura surrounding her was proof of her significant progress. Lastly, Erica Lenk entered, her fiery performance captivating the audience. Her blazing display earned her 300 points as well, affirming her growing potential. The proctor, clearly intrigued, commended all participants for their efforts, but the room's focus remained firmly on Theo Ragnar, the one who had truly exceeded every expectation. The elderly proctor held the results board, his expression betraying surprise as he remarked on the exceptional talent of this generation. He noted that achieving 1,000 points was typically enough to secure the top spot, yet this time there were 4 individuals who had reached or surpassed this level. As his words echoed, the focus shifted to the 4 standout contestants: Theo Ragnar, Remington Narcio, Erica Lenk, and Ragnar. Each radiated confidence and determination. Their scores were announced. Theo Ragnar led with 2,121 points, followed by Remington Narcio with 1,426 points, Erica Lenk with 1,143 points, and Ray Ragnar with 1,089 points. The crowd remained silent, the cold mountain winds sweeping through the snow-covered peaks. The proctor commended the collective achievements of all participants. With a solemn tone, he announced that those not advancing to the 3rd stage could return home and prepare for the nomination ceremony to be held in a week. Meanwhile, the remaining contestants, including Theo Ragnar and his group, stepped forward, awaiting further instructions. Standing before the majestic mountain backdrop, the proctor's demeanor grew serious as he prepared to address what lay ahead. Suddenly, the snow-capped peaks turned red, and an overwhelming force erupted from the mountain summit, shaking the entire region. The contestants were thrown into chaos, some struggling to stay upright while others faltered under the immense pressure. The proctor surveyed the scene before declaring the commencement of the 3rd stage of the awakening ceremony. Theo Ragnar felt a wave of shock, his face reflecting his astonishment as he sensed the strange surge of power. Questions flooded his mind, wondering about the cause of this unexpected phenomenon. As he focused, he detected an enormous source of energy and speculated that it might belong to Lodbrok. Before him, a massive and ferocious creature emerged atop the mountain, exuding a terrifying aura of power. Without hesitation, Theo Ragnar steeled himself, locking eyes with the overwhelming presence. His stance tightened as he prepared for the inevitable confrontation, the weight of the looming battle palpable in the freezing air. The 3rd round of the awakening ceremony began. It was a face-to-face meeting with the clan leader. Anything could happen during this meeting, as the outcome depended entirely on the clan leader's decision. This meeting would determine who would be nominated to enter the clan leader's mansion. Each of the 5 important candidates had previously served in the mansion, making the stakes even higher. As the silhouettes of the candidates emerged, their strong auras hinted at their readiness for the challenges ahead. Being nominated to the clan leader's mansion meant recognition as a potential heir. Among them, Theo's eyes sharpened as he realized the one waiting at the summit was none other than the clan leader. He felt a powerful energy radiating from Lodbrok and wondered why it triggered such an overwhelming sensation. Doubt flickered in his gaze as he silently questioned whether what he sensed could be real. His suspicions deepened when he recognized the individual who had stolen Lodbrok's heart, leaving him even more perplexed. The overseer instructed the candidates to overcome their fear of the dragon's might and move forward to meet the clan leader. The sheer pressure from the immense power weighed heavily on them. Some struggled to stay on their feet under the suffocating tension. A female candidate clenched her teeth, visibly frustrated as she wondered how she could withstand the force and climb to the top. Theo remarked that brute strength alone wouldn't suffice to overcome the obstacle. When the female candidate asked what she should do instead, he advised her to synchronize with the mana frequency. Erica Lenk overheard him, her face reflecting surprise as she murmured the term wavelength. Internally, she repeated the concept of mana frequency, her thoughts swirling with confusion and doubt. Remy then questioned Theo, suggesting that they might need to create a reverse phase wave to counteract and neutralize the pressure. Those standing behind her exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of what to make of her statement. Theo acknowledged Remy's insight, praising her for grasping the problem so quickly. However, Remy admitted that saying it was much easier than actually doing it. The others still seemed far from understanding how to implement the concept. Theo explained further, stating that this was a method to eliminate those who couldn't control their magical power. Only those who possessed sufficient skill would earn the right to meet the clan leader. Hearing this, Remy nodded in agreement, acknowledging the fairness of the challenge. Erica Lank appeared confused as she repeated terms like reverse phase, wave, and interference, her expression showing a lack of understanding. She sighed in frustration, commenting that the two seemed to be speaking an entirely different language. Remy responded with a slight smile before continuing the explanation. He likened magical power to waves with oscillating properties. Since the clan leader's aura was also composed of waves, the only way to overcome it was by creating an opposing wave to cancel it out. Erica still seemed unconvinced, her eyes filled with doubt as she struggled to grasp the concept. Gradually, realization began to dawn on her. She hesitantly asked if it was as simple as generating magical power that directly opposed the current pressure. Remy confirmed her understanding, nodding in approval. Annoyed, she shouted in frustration, scolding him for not explaining it so plainly from the start, forcing everyone to tire themselves out guessing. The other contestant, caught off guard, muttered goody two-shoes as if lost in thought. Another participant, meanwhile, whispered to himself that he had finally figured out what needed to be done to pass the trial. The female contestant smirked and mockingly referred to Remy as goody two-shoes, questioning whether he was really 17 years old, as his way of speaking sounded far too mature for someone his age. Suddenly, a surge of energy burst forth and brilliant green lights flashed, creating a display of raw power that filled the space with awe. The contestants raised their heads, their eyes wide with astonishment at the extraordinary phenomenon. For a brief moment, silence enveloped the area. One contestant gasped aloud, pointing out that Theo was now ready. His entire body was surrounded by the radiance of energy. Theo, unfazed, replied calmly, stating that this was only natural for the heir to the clan leader. His gaze exuded unwavering confidence and determination. The surrounding contestants fell silent, their eyes filled with disbelief as they witnessed the majesty and immense power radiating from him. The atmosphere grew tense under the weight of his presence. Theo, maintaining his composure, declared confidently that he would go ahead. Without waiting, he moved forward at a swift pace. Behind him, the others cried out his name in alarm, stunned by his bold actions. One of the group members continued shouting, calling out to Theo and trying to catch his attention, but Theo didn't turn back. The overseer reminded the remaining contestants not to hesitate. He emphasized that their scores would depend on the order in which they reached the destination. The contestants stood frozen, their expressions filled with surprise and tension as the atmosphere grew increasingly intense. A burst of power erupted, shaking the surroundings. The overseer perched atop a large rock observed quietly with a faint smile of amusement. He murmured to himself, amazed at the thought that, even at his age, he now desired to take on a disciple. Meanwhile, in the Camellia Palace, an excited voice echoed through the halls, calling for the youngest daughter with enthusiasm, as if searching for her everywhere. The voice grew louder, affectionately calling her the lucky charm. Meanwhile, maids scrambled frantically through the corridors, rushing to respond. Two maids stopped briefly, glancing at the commotion. One remarked on how chaotic things had become, whispering that the devil craftsman had arrived once again. The other added in a hushed tone that the palace had become livelier ever since young Master Theo rose to fame as a shining star. In one of the rooms, Cecilia was conversing calmly with a few people, her demeanor poised and natural. From a distance, a loud voice called her name excitedly. Moments later, her mother burst into the room, filling the space with noise and energy. Cecilia furrowed her brows slightly and reminded her mother to maintain decorum while in the palace. Her mother brushed off the reminder, declaring that formalities were useless, especially since she was about to become so wealthy that such rules wouldn't matter anymore. Startled, Cecilia asked her mother if she wasn't already rich enough. The mother smiled in response, asserting that she wasn't remarkably wealthy yet, but soon she would achieve that status. She proudly referred to her nickname as the embodiment of capitalism. She cheerfully announced that ever since Theo became a star, her workshop had been flooded with orders. Laughing heartily, she declared with pride that her workshop had finally gained fame. Cecilia offered a faint smile, her eyes focused ahead as if contemplating something deeply significant. She reminded herself that she had always believed Theo would excel and outperform in everything he did. However, watching Theo in action, she couldn't shake her concern. Her heart felt heavy with the thought of the dangers he might face. With his sword in hand, Theo prepared to confront the next challenge, his demeanor steady and his resolve unshakable. Cecilia's anxiety grew as she wondered whether he might get hurt or succumb to the pressure and scrutiny surrounding him. This worry left her feeling powerless, forced to wait from a distance. Emotions swelled within her, and she couldn't hide her frustration. Clenching her fists, she tried to reassure herself that the best thing she could do for him now was to continue believing in and supporting him. She glanced at the attire prepared for him, wishing she could help in a more tangible way. Her care for Theo extended beyond merely watching from the sidelines. It included small, silent actions that carried profound meaning. Meanwhile, her foster mother remained enthusiastic, declaring that the era of solely crafting weapons was over. She announced her decision to venture into designing and selling accessories, a field she believed held great opportunities. Cecilia's mother, her eyes filled with determination, projected a willful gaze that seemed to declare this shift as a bold step forward in her journey. Her foster mother, undeterred, passionately exclaimed her goal of increasing revenue tenfold. Cecilia's voice, a mix of surprise and concern, sounded from behind as she gently reminded her mother to remain calm despite the ambitious ideas. A strong woman stood nearby, her mechanical arm gleaming under the light. Cecilia spoke softly, her tone calm yet layered with subtle meaning. Smiling confidently, Cecilia's eyes sparkled with a hint of challenge. She asked the man across from her if he had ever crafted a mechanical arm before, her voice a mix of seriousness and curiosity. A man laughed heartily, his voice echoing like a mix of praise and amusement. He repeated the phrase "the next leader" with a tone of sarcasm, yet his eyes betrayed a glint of respect for Theo's boldness. With a softer chuckle and a knowing look, he acknowledged that he understood the concerns of others. However, he firmly stated that even parents had no right to obstruct the dreams of their children. He continued, his voice tinged with reflection, remarking that the ambition of youth was unstoppable. He reminisced about his own days of glory, remembering how he and his peers had once been just as driven during their prime. Pointing ahead, he gestured to a field densely planted with swords embedded in the ground, calling it the clearest testament to the truth of his words. The area, introduced as the Graveyard of Swords, was a repository of memories from a bygone era, one filled with both glory and sorrow. The cawing of a raven pierced the eerie silence, as if issuing a warning. The man let out a booming laugh, exuding unwavering confidence and determination. His gaze fixed ahead, a mixture of sternness and warmth in his eyes. He declared that he didn't want others to worry. What he truly desired was the prosperity of the Ragnar family. Walking forward at a deliberate pace, he asserted that anything standing in the way of that goal would be eliminated. He emphasized that nothing had been decided yet, leaving plenty of time for observation and judgment. A black raven stood against the snowy ground, its eyes seemingly full of thought. The stillness of the scene was almost otherworldly, with only the faint whistle of the wind breaking the silence. The man's lips curled into a smirk, his sharp gaze brimming with resolve. He murmured to himself that even his stubborn son wouldn't be exempt from facing the consequences of his mistakes. A deafening roar erupted, shattering the calm as the atmosphere was torn apart by a series of thunderous impacts. The ground quaked, and bursts of light flared amidst the chaos. A figure darted through with impossible speed. It was Theo. His eyes were locked in intense focus. His body moved with fluid precision, dodging skillfully, while each swing of his blade sliced through the air, aiming directly at his target. The male figure standing at a distance held a sharp, icy gaze that radiated confidence. He declared with conviction that he was a regressor, someone capable of turning back time to rewrite fate. Kyle stood waiting with a massive sword in hand. His gaze fell on Theo, and with a nod he remarked with an authoritative tone that Theo had finally arrived. Kyle's smile carried a hint of mystery, his sharp eyes seeming to assess his son. Theo, panting and with beads of sweat on his face, kept his focus locked on the figure before him. He glanced ahead, where a crimson light mingled with a dark energy enveloping the area. In front of him lay a space filled with swords embedded in the ground, exuding a suffocating killing intent as if challenging every step forward. Theo stood in the oppressive atmosphere, his gaze fixed on the scene ahead. He thought to himself how the climb had taken 4 hours when it should have only taken 1. The surrounding pressure was genuinely overwhelming, making it hard to breathe. A voice broke the silence, asking if he understood what he was looking at. Theo turned his head, his eyes filled with curiosity and caution as he took in the eerie set of swords planted across the ground. Theo responded to his father, calling it the Graveyard of Broken Swords. He explained that these swords once belonged to warriors defeated by their wielders. His voice was calm yet carried the weight of sorrowful memories. Kyle confirmed that the role of the patriarch was one of endless challenges and dangers. It was a position where no one could rely entirely on others and had to stand firm alone. He went on, stating that this role adhered only to the law of the strong. Whoever held it needed to surpass everyone else through sheer strength. As he spoke, the sword in his hand emitted a radiant and commanding light. With piercing eyes, Kyle asked if Theo believed he was worthy of claiming the position. His tone carried a clear challenge, as though testing the resolve of the young man before him. Theo raised his head high, his gaze unwavering. He responded with a single, weighty word, affirming his readiness to take on the role. Kyle, however, reminded him that this was not a question to be answered lightly. He stated that to achieve this position, he had killed thousands and faced the resentment of countless souls. He asked if Theo could hold firm to his answer after feeling the weight of such hatred. An enraged spirit roared, calling Kyle's name and cursing him eternally. Its voice echoed through the space, carrying an unrelenting malice. The spirit continued its tirade, accusing Kyle of committing unspeakable crimes. The fury in its voice tore through the air like a storm, reverberating in the oppressive silence. Amidst the howls of the spirit, it swore to tear Kyle apart. Yet Theo remained calm, standing amidst the rain. His grip on his sword tightened, and his determined gaze never wavered. Theo stood motionless, the rain soaking him, but his resolve stayed firm. He declared that his determination had not faltered. Kyle, his eyes cold and probing, asked what reason drove Theo to maintain such unshakable willpower. Looking into the distance, Theo answered with conviction that it was all for revenge for his past life. He silently reaffirmed his goal to become the patriarch and end the tragic battle for the throne. He was prepared to face any challenge to fulfill this mission. Even so, Theo understood that this was not the answer Kyle sought. His hand clenched the hilt of his sword, his eyes burning with resolve. Stepping forward, Theo's sword blazed with light in the freezing air. He declared that he would give his answer through his blade. Kyle flashed a cold smile, his sharp eyes hinting at an unspoken intent, as though preparing for something imminent. He declared that he would no longer see Theo as his son, but as a true opponent. Kyle emphasized his desire to test what Theo had learned from her. Theo's expression betrayed his surprise at the mention of her. Thoughts raced through his mind as he questioned why his father would bring up that person. Without hesitation, Theo charged forward, his sword aimed directly at his adversary. Inwardly, he confirmed what he had long suspected: his father was the one who had stolen Lodbrok's power. Theo's gaze was icy, a fierce blend of anger and determination that mirrored the turmoil raging within him. In the next moment, he froze briefly, his mind suddenly overtaken by a question as the atmosphere seemed to shift abruptly. Kyle countered with a powerful strike, his sword radiating a sharp light as it cut through the freezing air toward Theo. Theo collapsed to the ground, his thoughts swirling in chaos as he wondered if he had already died. His vision blurred, though he clung to a faint sense of reality. Summoning an unknown strength, Theo gritted his teeth and forced himself to rise once more. His eyes blazed with an unshakable resolve. Though his breathing was labored and his body exhausted, Theo struggled to steady himself. His gaze remained steadfast, reflecting a determination that refused to waver. Kyle activated the skill Heart Sword. The crimson light emanating from his blade surged with lethal intent and overwhelming pressure. A crow flew overhead, its call filled with unease. Kyle glanced at it, smirking lightly. He asked whether the bird was worried that their little prodigy might not survive this trial. The crow continued to emit short, sharp cries, as if trying to convey its growing concern more clearly. Kyle acknowledged the bird's distress, agreeing that only those with unyielding will and determination could endure the Heart Sword. He cast a challenging gaze at Theo, his expression as sharp as his words. Kyle admitted that this was a brutal trial for someone new to the awakening ceremony, but he emphasized that such severity was unavoidable. Fixing his piercing eyes on Theo, Kyle declared that if his determination was half-hearted, it would be better for him to perish here as a wandering soul. He asserted that the family had no need for a regressor who might endanger their legacy. In the oppressive darkness, Theo told himself he was already dead. The thought passed through his mind, laced with a bitter acceptance of reality. He reflected calmly that perhaps this outcome was inevitable, especially since it was his own father who had brought his life to an end. Surprisingly, Theo felt no regret. He reasoned that he had given his all and left nothing undone. Memories of triumph surfaced. He recalled seizing the Camellia Palace, a monumental achievement he had once celebrated. He also remembered the adversaries he had defeated: Rendon and Axion. A bitter realization struck him: every success he had achieved was due to sheer luck. Even so, Theo managed a faint smile, assuring himself that, compared to his previous life of endless suffering, this existence had been a truly happy one. Theo understood that it was time for him to leave. He accepted his fate with serenity, his mind at peace. As he closed his eyes, he silently wished for rest. Gradually, everything around him seemed to dissolve into stillness. His body began to disintegrate, transforming into shimmering lights that floated gently in the endless darkness. A voice rang out, stern and urging, calling Theo to awaken. The voice continued, commanding that enough was enough and telling him to rise. A majestic figure emerged from the void, its glowing eyes radiating authority. With a tone laced with sarcasm, the figure remarked that if Theo intended to wallow in despair, he might as well have allowed it to devour him from the start. A single glimmer sparkled within the endless darkness, as if the remnants of a soul were struggling to rise. The light gradually transformed into a small flame, burning steadily in the void. It was a sign of life, or an indomitable will refusing to yield. The soul, now fully formed, silently acknowledged the situation and expressed its gratitude. It left one final reminder before fading away, carrying a sense of tranquility. Streams of white light swirled around Theo's body, a vivid reminder of the dormant power within. These radiant strands weren't merely energy but a blazing testament to his survival instinct. With a fierce cry, Theo's voice filled the emptiness, each breath brimming with resolve. His hand gripped the light tightly, shaping it into a final weapon. He couldn't allow this to be the end, not while the promise in his heart remained unfulfilled. His body spun amid the shimmering radiance. Within his mind, his voice echoed, "I swore never to give up." That vow burned like a flame, consuming the remnants of his fear. The first image depicted Theo with a calm gaze, his expression serene, as though savoring a moment of peace amidst the darkness. He said nothing, but his eyes conveyed an unyielding determination. In the next moment, Theo's eyes flared with brilliant intensity, a look of someone who had endured countless hardships yet refused to falter. The final image showed Theo standing firm, his body enveloped in shimmering light as if preparing for the ultimate challenge. He quietly vowed to himself that even if he fell, his spirit would never break. Theo gripped the flaming sword tightly, his body radiating unwavering determination. He silently vowed that he would not let everything end here. Channeling every ounce of strength into his hands, he swung the sword with all the power he could muster. Streams of energy surged around the blade, illuminating the darkness with a brilliant glow. Fueled by fierce resolve, Theo affirmed to himself that he would never falter, no matter how dire the situation became. A faint, shimmering light began to coalesce, as though gathering a mysterious force. Suddenly, a blinding burst of light erupted, scattering in rainbow hues and signifying a dramatic transformation. A massive explosion followed at the center, with fragments scattering in all directions, marking the peak of the unleashed power. Theo's eyes widened, his expression frozen in astonishment. He realized something extraordinary had just occurred, something far beyond his expectations, yet he couldn't find the words to articulate it. His gaze dropped to the sword in his hand, now radiating with light and crackling with electrical sparks. Overwhelmed by dizziness, he stood firm, his willpower keeping him upright. Across from him stood Kyle, Theo's father. The man, clad in a heavy cloak, approached with deliberate steps. His deep voice resonated, cutting through the sound of the pouring rain. He declared that Theo had passed the test. A week later, at the nomination ceremony held at the clan's headquarters, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement and lively chatter from the gathered crowd. Attendees eagerly awaited the pivotal moment. With a confident demeanor and piercing gaze, Theo strode onto the stage. Under the radiant sunlight, he shone like a true warrior, embodying the worthiness of the role awaiting him. Above, the head of the clan looked down with a satisfied smile, a gesture of acknowledgement that reflected the expectations of everyone present. The red-haired man stood before the bustling crowd, mumbling to himself about how the sheer number of people made him uneasy. His eyes were tense, betraying his discomfort, while the woman next to him mocked him for being so large yet so timid. He quickly denied her accusation, insisting that he wasn't timid but merely felt uneasy in the presence of powerful figures like the commanders of the units, the 9 dragons, and even the current patriarch. He emphasized that this gathering was filled with heroes of the highest caliber. The woman, showing no sympathy, retorted with gentle yet sharp words of mockery. She advised him to calm down, pointing out that no one cared about someone who couldn't even achieve elemental breathing. Her sarcastic remarks startled him, his face flushing red with embarrassment and anger, though he couldn't find a response. The red-haired man clenched his fists tightly, his face tense and dotted with sweat. His unease was palpable as he struggled to compose himself in the overwhelming situation. Lowering his head slightly, he spoke with a tone tinged with pleading. He earnestly asked the person beside him what they had received from the patriarch during the 3rd stage, his eyes filled with curiosity and hope. The red-haired woman glanced at him and simply stated that it was a secret. Her brief response made him bristle with frustration. He shouted that she was stingy and claimed that if it were Theo, he would have shared it without hesitation. Yet the woman remained unfazed, her expression calm and indifferent to his outburst. With a curious look, she turned to him and repeated, seemingly incredulous, "My Theo." Her words left the man frowning in confusion, prompting him to ask what she meant. He responded seriously, explaining that the life of a Lank was meant solely to serve as the sword of Ragnar. Continuing with firm conviction, he declared that they were duty-bound to stake their very lives on someone from the Ragnar bloodline. Before the eyes of the crowd, a dragon stood tall among the rocky terrain. In its thoughts, it mused that if it had to choose, it desired someone both powerful and ambitious, someone who possessed extraordinary strength, character, and will. The towering figure of Theo appeared as he stood on a high platform, illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the windows. Those below looked up silently, filled with admiration, each thinking that Theo was the one they would stake their lives on. The red-haired man wearing a confident smile declared that this was why he referred to Theo as his. The woman beside him frowned slightly and asked if Theo had ever agreed to such a claim. Her eyes were filled with doubt. He met her gaze with a look of innocence, asking if Theo's agreement was even necessary. He admitted that his plan was simply to join Theo's team, nothing more, nothing less. The red-haired warrior laughed heartily but paused in surprise as he recalled the patriarch's words. He wondered aloud why the patriarch had decided against bringing Theo into the clan's main estate. Lost in thought, he gazed forward with renewed determination. If that were the case, he reasoned, it would make it easier for him to follow Theo without any obstacles. A drumbeat thundered through the air, its powerful sound reverberating across the space, signaling the start of an important event. The crowd's attention immediately shifted toward the source of the sound, and the atmosphere grew tense. The host raised a staff high above his head, commanding everyone to focus. In a booming voice, he announced the official commencement of the appointment ceremony, his words echoing through the grand hall. Theo Ragnar, the foremost among all the trainees, stepped forward as his name was called. With a confident stride, he approached, the light filtering through the scene highlighting his commanding presence amidst the crowd. The spectators erupted into cheers, their voices ringing out in excitement. Applause and shouts of joy filled the hall, creating an atmosphere of celebration. Everyone present rallied behind Theo, expressing their admiration and exhilaration for his moment of recognition. Theo stood in the middle of the grand courtyard, his eyes gazing up at the vast sky above. The crowd around him roared with excitement, their cheers echoing through the open space. He could feel the weight of countless eyes fixed on him, their expectations pressing down like a heavy mantle. A faint smile crossed his lips as his sharp gaze swept across the stands. A subtle voice, like a whisper in his ear, reminded him that all attention was focused solely on him. While the immense responsibility weighed on his shoulders, he exuded an unmistakable air of confidence. Amid the throng, a red-haired girl watched him intently, Her gaze held a mix of complex emotions, as though waiting for an important decision. An unspoken question lingered in the air: what choice would Theo make? The female warrior silently voiced her selfish wish that if Theo could join the White Dragon army, she would be overjoyed. Yet, she fully understood that such a dream was personal and far from realistic. Theo stood motionless in the square, his silhouette striking against the empty ground. From a distance, the crowd observed, captivated by his commanding presence. His eyes reflected a quiet contemplation, as though he were attuned to the voices and thoughts swirling around him. The ceremony master stepped forward to congratulate Theo, expressing profound admiration for his extraordinary talent. He praised Theo's unmatched achievement of securing the top position across all categories, emphasizing how remarkable this feat truly was. From the sidelines, a figure with flowing long hair turned abruptly and walked away, leaving behind an air of palpable tension. A man with a thick mustache watched the departing figure with wide eyes, his astonishment evident in his expression. Suddenly, a figure appeared with an imposing stance, his long hair billowing behind him. He was introduced as Ed Troyvan, the Sky Dragon and director of the Central Intelligence Bureau. His presence radiated an undeniable aura of power and authority. The soldiers in the crowd gaped in astonishment, while a few whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with concern. One soldier murmured, "Is he planning to avenge Axion?" In the distance, a stern-faced man with cold, piercing eyes watched the unfolding events. Though his expression remained emotionless, his presence cast a heavy atmosphere over the surroundings. Nearby, another man with a long scar across his face stood silently beside a woman draped in a dark fur coat. They observed the scene from afar, their gazes locked onto the center of the event. The scarred man turned, his face grave. He spoke the title Ed Troyvan with caution, his voice betraying a subtle unease. Unfazed, Ed Troyvan met the man's gaze directly. His voice was deep and commanding as he uttered the name Theo Ragnar, a single phrase that sent waves of tension rippling through the air. Theo observed the situation closely, murmuring to himself as he analyzed the scene. He speculated that the man bearing the title Sky Dragon might still be grappling with Axion's death. Yet, Theo concluded that even so, Ed wouldn't dare to cause trouble during such an important ceremony. With his long hair flowing and a calm smile on his face, Ed Troyvan made an unexpected proposition. His voice, confident yet gentle, extended an offer to Theo for the position of deputy director. Theo looked up, his expression tinged with surprise. A wave of conflicting emotions surged within him as a question lingered in his mind: what is truly happening here? Born into the prestigious Ragnar family, he had always been at the lowest rank, scorned and trampled upon. He was like a black egg in the nest, an outcast. But now, cracks began to form on the surface. Brilliant rays of light seeped through the fractures. A piece of the shell fell, marking the first sign of life within. Through the opening, a crimson eye flickered open, sharp and menacing, a sign of awakening. Theo Ragnar had risen. Like a mighty dragon breaking free from its shackles, he soared to new heights, leaving behind the insignificance that once defined him. Amidst the crowd, murmurs spread. Some couldn't believe that Theo Ragnar had become powerful enough to kill Axion. Others whispered that he had nearly slain a judge before being stopped. One onlooker, still in shock, remarked that if he was strong enough to crush Axion, then his terrifying strength was no surprise. Theo Ragnar's journey from nothing to greatness resonated deeply with many young swordsmen. His rise ignited their pride, inspiring admiration and a burning desire to improve. More and more people began to see him in a new light. Contempt faded, replaced by respect and awe. The so-called disgrace of Ragnar was no more. A notification appeared before Theo Ragnar's eyes. It confirmed his new status, the top student of the Awakening Ritual. Another message followed. He had completed the third scenario quest, the Victor of the Awakening Ritual. Theo Ragnar's reward was the Ether Core, now safely stored in his inventory. A sudden realization struck him: he had accepted a mission long ago. As he glanced at the notification, curiosity sparked in his mind. What kind of item was the Ether Core? Considering how long it had taken to complete this task, the reward had to be something valuable. His thoughts drifted to the name Central Intelligence Bureau. His gaze darkened with contemplation. Then, in an instant, his expression sharpened. Instincts kicked in. He reacted immediately to the unexpected presence before him. Ed Troyvan stood there, a confident smile on his face. Extending his hand, he made a bold declaration: he wished to appoint Theo Ragnar as the deputy director. Silence. Theo Ragnar's lips curled into a subtle smirk, his sharp eyes filled with calculation. Activating his observation skill, he focused his attention on the man standing before him. Target confirmed: Ed Troyvan. Information flooded his vision. Ed Troyvan, 46 years old, title Sky Dragon. A cunning and ambitious schemer, intent on using Theo Ragnar to uncover the secrets of the dragon deity's ruins. A realization struck Theo Ragnar: Ed was after the ruins. If that was the case, then he must have already known that Theo possessed one. His fists clenched. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. From this moment on, things would no longer go as Ed Troyvan had planned. His grip tightened further. A fire of hatred blazed within him. The Troyvan family would be crushed by his own hands. And elsewhere, an enraged figure slammed a hand against the desk, furiously questioning the director of the Central Intelligence Bureau. Ed Troyvan, unfazed, simply responded with a calm smile. He was merely following protocol recommending a talented individual. The enraged man roared, demanding not to be treated like a fool. He declared that everyone could see through this charade. It was nothing more than an excuse to avenge his nephew. Ed Troyvan remained calm, a faint smile lingering on his lips. He admitted that while he had his personal grievances, as the director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, his only intention was to recruit exceptional talent. His opponent gritted his teeth in frustration, silently cursing Ed as a venomous snake. A troubling thought crept into his mind. Was this man truly so single-minded that even after his nephew's death, his only concern remained his own agenda? A commanding voice suddenly echoed from above, ordering them to stop at once. A man stood on the balcony, arms crossed, his demeanor composed. He acknowledged the desire to recruit skilled individuals, but reminded them that the official process had yet to begin. He urged everyone to remain calm. Turning his gaze toward Theo Ragnar, he asked if he had made a decision, or if he was still hesitant. Standing in the center of the arena, Theo Ragnar's expression remained contemplative. He admitted that he had yet to decide. Then, a confident smile formed on his lips. Placing a hand over his chest, he declared that this was precisely why he was willing to listen to hear what offers were on the table. His eyes gleamed with sharp anticipation, as if he was waiting for the best possible choice to be presented before him. And beneath the vast blue sky, Theo Ragnar stood tall, his gaze directed toward those watching him from above. A single hand rose in the air, signaling the start of an offer. With an air of authority, OSA Ragnar Plunis made her move. She extended an official invitation not only to take Theo Ragnar under her wing as a disciple, but to grant him the position of young lord of the Plum Blossom Palace. Whispers spread like wildfire across the stands. Shock and disbelief filled the air as spectators struggled to process what they had just heard. Some questioned whether they had misheard. Had Osa Ragnar Plunis really called Theo Ragnar the young lord? Another voice, barely concealing its astonishment, reminded those nearby that Osa Ragnar Plunis had never borne a child of her own. Slowly, the true meaning of her offer began to sink in. This wasn't just an invitation, it was the equivalent of adopting Theo Ragnar as her son. From a distance, Theo Ragnar's eyes glinted with sharp calculation. If he accepted, he would become the rightful heir to the title of Sword Dragon. A thrilled spectator exclaimed that 2 of the 9 dragons had already stepped forward, proving that Theo Ragnar was truly someone extraordinary. Elsewhere, 2 red-haired warriors exchanged stunned glances. One let out an excited gasp, while the other remarked that few commanders or directors could possibly make an offer that could compete with this one. Then, unexpectedly, a voice rang out, bold and resolute, declaring its intent to join the contest. Theo Ragnar looked up, his eyes sharpening. A new development was about to unfold. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted. The ground trembled violently as a dark figure crashed down from above. Lightning crackled around the newcomer, his presence radiating sheer dominance, suffocating the entire arena with its overwhelming pressure. As the dust settled, an imposing name echoed through the air: Black Dragon, leader of Black Snow, Robert Ragnar. A wave of murmurs swept through the stands. Some gasped in disbelief. Even the Black Dragon had entered the fray. Unfazed, Robert Ragnar stepped forward, his piercing gaze locked onto Theo Ragnar. With chilling composure, he declared that he had been watching him throughout the awakening ritual. Theo Ragnar furrowed his brows slightly, his thoughts racing. So Robert Ragnar had been keeping an eye on him all along. Meanwhile, deep down, Robert Ragnar admitted that Kyle had been right. Theo Ragnar was indeed an intriguing individual. Without hesitation, Robert Ragnar made his offer. He invited Theo Ragnar to join Black Snow and granted him the rank of Null Snow. Black Snow was an elite intelligence organization, its agents operating from the shadows. However, the title of Null Snow was different. It was the highest rank, one that allowed its bearer to claim both recognition and glory in the open. For a moment, Theo Ragnar stood still, lost in thought. His past life flashed before his eyes. Back then, only 8 people had ever held that title, and despite dedicating his entire life to it, he had never reached that level. Yet now, it was being handed to him so effortlessly. A sudden clearing of the throat snapped everyone's attention back to the stage. An elderly man spoke, his voice steady and measured. He reminded Theo Ragnar of the strong impression he had left during the 3rd phase. Then, he calmly expressed his hope that Theo hadn't forgotten about the existence of Zenith Academy. His name appeared before the crowd. Pharrell Ragnar. Sky Pinnacle Dragon, headmaster of Zenith Academy. The murmurs in the crowd grew louder. Another dragon from the 9 dragons had stepped forward. Realization dawned upon many. 4 out of the 9 most powerful figures in the Ragnar family were now competing for Theo Ragnar. Then, another voice rang out, cutting through the tension. Someone reminded the crowd that one important figure had yet to speak. That person was none other than Julius Ragnar, the Demon Dragon, commander of the White Armor Dragon Cavalry, one of the highest-ranking authorities in the family. Without hesitation, Julius Ragnar made his stance clear. He firmly declared that the White Armor Dragon Cavalry would not grant Theo Ragnar any special privileges. A ripple of shock spread through the crowd. Many had expected him to waver in the face of such fierce competition, yet his conviction remained unshaken. Some murmured that Julius Ragnar's decision made perfect sense. He had always believed that honor could only be earned by proving one's own worth. Julius Ragnar himself admitted that he truly wished to recruit Theo Ragnar. However, he refused to grant any special treatment, as doing so would be unfair to the other recruits. The only thing he could promise was his full support in Theo Ragnar's growth and the pride of becoming a dragon knight. Standing in the vast square, Theo Ragnar remained silent, his mind carefully weighing the words he had just heard. Then, a confident smile crept onto his lips. His eyes gleamed with certainty. With a slight nod, he calmly stated that he understood. After a brief pause, he lifted his head, his voice steady and resolute. He would make his own choice. A subtle smirk played at the corners of his lips, an unreadable expression that left the entire hall holding its breath in anticipation. Suddenly, a burst of blue light engulfed the space around him. Theo Ragnar's eyes widened. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as an overwhelming sensation surged through his body. A voice rang out, laced with shock and disbelief. Someone had just declared that Theo Ragnar was a regressor. His pupils constricted as blue electricity crackled around his body. A strange, unfamiliar sensation coursed through his veins, leaving him stunned. A powerful tremor rippled across the square. Swirling currents of blue energy surged into the air, sending waves of astonishment through the crowd. Amidst the chaos, Theo Ragnar stood tall, his hair flowing wildly in the explosive surge of energy. Powerful energy currents surged through the arena, rattling the stone benches as the mysterious force reached its peak. A heavy silence fell over the hall, signaling that something monumental was about to unfold. Then Hilda, the former matriarch of the Ragnar family, made her entrance. Seated regally upon the throne, she exuded an overwhelming presence. The very air around her pulsed with immense energy, leaving everyone in the grand hall stunned. Theo Ragnar stared at the scene before him, confusion flooding his mind. She had stepped down from power long ago, so why was she here now? He forced himself to remain calm, carefully masking his unease. Hilda's lips curled into a knowing smile, her sharp gaze piercing through him as if she could see straight into his soul. When she spoke, her voice was gentle, yet it carried an invisible weight that pressed down upon him. I don't know how you lived in your previous life, but your acting skills are truly flawless. Theo Ragnar felt the danger embedded in her words. His throat tightened. Forcing himself to stay composed, he swallowed hard. I have no idea what you're talking about. But Hilda's eyes only sharpened, as though she was peeling away the layers of his carefully constructed facade. Theo Ragnar knew this was not someone he could deceive so easily. Then, a single word struck him like a bolt of lightning cycle. His breath hitched. Did that mean there was a limit to the number of regressions? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. If that was true, then there was still much he did not understand about the nature of his regression. The overseer, noticing the subtle shift in Theo Ragnar's expression, spoke up. Is something wrong? For a brief moment, Theo Ragnar hesitated. Then he made his request. I need more time to think. The overseer studied him before giving a nod of approval. Very well. This is an important decision, but I advise you not to take too long. Theo Ragnar couldn't hide his unease as Hilda sat upon the throne, casually sipping her wine. A chilling aura radiated from her, blending seamlessly with the swirling currents of energy that seemed to freeze time itself. The thought struck him the leader of the previous generation was still alive. The realization unsettled him, but he forced himself to maintain his composure. Hilda, however, only chuckled softly, her sharp gaze locking onto him. There was no need for pretense. She stated she was a regressor as well. However, she hinted that her cycle had already come to an end. Her voice was slow and deliberate, carrying a weight that made Theo Ragnar's brows furrow. She continued, her words like sharpened blades piercing into his mind. She remarked on his flawless acting skills, adding that, while she did not know what kind of life he had lived before, he had certainly perfected the art of deception. Theo Ragnar's fist clenched as the pieces in his mind began to fall into place. If Hilda was a regressor, then others likely existed as well. But how many? And what was their ultimate goal? For a moment, he remained still, lost in thought. Then, he made his decision. There was only one way to uncover the truth. He had to ask her directly. Beneath the eerie glow that blanketed the arena, Theo Ragnar kept his gaze locked on the woman seated upon the throne. His thoughts narrowed in on her mention of cycles. Could a person turn back time more than once? Hilda tilted her head slightly, an enigmatic smile forming on her lips. A flicker of surprise passed through her eyes. Theo Ragnar truly had no knowledge of this. That could only mean one thing: Kyle had never told him. As if deep in thought, Hilda rested a hand against her cheek. Kyle's hatred for regressors made it unsurprising that he had kept this information from Theo Ragnar. What puzzled her more, however, was the fact that Kyle had allowed him to live for this long. Hilda tilted her head, her sharp gaze never leaving Theo Ragnar. She could see the hesitation in his eyes. A faint, knowing smile curved her lips, filled with unspoken meaning. She was certain he had countless questions, but time was not on their side. If he truly wished to uncover the secrets of the world and his family, he would have to seek her out. Under the vast blue sky, Theo Ragnar stood in deep thought, reflecting on everything that had just transpired. During the third stage of the awakening ritual, his father had offered him no explanations. The only thing he had left behind was Sword Heart, a mysterious power that Theo Ragnar had yet to fully comprehend. The image of his father surfaced in his memories, a towering figure with piercing eyes, silently handing him the sword. As Theo Ragnar replayed the scene in his mind, a realization struck him. His father harbored a deep hatred for regressors. Suddenly, the energy of Lodbrok, something Theo Ragnar had once sensed from his father, flared to life in his mind. A chilling thought crept in. Could it be that his father had stolen Lodbrok's heart? A new possibility took root in his mind. Lodbrok, an ancient dragon, might have once welcomed regressors. If that were true, then the truth behind everything was even more elusive than he had imagined. Theo Ragnar silently acknowledged the impossible nature of defeating an ancient dragon. No human should be capable of such a feat. Yet, if there was one man who could, it could only be his father, the one known as the demigod. As the eyes of the crowd remained fixed on him, waiting for his next move, a cold smile crossed Theo Ragnar's lips. He understood there was no other choice. If he wanted the truth behind regression, he would have to find Hilda. From above, the elder's steady voice resonated through the arena, calling for Theo Ragnar to make his final decision. Yet deep within, he already knew the answer. He would seek out Hilda to uncover the hidden truths of his family and the fate that awaited him. Standing in the vast arena, Theo Ragnar remained silent for a brief moment, his gaze unwavering. He had spent enough time contemplating. Now was the moment to decide. Lifting his head, he took a deep breath, steeling himself. Then, with resolute clarity, he announced his choice. A gust of wind swept through the arena, carrying with it the weight of the tension that had settled over the crowd. Theo stood in the middle of the arena, his gaze steady, his voice firm. He had made up his mind. Under the clear blue sky, a light breeze swept through, ruffling his dark hair. He lifted his chin, exuding confidence, ready to announce his choice. From above, Theo Ragnar, the headmaster of Zenith Academy, flashed a confident smile. His voice rang out strong and unwavering, making it clear that Theo should choose Zenith Academy. Remington, once a disciple of the heavenly apex dragon, had made a decision that many considered the right one. Maybe it was because both of them wielded the same sword style, flowing water. In Theo's past life, Remington had returned to the Narcio family to train, growing stronger with each passing day. He remembered it all too well, how Remington had gone back to the Narcio clan, only to later lead a rebellion against the Ragnar family. But this time, things were different. Remington wasn't leaving. He was staying in Ragnar, and that Theo realized was one of the many changes he had set in motion. Under the bright sunlight, their hands clasped tightly, a farewell, but only for now. They shook hands, both with unwavering determination. Remington promised that each of them would do their best in their own paths, and one day, they would meet again stronger than ever. Theo gave a small nod, a silent agreement. No extra words were needed. They both understood the weight of this moment. Just as expected, Rei returned to the Daffodil Palace, where her mother, the Ice Dragon, was waiting. Her gaze lingered on the palace, the only place that truly felt like home. Meanwhile, Sybil and the others from Training Ground No. 4 wanted to follow Theo, but reality hit hard. They didn't have enough points to pass the exam. Parting ways with his comrades left Theo with a tinge of regret. The nomination ceremony had officially come to an end. The announcement was made, everyone had done well and was free to leave. Theo glanced around, convinced that no matter what paths they chose, each of them would give their all to rise above. Then, out of nowhere, a voice called his name. He turned slightly, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. A red-haired man grinned, looking just as shocked, not expecting that they had both chosen the same unit. The guy let out a loud, hearty laugh, while the person next to him just shrugged, throwing out a half-hearted insult, clearly unimpressed. Theo smirked, seemed like he had just gained a couple of new allies. His gaze shifted toward Hulkus and Erica. He gave them a small nod, satisfied to see them here as well. He brought up how they had helped him during the second round, openly admitting that they had saved him. Erica crossed her arms, her expression radiating confidence. She reminded him that he still owed her one. Deep down, she had always admired strong people. Hulkus, on the other hand, burst into laughter, pounding his chest with enthusiasm. But he declared that he really liked Theo because in his book, the strong were simply the best. The air filled with laughter and excitement, but Theo just stood there, puzzled. Why were they suddenly so interested in him? Then, a voice cut through the moment, announcing that the commander was about to arrive. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted, serious, focused. No matter what happened, Theo's goal remained unchanged. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he reinforced his resolve. The heavy sound of footsteps echoed against the stone floor, marking the arrival of the most prestigious unit in the Ragnar family. This was the perfect launchpad for his plan to become the clan leader. The White Armor Dragon Cavalry. A man in a flowing blue cloak approached, his voice calm and steady as he officially welcomed Theo into the unit. As Theo listened, his thoughts drifted to Hilda. He figured he'd see her once everything settled down. Powerful footsteps echoed as all the new recruits stood in perfect formation, waiting for their next orders. The commander smirked, his sharp gaze sweeping across the group. He wanted each of them to state their declaration. Hulkus, full of energy, stepped forward and proudly declared that he would become a legendary dragon knight. Another recruit shouted that he wanted his name to be known across the world. Erica, calm but resolute, stated with absolute certainty that her goal was to be the strongest of this generation. One recruit suddenly raised his voice, boldly declaring that he wanted to earn the commander's recognition. The atmosphere shifted. Silence settled in as everyone turned to look at him, some with confusion written all over their faces. A few recruits raised an eyebrow. Others just scoffed, unsure of how to react to such a passionate declaration. Standing in the middle of the formation, Theo remained unwavering, ready to voice his own goal. He parted his lips, his deep voice starting to ring out, but before he could finish, an ominous vision flashed in his mind. A terrifying scene, a great war would break out in just 5 years, engulfing everything in a storm of destruction. With absolute conviction, Theo declared that in 5 years, he would become the commander of the White Armor Dragon Cavalry. Some recruits gawked at his audacity. A few chuckled, whispering that it was pretty bold to say something like that right in front of the commander himself. But instead of being offended, the commander let out a hearty laugh. Dream big. That was his take. He praised Theo's ambition and affirmed that this was the right place to make it happen. With a swift motion, his cloak billowed behind him, a silent but clear signal of his authority. Standing tall before the recruits, the commander reminded them that no matter what brought them here, there was only one thing that truly mattered. He clenched his fist, his voice steady as he declared every drop of blood and sweat they shed would be etched into the legendary history of Ragnar. The commander clenched his fist, his voice steady as he declared that today's hardships would become tomorrow's pride. He continued, his tone unwavering, their shields would never break and their swords would never retreat. His sharp gaze swept over the recruits as he emphasized that their comrades would always stand by their side. And in return, they were expected to do the same. With a razor-sharp grin, he made it clear the road forged through blood and sweat would lead to nothing but glory. Lifting his head toward the sky, his voice carried an undeniable sense of pride as he proclaimed that glory awaited them at the end of this path. Standing tall with an imposing presence, the commander officially welcomed the new recruits. From this moment on, they were part of the White Armor Dragon Cavalry family. Then, as if responding to his words, a massive dragon appeared, its radiant form wrapping around him in a dazzling display of power. The crowd fell silent. Wide-eyed recruits gasped, struggling to believe what they were seeing. Murmurs rippled through the ranks as some stammered in disbelief. Was this truly the commander's companion? Stepping forward, he introduced the dragon Gullah. He made it clear that this was a flying dragon, the very symbol of the Dragon Knights. Above them, under the vast blue sky, dragons soared, their mighty wings cutting through the air. A deafening impact shook the ground as Gullah's enormous claws landed, sending tremors rippling through the earth. More dragons touched down in succession, their sheer presence dominating the entire training field. Standing in the center of it all, the commander turned to face the recruits, his gaze firm. He announced that they would ride the dragons of their predecessors. As the dragons stirred, their roars filled the air, signaling the beginning of the entrance trial. The commander's voice dropped to a commanding tone as he reminded them, now was the time to find their true companions. With a swift, decisive motion, he raised his arm and gave the final order. All recruits were to assemble at the dragon's nest for the most crucial trial of their lives. A massive dragon plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the ground with an earth-shaking impact. The recruits nearby tensed up, watching the scene unfold, bracing themselves for the challenge ahead. Theo's heart pounded with excitement. This was Dragoon. The thought sparked in his mind, would he be able to have a flying dragon of his own? A dragon rider approached, eyes sharp and serious. Without hesitation, they reminded him it was time to go. The words caught him off guard. He glanced up, only to realize who was standing atop the dragon. Evelyn gave him a slight nod, confirming that he had officially joined the White Armor Dragon Cavalry. Her presence stunned him. Before he could stop himself, he blurted out the question, why was she here? Had she resumed active duty? Theo stared at Evelyn, his crimson eyes reflecting pure surprise. She simply smiled, her cloak fluttering in the golden light, as if this was nothing more than a casual encounter. And then it hit him. His breath hitched as his gaze locked onto her raised arm. Light glinted off the metallic surface, a mechanical arm. For a moment, Theo's voice faltered as he whispered her name, his eyes tracing the sleek altered limb. Evelyn, unfazed, gave him a knowing smile. The cold gleam of metal flickered under the sun as she lifted her arm slightly, the joints whirring softly, catching the light in a chilling reflection. The woman with golden hair gently placed a hand over her chest, a warm smile spreading across her face, a silent expression of gratitude. Evelyn's brows furrowed slightly as she turned her gaze toward the two women standing before her. A flicker of surprise crossed her face as she recognized them, Lady Camellia and Madame Curson. Maintaining her usual composure, Evelyn responded in a calm tone. If this was about young Master Theo, then there was no need for concern. She was certain his abilities would flourish with or without her help. Camellia hesitated for a moment before softly agreeing. Maybe that was true, but stepping forward, Camellia placed a hand over her heart, her voice gentle as she spoke. She wanted to express her gratitude. Evelyn didn't fully agree, but before she could say anything, Camellia continued. She stated that recognition and encouragement from others were powerful things, especially when they came from someone trustworthy. Her eyes held sincerity as she met Evelyn's gaze. She had heard that Evelyn was exactly that kind of person to Theo. For a moment, Evelyn fell silent, her eyes wavering ever so slightly at those words. She let out a quiet sigh, shaking her head. To her, she was nothing more than a retired swordswoman, one who had lost an arm. Camellia, however, disagreed. She compared Evelyn to a guiding light in the darkness, emphasizing that those who shine the brightest often fail to see their own brilliance. With unwavering sincerity, Camellia declared that Evelyn was that very light. A gentle smile formed on her lips, her eyes filled with hope as she expressed her desire to help Evelyn shine even brighter across the world. Evelyn let out a soft chuckle as a breeze swept through, lifting strands of her hair. A quiet sense of relief settled in her chest, and with that, she whispered a simple, heartfelt thank you. She looked at the person before her, her gaze filled with gratitude. She knew just how much Theo had helped her. Because of him, she had been able to take up the reins once more and return to the white armor cavalry. Even though Theo understood the situation, a small sense of discomfort lingered in his chest. He knew this was something he should have handled himself, but there was no doubt his mother had intervened behind the scenes, ensuring he got the credit. As the evening sun cast a golden glow, his mother smiled softly, letting out a quiet sigh, lost in a memory of someone from the past. Theo thought to himself, this was so like her. He exhaled and murmured a quiet thank you. Evelyn dropped to one knee, her eyes unwavering as she pledged her loyalty to Theo. She vowed to be his sword, to protect him with unwavering devotion. Theo met her gaze, his expression calm. He could feel the sincerity in her words. A faint smile crossed his lips as he responded, his voice laced with quiet appreciation. Above them, a massive dragon soared over jagged mountain peaks, descending into a mist-filled valley. Its rider lowered his voice, whispering to his dragon for support. Before them lay a treacherous mountain range, the place known as the White Dragon's Nest. This was the domain of the wyverns, the winged beasts that ruled the skies. Evelyn glanced at the vast, rugged terrain ahead and introduced it as the White Dragon's Nest, the very home of the flying wyverns. Standing at the entrance, they faced the very heart of the White Dragon's Nest, the place where dragon riders carried out their duties. Evelyn explained this was where the entrance trial would take place. Theo hesitated before asking, a note of concern in his voice, what would happen if someone couldn't find a suitable partner? Would they be disqualified? The answer came almost immediately. It was rare but not impossible. Theo glanced at the Lank siblings, wondering if they had what it took to pass this test. Watching them struggle against the dragons, it was clear this place wasn't meant for them. But no matter how tough things got, they had to figure out a way to adapt. Evelyn motioned with her hand, subtly signaling for them to take a walk around the dragon's nest. She explained, usually when someone met the right wyvern, they'd just feel it. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. A thunderous stomp echoed through the air, followed by the arrival of a massive creature. Razor-sharp claws dug into the rocky terrain, sending clouds of dust scattering in all directions. From the distance, a towering wyvern emerged, its scales a deep, rugged brown. Its fierce eyes swept over the newcomers, scanning them as if deciding whether they were worthy of stepping into its domain. This wasn't just any wyvern. It was a beast-class dragon, an Optirex. Standing at over 15 meters tall, these monsters were among the most ruthless predators in the region. Some dragons breathed out thick, purple toxic mist, their venomous tails serving as deadly weapons, the Aviali species. Others, usually calm and reclusive, lived underground, only surfacing to ambush enemies from below, the Sidja, the blade-scaled dragons. Then there were the smaller, faster ones, highly intelligent pack hunters that could breathe fire, making them even deadlier, the Velociraptor dragons. A pillar of fire erupted behind them, scorching the air with unbearable heat. Before either could react, Theo shoved Evelyn aside, both of them hitting the ground just in time to dodge the attack. Above them, a wyvern soared, its massive wings spreading wide between the jagged cliffs. A voice rang out explaining that the wyverns used by the cavalry were classified into 4 major groups. Theo listened, his expression shifting into deep thought, his brows furrowed slightly as he murmured, trying to grasp the feeling he was supposed to have. Beside him, Evelyn observed quietly, waiting for his answer. Theo gazed into the distance, his mind fixated on a particular dragon. Yet, no matter how hard he searched, there was no sign of it. 6 years after the Great War began, a massive mutated wyvern appeared. It attacked the White Dragon's Nest, slaughtering nearly 100 wyverns raised by the White Armor Cavalry. A colossal black dragon soared across the sky, its wings casting a vast shadow over the land. It was known as the Shadow Dragon, a nightmare of pure darkness, a bringer of terror. That day, 8 villages burned to the ground, screams echoed through the night. Dozens of swordsmen perished in a desperate battle, powerless to stop the dragon's rampage. After that horrific event, Ragnar classified it as a level 2 catastrophe, a demonic beast that had to be exterminated at all costs. The war against it dragged on, brutal and unrelenting. In the end, it took a combined assault from the demon dragon and the blade dragon to finally bring it down, yet even in defeat, the world still feared it. It became known as the evil black dragon, a monster that lurked in the shadows, always waiting. Faced with that memory, something ignited inside Theo, a burning desire to have a partner with such overwhelming potential. A dragon streaked across the sky, speeding toward the towering cliffs of a treacherous mountain range. His eyes lit up. He had found it. Perched on a rugged cliffside, A man sat next to his dragon. Around them, brilliant blue flowers bloomed amidst the breathtaking landscape. The man remained still, his dragon's massive head lowered beside him, eyes watching the world below. Noticing an approaching presence, he slowly lifted his gaze, a satisfied smile forming on his lips. The man stepped forward, his gaze settling on the figure before him. With a casual remark, he noted how unusually cheerful the other seemed. A laugh escaped from the man perched on the cliff. He shrugged, replying that it would have been stranger if he wasn't happy. After all, the dragon he never expected to have had somehow landed in his hands. The newcomer nodded, stating that it was perfect, because that was exactly why he was here. That statement made the man on the cliff pause for a fraction of a second, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. A woman with raven black hair stepped forward, her lips curling into a knowing smile. She called the man's name, her tone steady and assured. She saw right through him, she knew what he was planning. Theo would be the pillar of this unit. Julius remained silent, his expression unreadable. Neither denying nor confirming. The woman let out a soft chuckle, her gaze shifting toward the vast blue sky where dragons soared gracefully above. There was amusement in her voice as she spoke, the careful way with words classic Julius. After all, those who talk too much always pay the price. A lesson many had learned the hard way. Her sharp eyes flickered back to Julius, studying him intently. She could tell, his plan ran deeper than she initially thought. Julius gave no response, only maintaining that same impenetrable silence. Still smiling, she took slow steps across the field of vibrant blue flowers, her voice carrying a subtle trace of amusement. She clarified she wasn't here to make things difficult. This was about Theo's best interest. Julius stayed pensive, his gaze heavy with thought, and then he finally spoke, straight to the point. What exactly are you proposing? Julius studied the woman before him, his thoughts briefly drifting to Theo's decision. Theo had chosen to join the White Armor Dragon Cavalry. That meant he couldn't return to the Peach Blossom Palace anymore. So then, what was this woman really after? Her lips curved into a sharp smile, eyes gleaming with unspoken intent. And without hesitation, she made her offer. Joint training, Julius's brows furrowed slightly at the unexpected proposal. What was she after? The woman, still wearing that confident smile, took her time before casually asking, so what do you think? The man stiffened, his eyes widening as if he had just heard something completely insane. Up on the mountain peaks, wyverns clashed, roars and screeches tearing through the sky. Evelyn pulled Theo along as they rushed down from above. She groaned, those wyverns were at it again. The other person beside her asked if she knew anything about that blue and white wyvern. A streak of blue and white cut through the sky. From what was known, this particular wyvern had been bullied for a long time. Despite multiple attempts to fix the situation, nothing had changed. It had been completely isolated because it wasn't a true wyvern. Theo absorbed the information, his eyes flickering with surprise. Not a wyvern? That revelation caught both of them off guard. The truth was finally revealed. It was the offspring of a female wyvern and a species known as viper. A stunned expression crossed Theo's face, his crimson eyes widening in disbelief. A viper, a first-class demon that lived deep beneath the demon sea. The idea that a viper could produce offspring with a wyvern was unheard of. Across from him, the other person spoke in a low, measured tone. That was the real mystery. That child was never supposed to exist. Theo stood frozen, words escaping him. The only thing visible was a flicker of deep contemplation in his gaze. First-class demons were considered walking catastrophes, on par with the most violent storms. Even a single one breaking past the Great Wall was enough to cause unimaginable destruction. Vipers were soul-type monsters, incredibly powerful, lurking in the darkest forests. And now, it all made sense. The Shadow Dragon's terrifying abilities. It had inherited the blood of a viper. From the moment it was born, the entire White Armor Dragon Cavalry had been in an uproar. Even though the hybrid dragon had been accepted into the nest, it was always under scrutiny. But no matter what, the wyverns never acknowledged it. The squad had tried to help it fit in, but they couldn't just keep it locked away in isolation forever. Rejected, just for being different. Evelyn found herself mulling over the unfairness of it all. Theo, his expression serious, stared ahead. A single thought lingered in his mind. What was the name of that peculiar dragon? A deafening roar shook the skies as the dragon shot forward at terrifying speed. A voice rang out, its name was Umbra, a word that meant shadow in the ancient tongue.